what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart
chat? How are you doing? Dance, 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 dance like a monkey. Sorry, that's my best President Sunday impression. Thank you, Sunday, for the cameo today in the intro music. We got the unholy cathedral of President Sunday, known occultist President Sunday. Well, we're going to get into some of Sunday's occultic practices at some point, chat. That's neither here nor there, because as you can see on the screen, what do we got here? We got the video that you have waited for so long, with both like a sense of anticipation and maybe a sense of horror, if you know like kind of what we're dealing with, and you know the complicated historical figure that Keffals is, and people's tendency to criticize Keffals, which she deserves criticism, right? As somebody who knew her, I could say that. Yes, very much. Deserves criticism, but she always gets criticized for the wrong reasons. So we're gonna take a look at Mutahar's video, see what we agree with, see what we disagree with, see what maybe Mutahar might have dug up that shed some new light on some old stuff, because there was always mysteries when it came to Keffals, right? Mysteries of the strangest variety. But I think the stream title, at least for some of you, is Keffals is Cooked. I feel like I'm getting cooked right now, and I'm not even on Twitter. I'm not even posting on Twitter. We probably should do a blast off post. Wait, why am I not seeing the like a monkey? Sorry, I got Sunday's song stuck in my head so bad. Anyway, at least he knows how to dance. Why am I not? What's up, Danarchist? What's up, Schmegley? What's up, Gendry? What's up, Diamond Weight Loss? And Omega Star, and Anti-Corporatist? Sasha G, Timothy Jones, BCat K, Shax BA, Sasha G. It is good to see you all here. Lindsay's green canvas, good to see you. We got the Weasel Gang in chat. We got Crotchy. We got a lot of weasels in chat today. That's really nice to see, because that means you're going to be able to hang around after the stream for the premium streamium. How strange are the mysteries of Keffals? Oh my gosh. Can I pronounce your name? Let me try. I'll mispronounce your name. But if I do, it'll make you cool, and I don't know if you're cool yet. Phyrexian Rhapsody. I did not mispronounce your name, did I? Yeah, sorry for the extra long intro. It's just like, I keep on staying up too late playing this New Vegas game. One in chat if you're following my New Vegas playthrough. I'm playing through Fallout New Vegas. You might have heard of it. It's a little video game from a small studio called Bethesda. No, it's not. It's from Obsidian. I know that. I mean, Fallout's from... Oh my god, it's so complicated, chat. Why is this not working? Let's see. Let's refresh this. No? That's really strange. Chat, my Twidget is like already messing up. That was correct. Wow. Well, I mean, you still might be cool. Just because I don't mispronounce your name doesn't mean that you're not cool. It's just that if I do mispronounce your name, it means that you are cool. That's how that works. But I'm glad you're here today, because we got a lot to talk about. Let me try reloading this. It should help your cool rating. Yeah, I would think so. I need to help my cool rating. I need to help my cool rating, and I mean like literally. Sometimes love Fallout. 1.5, 1. Timothy Jones is 1 all day. Shakespeare is 1. Monope is 1. What's up, M Dragon? Blast off post. Yeah, we should do one of those. We should do one of those. You know, like, it really works if I... Keffals did everything right and they indicted her. That's right. Did I do everything right? No, because I still have the square look instead of the circular look. I prefer the circular look, but it defaults to the square look. Yo, if we should go bother the person who made this software and be like, you made this software, now fix it. Just kidding. Like, you know, I'm glad that we even have this software because it lets me put your posts up like this. There we go. Look at that circular. Circular. We got some Fallout fans in here. I love cooking streams. I haven't done one of those in a long time, UC Love. I do have a kitchen. Don't be square. I'm trying not to, but I'm too hot. I'm overheated, chat. Like, and when I'm overheated, like, I can't get my hair to behave. Right? It's not behaving. It's all, look at this. Right? It's like, it gets a touch of heat. It gets a touch of sweat. I might have to, like, do something. Like, what if I wore my hair up? Would you think differently of me if I wore my hair up? Oh my god. Like, it's so hot today, chat. This is what sucks about living in the hot environment of my state. Which is not oh my god, what the hell? What the hell is up with my hair? It's hot in the Midwest too. Well, the thing about the Midwest, though, I do not envy you in the Midwest, right? Because the Midwest, the Southeast, places like this, it's both hot and humid. And like, I can take, you know, hot, which is what I've got. But thankfully, it's a little bit more of a desert atmosphere out here. And so you don't really feel the heat. At least once you get used to it, you don't feel it. Huey Lewis in the news said it's hip to be square. What are they? Are they like one of those bands that Patrick Bateman listens to? Is it like Phil Collins kind of vibe? Pacific Northwest is better than the Northeast. Oh, by a wide margin? I have no, yeah, Northeast seems like a nightmare too. Northeast has like the worst of all worlds, right? You got the Snowmageddon, you get the Heatmageddon, and occasionally a hurricane. Not very often, but sometimes a hurricane makes it up there. Pacific Northwest is pretty hot for the season, but hot here is like 80 degrees. Well, is it moist there? Is there moisture in the air? Do I look okay or do I look ridiculous? Oh my god, chat, my hair is down to my butt now. Like, I've been growing it out. Totally not to save money. Totally for, like, legit reasons, because I want hair down to my butt. Because I like sitting down in a seat and then getting up and feeling the pull of, like, oh my gosh, I'm literally sitting on my hair. That's gonna happen soon. Depends on what part of the Midwest. Oh, right. Because, like, Midwest is, like, anywhere from, like, Minnesota. Could be Minnesota. Or it could be Ohio. Ohio. Yo, that's where the Skibbity toilet started, right? Is that canon? Did Skibbity toilet start in Ohio? It's when somebody poured a grimace shake down the toilet and they tried to flush it, but then a head came up and it was like skibbity bop bop bop, yes, yes, and it ate them. That's how the Skibbity toilet started. We're still dealing with the menace of the Skibbity toilets. Only the cameramen can save us, and the speakermen and the TV men. You're catching up on 2 times speed. I hope you catch up, Crotchy. I do that too sometimes. Northern California is the Midwest. Ohio has a lot of curses. You have to be specific. Well, who knew that flushing a grimace shake down the toilet? Because, like, you don't really want to drink a grimace shake. Who wants to? You don't. It's not meme. You don't drink it. You don't actually consume it, or else you turn into grimace. The grimace. The toilet ran because of eternal darkness and shit. I love hearing these shitpost memes from you. It's like, how? Well, I mean, that's the strain of memes that we're talking about here, right? Don't make me put a phantom tax on that grimace shake, okay? That's literally the meme. That's literally you got it though. You got it. Let's see what like that maybe. That feels better. No, it's like hello fellow cameramen and TV women. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're getting at. I'm sorry, Timothy. Yes. Well, we could get Waluigi to stick out his gat for the Rizzler. I feel like though there's probably like a certain section of chat that maybe like we're leaving behind with our Rizzlers. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Good evening. I don't normally sing in front of people, but I've been preparing something that I really wanted to share with everyone.
It's important, chat. Listen.
Thanks for watching.
It's a heartfelt moment here.
Last night we let the Rizzler talk. Even Livy Dunn was getting rizzed up by baby Gronk. He said that her yacht was so Ohio and Skibbity. Even Kyson Nat and I show speed hitting the
Anyway.
Grimace shaking Fort.
That's what we're talking about for anyone who's lost.
A Grimace shaking Fortnite.
That's it right there. That's it right there. Oh my god. So yeah, we're gonna do Keffals today. It's been a long time. And also, you know, so I was about to bring you some Keffals content, kind of like on the low, right? It's not really content per se, right? It's like, so if you don't know, Keffals like sort of disappeared. Keffals does this. She'll like be like, I'm quitting the internet, and then she'll be like, psych, I'm back, and then she'll quit the internet for real, and then I don't know. Basically, when Mutahar popped up, oh, you know, it was after Ethan, wasn't it? Yeah, when we left Keffals, she was getting cooked by Ethan Klein and the H3 podcast, along with Tipster, along with her partner in crime, a certain man, a magical man.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Named Tipster. That's right. Oh shit. I'm just a wash in a sea of oh shit. Oh my god, chat, I feel like a goth mommy now. Can this goth mommy get it? H3 moment, that's right. Kelly Lou, that's right, you got me. I'm jealous. The person is staying on key. I mean, yeah. It's a grimace moment, indeed. But yeah, we had Keffals and Tipster getting just completely destroyed by Ethan Klein. They even tried to come back, right? Because like it was like this, like right. Ethan does a stream on vaush. Vaush fails to respond, so Keffals is like, I got you. I got you, big homie. I got you. And she didn't, spoiler chat, she did not in fact have him. So, you know, she does a video where it's kind of like, it's like her reaching out and being like, hey, Ethan, We're friends, right? Remember how we're friends? Remember how you brought me on your show and you said that we were friends and you gave me your number and stuff like that. I want to call in my favor right now for my big homie Vaush. He's actually not bad at all. It's all a big misunderstanding. It's all lies. It is all out of context, and if it's not out of context, it's a clip from a Nazi. A Nazi touched that clip. A Kiwi farmer touched that clip. So therefore, the clip is invalid. Whatever you think you see on the clip, you do not in fact see, because that is a invalid clip. And you know, you should just bring me on, and I'll explain everything. It was the ultimate clout grab. Chat, imagine if it had worked. Imagine if it had worked. Imagine if, like, Ethan was like, all right, we got our next guests here, Keffals and Tipster. They're here in studio today. And then, like, you know what he'd do? Like, they'd start talking, and then all of a sudden it'd be like, chestnuts roasting on a... Like, he would just play the chestnut song. There'd be the kinetic sand in front of their face. Like, probably Jimmy Lee would show up. Jimmy Lee would show up and say something transphobic. Yes! Yes! That's what Ethan would do! That's literally what would happen. He would meme all over their faces. Like, but no, he didn't... He just cooked them instead. And they tried to cook back. They tried to come back. They tried to do, oh yeah, but do you know about this Teddy Fresh shit? Do you know about the Teddy Fresh thing? Yeah, this is like really unethical clothing. Like literally everything I'm wearing, you know, it's the same degree of unethical as literally like any clothes that, like, she's reaching, she's stretching, she's looking for something, right? She couldn't even look. If you want to roast fucking H3, I don't understand, chat, because like the obvious thing to me, like, if I ever got in a situation, like, heaven forbid, that I pissed off H3, which could happen. I've criticized H3 before. I've criticized Ethan Klein. It could happen. No, probably wouldn't happen. Probably would. I don't think they care about it. Like, they would care that much if I roasted them. They wouldn't notice. They would be like, is that I feel a little warmth from below somewhere in the content sphere. Somebody's roasting me. But I would have gone for the Gokanaru. Is that not obvious? Is that not obvious? Yeah. This is like the I bet Ethan was so tempted though, like phishing delivery text message that shows up on the day that you're expecting an Amazon video. I imagine after today, Mutahar will become Keffals' sleep paralysis demon, if not President Sunday. If not Sunday. I mean, I feel like Sunday makes a good, you know, sleep paralysis demon. President Satan. We have a heavy meal full of honey buns, anchovy toques. Toques? Anchovy toques. That would be an interesting strain right there. Anchovy toques. Fuller's walnut cake. Yeah, it would have been a mess. If Keffals had gone on, it would have been a mess. Shakespeare, I feel like I've eaten a heavy meal of honey buns. Like, I just ate some tofu and some rice and some, like, vegetables, but it feels very heavy. Kevin still That's a good question. Actually, I was watching Sunday stream yesterday, right? So like a lot of people have been over this. Chud Logic's been over this. Xylee's been over this. Of course, blow. I'm gonna get in trouble with Bo Blacks. Like, right, Bo Blacks is gonna be the one doing a bully NCC stream. But yeah, Bo Blacks, friend of the VOD.
Talk about the allegation.
Bo Blacks, that's right. Every time I play that clip, I gotta turn the volume way down, or else I'll fry your brains. I'll fry your speakers. Do they actually make teddies? Good question. It would be hypocritical of them not to. What's up, Moose and Firebird and everybody over on Twitch? But yeah, like I was saying, Keffals did not go on H3. Instead, she tried to expose H3. And look, like, it's been done. It's been done well. It's not hard to expose H3. In fact, probably the reason that it is so hard to do content that kicks off that's like critical of H3 is because of this video. Oh my god. Yeah, video vigilante. Now, this is like, I guess, not up anymore. Because this is from old YouTube. This is some old YouTube shit. My video was removed for harassment, so...
Welcome back.
This is what happens when you do a successful video on Ethan Klein. It gets removed for harassment. No, I mean, I think I know why it was actually removed. Right? Like I said, the Goku Naro video is from a different era of YouTube. And this is like the iDubbbz era. And I'm not talking about the current iDubbbz. I'm talking about the old iDubbbz who's like, you know how I call you Weasel Gang? Like iDubbbz version of that was like a combination of the N word and the F slur, right? That's what iDubbbz followers were. They were that, right? So it's a different era of things. You know, he would do videos like content cops, right, where he would expose people, and sometimes, a lot of times, people that needed to be exposed, people like Leafy and Keemstar and you know, just sussy bakas in general. Yeah, if that's not Hello Fellow Kids. Hello Fellow Kids from 2021, actually, right there. But the like, it was edgy. It was edgy. And it was edgy in a way that just is not like platform friendly. It's not advertiser friendly. It's not family friendly. And so Goku Naru's video on Ethan Klein started off with Goku Naru unaliving a person dressed up like Ethan Klein. They portrayed the final moments of Ethan after he was assassinated, right? And yeah, so I kind of understand. Like, it's not exactly a conspiracy that took down Goku Naru's video, but yeah, he you know, did a expose on Ethan Klein. A lot of people have done exposés on Ethan Klein. The whole thing is that, like, it's been done so much that the only way that you even get traction on anything like that is if you come at it from a whole new angle. If you find you got to find a whole new like chord progression, basically, right? You can't reuse what's already been done. What? Yeah, this man is like Ethan Klein's kryptonite. I gotta apologize to everybody not from the United States of America. That's what we call cheese. That's cheese. That's considered cheese. I know it's not cheese. It's probably plastic, but that's what passes for cheese in the United States of Goku Naru.
I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. So what we came across that day in the woods was obviously unplanned.
Oh no, we cannot relive that. We cannot relive that. Look, he's got the same mic as me.
Last year was retroactively targeted and taken down. I did not receive a strike on my channel.
Oh, interesting.
But it was the biggest video on my channel, and so yeah, it kind of sucks. Now when people go to my channel, the most viewed video is...
So yeah, like, I mean, you'd think that this guy is pretty big. You'd think he's pretty influential, right? Obviously, he did the absolute annihilation of Sneeko. I'm looking at it right now at 1.1 million views, right? He's had some really big videos, but look at this, 201,000 subscribers. Way, like, Goku Naru's like a like a flyweight or a bantamweight that fights like not heavyweights, but like, yeah, heavyweights. Yeah, he's like a little dude that fights big dudes. That's what Goku Naru is. But yeah, never really popped off in the sub count.
A Halo video from 2013 or something. Now, my video was far from the most significant. Obviously, most notably, iDubbbz content cop on Leafy, fucking true tragedy that got taken down, as well as Psychic Pebbles video where he mocked the Fine Brothers basically satirically through his animation style. as far as we're aware, those are the only 3 within at least our circle, like the commentary scene, that have been targeted and taken down for this specific policy update. And yeah, it's just very weird.
So the policy we're talking about is simulated violence against another YouTube partner, right? So if I did a video where I had a punching bag and I like wrote somebody's name or put somebody's picture on it and I punched it, right? I could probably get taken down for that as well. That's the policy that his video violated.
Weird, very, very weird that out of kind of what felt like nowhere, you just wake up and the video's just gone, and the rules are changed. You know, the rules are one way one day and then another way the next. It's a bit strange. Now, to me, this change is just kind of annoying because obviously
I mean, it sucks for him, obviously, because that was his biggest video. But hey, at least he didn't get a content strike, because that would have really sucked, right? And YouTube doesn't, like, they're all over the place. Just like Chad is all over the place. No, I'm all over the place. Mutahar has become the Keffals sleep paralysis demon. Oh, look, we got a little cross chat chatter. Look. It's Twitch talking to YouTube. Wow. I wonder if that'll be allowed in the future. Back when Ethan used to collab with iDubbbz. Yeah. Well, yeah, Ethan brought on iDubbbz and, like, couldn't stop saying the N-word, F-word thing. My advice for summer wear is to never wear tweed coats or flannel trousers. Oh my god. Like, I don't wear any trousers at all. Chat, like, what do you think I'm wearing pants underneath here? Why would I wear pants? Clearly. It's one of those days where you gotta go pants free. Wait, what contains cheese? Oh no. If you need a magic button to pause the stream when H3... Oh yes, I do! I need the button! I feel like stuff can go wrong on my stream. I've never gotten banned. Oh my god, knock on freaking wood saying that, right? Because people have come for me, right? Aristocracy, Lauren Southern's editor, Lauren Southern's crew. I'm trying to think of who else actually tried to take me down. Oh yeah, that's right, Vaush's crew. Least I forget. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, it was the Pearl debate. Oh, Ethan versus Pearl. Yeah, he did a good job against Pearl. It does kind of suck that Ethan, anytime you try to talk to him about Palestine, the best you get is like, well, you know, mistakes were made on both sides. His debate content was fine until 10:07. Yup. That's what happened. That's what happened to our dude Ethan. But yeah, so Keffals goes up against Ethan Klein, gets absolutely wrecked, gets absolutely destroyed, and makes a mess above all else, right? Because here's the deal with Vaush, right? What did Vaush do? He did a response, a messy response. He disappeared for a week, and then he came back with basically damage control. What? I can't even remember what that video was called. Let's like relive this, right? Because it's relevant again. Vaush response. Is that what it was? The context video. That's right. The context video. The context video. And the context video got roasted too. Every time Vaush was making content on this, Ethan was eating it up. And he left no crumbs, right? Every time Keffals made content on it, Ethan was eating it up. And like, you know, Tipster got... Why? Yeah, so Keffals and Tipster, it's just like a big target. No, God, that sounds like I'm being fat phobic. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to do that. Look, this is different. This is a different kind of commentary channel that you're watching right now. I'm not Bo Blacks. I'm not Chud Logic. I'm not any of those people, right? I am not having a go at Tipster for anything other than his terrible takes on Loli, right? And defending fucked up people, right? That's the original sin of Tipster, not anything else. Sorry. I just mean that, like, Tipster is easy to do content on. Tipster is like, it's like he's basted in his own sauce. It's like he's marinating in that sauce of just like, he's not that famous, but he's so ridiculous that anytime you cover him, it makes for good content, because you're just like, what the fuck? What's up? Oh my God, Ethan, turning around to sneeze. Okay, so yeah. So Keffals too, right? Keffals is another example of this. So what they do is basically they take the vaush thing, and they make it worse. They somehow make it worse for vaush, right? And make it worse for themselves too. And Keffal turns around, throws vaush under the bus. Basically says this is vaush's fault. I mean, it is, but also you didn't have to defend him. You didn't have to get yourself involved. And like, honestly, I'm the only one that notices that you're both on the same network, because that network is what tried to take my channel down. So I very much notice when things happen on the White Leaf network, given how hostile they've been to us over here. But nobody else would notice it. Nobody would notice. Nobody, like, you would not have gotten wrapped up in the vaush thing if you hadn't tried to defend the indefensible. And it should have been obvious that it's indefensible. When the second that he said, I thought it was a short stack goblin, there should have been some recognition that there's no defending this guy. There is no, even Sunday, even President fucking Sunday recognized that. And he was way nice to vaush before. He was way too easy on vaush. God, like, everybody did videos on this. Wait, can I even find my video? Oh my God. Oh my God. Not so erudite. Telling vaush about the optics that he should have used. There, wait, no, that's my video now. We're watching some Streamception right there. Wait, I'm trying to find, oh God, I used to be higher in the search. Chat, I got to do more vaush content. Like, my status as a vaush expert is sort of threatened. So yeah. So Keffals got involved in that, and look, that blew her name up. What we had essentially. No, why does it trump diaper? What we had was like oh no, she's trending. How the fuck? Oh God, because of, yeah, I should know this. Okay, so I guess this is what we got to look at first and foremost. God, I'm praying that this does not get me in trouble. Destiny, Hassan, Keffals, right? This is maybe the last time Keffals will trend. Keffals is a bad person, and we all know, we have been knowing this. Personally, we have been knowing this. Hated her for a long time, but none of us should sit there and pretend Mutahar isn't transphobic after using this kind of caricature. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about this. This is the picture of Keffals. Now, does anybody recognize this artist? Right? The artist that did this picture. Because this is somebody that you've probably seen different videos about. Oh my God, what am I looking for? Oh, what am I getting at? Oh no, oh no. Okay. No, I'm not trying to watch Bobby. Get out of here, Bobby. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm looking for Willie Mack. There we go. Okay, so wait, is Willie Mack the one that uses? Am I wrong about this? I thought Willie Mack used just a worm. Yeah, these are just a worm. Look at this, okay. I'll try to find, yeah, right there. Okay, so, oh my God, you can't see it, because, oh, okay. Popular, maybe. Okay, you see that right down there? Vaush is unironically evil and should quit. You should see a picture of Vaush. You should see a picture of Tipster. Let me make this bigger. Oh my god. This is so pissing me off. You never heard of Just a Worm? Just a Worm is an artist, and they do this style of drawing. So I legitimately have a question. Here, let me show you Hassan in the Just a Worm style. Here, also, I should switch to this. No. No. Okay, so you see this, Hassan? Like, that's how he draws Hassan. Up here is how he draws Vaush. There's another Hassan. Like, this is an artist named Just a Worm, and he draws people kind of fucked up, right? Kind of like, it's like a Ralph Steadman sort of thing, right? So if I commissioned art, chat, from Ralph Steadman, does anybody know who I'm talking about? Vaush gets by being cut off from the rest of the world and his insane cult of personality. Oh yeah, in his insane cult of personality. Yeah. Mutahar non-video games or tech ethics takes are bad, really bad. Like Junji Ito without the horror. Yeah, Hunter S. Thompson's, yep, that's right. So chat knows who I'm talking about with Ralph Steadman. So if I commissioned a drawing of myself as by Ralph Steadman, I'm assuming he's still alive. Hunter S. Thompson is not still alive, but Ralph Steadman I think is, right? And I got it back and I was like, you made me look ugly. What the fuck? Do you hate me? You'd think I was silly, right? If I commissioned art from Ralph Steadman and I expected him to make me look beautiful, I would be kind of silly. So like on one hand, I do have I don't want to jump to the assumption that this is transphobia. However, yeah, is transphobia really freaking common? Sure. Can somebody even be transphobic without realizing it? Yeah, they can do that too. So I don't know. I'm kind of gonna throw it to you, chat, and ask you what you think about the thumbnail in question. Because that's the caricature of Keffals. So in other words, you're not gonna get a picture of anyone by Just a Worm that is not ugly, right? You're not gonna get Just a Worm does not draw good pictures of anyone. But the question is this picture playing on, I don't know, transphobic tropes in some way? Like, if you've noticed in my thumbnails, I don't do the thing where I try to make... I don't think I've ever done the thing where I try to make people look bad or look ugly or try to use their, you know, their looks to have a go at them, right? I am, you know, particularly, you know, careful depicting, you know, people who have any kind of marginalized identity in a way that reinforces those tropes, right? What do we think about this? Keffals is no more. Reluctant cult leaders unite. A big fan of Hunter S. Thompson. Gonna get a Gonzo sword tatted on my back. Nice. That sounds like a serious tattoo, Sisyphean. Ralph is alive. Oh, good. Oh, good. But yeah, that's the controversy. That's the thumbnail, and it's a bit controversial. If we go back here to the Keffals, Yeah, wow, she's like legit trending. So somehow I keep on thinking that like she has shrank to the point where even if she gets in shit, she's not gonna trend. But I'm wrong. It's talking about the Keffals GoFundMe situation. Yeah, Mutahar talks about that, so we'll get into that in a second. What is this one? In light of the Keffals drama. Oh, this is a good thing to think about, right? Right? So cuz like the thing that happens when somebody is like a bad person, and I think that's pretty clear. I mean, we'll get into like all the reasons that Keffals is a bad person. I've had to deal with her personally, so I kind of know from personal experience that she's a bad person. She's a dishonest person. She is a opportunistic person. Yeah, she's got a lot of character flaws. She's, in fact, you could even say Keffals is one walking character flaw. So, but people tend to just like heap all the garbage that, like I said before about Tipster, right? People make fun of Tipster's weight. That's like, it's like there's legitimate things to go after Tipster for, right? I don't know why people want to, you know, go after him for something like that, right? But yeah, it's like you misgendering famous trans person who did a bad thing, and then it's like they reflected off of them into a trans person you care about. Now knows your support is conditional upon you liking them. Oh, upon them liking you, right? I think. Oh, yeah, wait, no, that's right. Knows your support is conditional upon you liking them individually. You know, and this is a stray. We call this a stray in the business of commentary. This is called a stray, right? You're going after Keffals, and yeah, Keffals is a bad person, but because of the ammo in your gun, which in this case is like misgendering or transphobia or whatever, right? You end up with somebody that you weren't aiming at catching a stray. And I don't know why people don't realize this. Keffals herself did this, right? When she'd make fun of you know, people's hairlines and stuff, and she'd have a lot of, you know, trans people in her community be like, hey, could you maybe not? Could you maybe, Keffals, could you maybe not? Could you think about, like, in particular, like Keffals, like who her audience was, right? Are people that were going to catch, you know, strays from her going after, you know, Tim Pool or whoever, as far as like baldness, right? Demon Mama popped up. Oh my god, is this finally Demon Mama opining on Keffals? Wow. I don't know. What a sad, disappointed, infuriating juncture we find ourselves at. All I want to say about this subject at the moment is that Starvoxia, so that's this person, is very thorough and honest. Her thread on Keffals is leagues ahead of the rest of the current dialogue. We'll discuss on stream soon. Oh my god, chat! Whiteleaf is falling the fuck apart. And I could have called this. I think I did call this. I could show you my video. The last time I talked about Demon Mama in a video, I mentioned her relationship with Keffals and that I didn't think that it was very durable, I think, right? That in a lot of ways, Keffals was serving a lot of the same functions in the Whiteleaf network that Demon Mama had served, and she was streaming more often. She was getting more numbers. She had essentially just like eclipsed Keffals. And I was like, I don't think that these two are going to stay friends for very long. I mean, we had a lot of drama where Demon Mama could have weighed in the Xander Hall thing. Honestly, if she'd weighed in on the Xander Hall thing, because of how ridiculous Xander Hall was in that, right? Like even I, like knowing this kind of scumbag that Keffals is, knowing the kind of snake that Keffals is, I had to just like, Xander Hall did not do himself any favors. Let's just say that, right? But Demon Mama, close friend of Xander Hall, Keffals attacks and kind of like destroys Xander Hall. Demon Mama does not say shit. Demon Mama during the Vaush thing, I think maybe even started to defend Vaush and then thought better of it. She did not die on the same lowly hill with Tipster and Keffals, but here she is, maybe signaling that she's gonna finally say something about. She can finally get this. she can finally get this off her chest, right? Because I don't think she, I think that I've noticed some fractures between like their two communities for a lot, and which is really ironic, chat, because a lot of Keffals community, right? In fact, a lot of Keffals, like the people that would serve as mod, the people that would do stuff in her community, the people that made her community a community were like Demon Mama fans, right? Okay, so this is Star Voxius thread. Below, I will prove Keffals misled donors and spent 100K dishonesty. Her legal case with the Human Rights Tribunal in Ontario is dead, and Keffals has been lying about the status to avoid questions related to the money. Mutahar covers this extensively. I've been investigating Keffals' GoFundMe for a long time now. Yeah, I don't know that much about Starvoxia. I really don't. Looks like I don't follow. Wait, I don't follow them, and they don't follow me. So we're not. Anyway, I can share what I found. TLDR: the above screenshot is real, and legal case of the GoFundMe is supposedly going. The legal case that the GoFundMe is supposedly going toward is not happening. Strap in, not strap on. I don't know why I thought of strap-ons, chat. I always think of strap-ons, but anyway, strap in. This is a doozy. First, what exactly did she spend the GoFundMe on? According to GoFundMe description, oh, did she say she would? So the GoFundMe description, 20K for recouping losses, moving to a safe location, remaining 80K for a legal fund. It's important to take this at face value, since it's what she's saying directly. So this is the GoFundMe itself. Original moving goal was met, but the hotel I was staying in while looking for a new place live was doxxed. Now in hiding, keeping the GoFundMe up, but the donations go directly to the legal fund. Will be used to seek justice. And then this one. If the goal is met, I will raise enough to recoup my losses. Okay, same thing. On Twitter, Keffals has been less clear about how the money is allocated. Okay, so this, maybe we'll come back to this thread. Here, I'll keep this open. I'll keep this thread open. Oh, chat, and good news, I guess. Maybe good news. James Somerton not dead, it turns out. James Somerton has been being a weirdo on an alt, apparently. So, good to know that, let's see, get back to that Keffals thread. We'll come back to the Starvoxia thing, because I think it might shine some light on that part of the Mutahar video. So yeah, I don't know if I can find it, because Keffals might have even gone, like, I'm not seeing any. Is this the real one? This is the real one. Okay, we'll take a look at the Keffals Twitter. What's up, Nabil? Good to see you as always. Hope you're doing well. And hearts back at you. Okay, so here she is. I understand that people have criticisms of me. I don't think I'm above being critiqued. That said, was it really necessary to use a transphobic caricature of me in the thumbnail while not including my pronouns in the video announcement? So essentially what this thread is saying is that... Wait, what? Oh, okay. So she's saying that she was misgendered in Mutahar's video description, and like I do see a lot of I do hear a this is like a weird thing. This is like a weird thing, right? So they them pronouns, right, are appropriate for people who use they them pronouns. If somebody wants you to call them they them, then you know that makes sense, right? Or you know, if they have multiple pronouns that they like use, then that makes sense, right? it also gets used in a place, right? Even without, regarding like trans people in any way, right? Say that you're going to the doctor and you've never seen this doctor before. All you have is their last name. You're supposed to see Dr. So-and-so, right? And you don't know if you don't know, like, what their pronouns are. So you would say they. I'm going to go see them. I'm going to go see the doctor. You use they, them when you don't know. But there's a weird little thing that happens, right, with especially people like Chud Logic, right? People who claim to not be transphobic, but just go for any kind of transphobic bait that comes in front of them, have a largely transphobic community that they are catering to, where, and especially when they're aware that maybe misgendering might cost them their platform, might, get them in trouble, they'll use like they, them pronouns for a trans person that either goes by she, her, or he, him. I call it the tactical they. And it's kind of like a way of like subtly undermining somebody's gender identity in a way that you can't get in trouble for. So this does happen. But yeah, apparently the they, them is not a pronoun that, when is this? 4, 3. Oh, wait, I think that my pronouns are she, her, or they, them, but I will never put my pronouns in bio because I refuse to give conservatives the ability to just say pronouns in bio. What the fuck is that? That's supposed to be strong, right? I'm not one of those pronouns in bio people. I'm not like, some kind of fragile snowflake, but you kind of are. You kind of are, right? When you like, you refuse to do something that demonstrably helps maybe even if you don't particularly need your pronouns in bio, it helps to normalize that. It helps like, like other trans people, right? And look, I'm not saying that like, everybody has to put their pronouns in bio or else they're transphobic, but it's just weird that you're seeing a refusal to use that. I think this person's wrong though. I think this person's wrong because so they're saying that these are not the incorrect pronouns for Keffals, but I think Keffals updated this. I'm pretty sure Keffals only goes by she, her. They, them for multiple people is fine. Tactical they is degendering. Yeah, that's essentially what's going on. Thanks for letting me know. Mutahar has always rubbed me the wrong way. Yeah, we're going to try to go through this with a little bit of nuance, right? And I'm not saying nuance in that I think that Keffals, like, is... Will I be your mom for the duration of Mother's Day? I don't see why not. I don't know. This is kind of a complicated issue to parse, and I'm not somebody that, like, gets angry at somebody for making a mistake, or for if they, like, legitimately are in a moment where they can't, like, call the person's pronouns to mind, and they default to they, them. Like, I don't have a problem with that. It's more of an issue, like, when you know somebody. Like, chat, I knew Dylan, right? I'd talked to Dylan. I'd given him my pronouns multiple times. I thought we were, like, on a... Not friends, but we were, like, co-workers, right? I'd been on his panel show. He'd been on mine. I'd never had a problem. He'd never called me anything other than she, her. And then when he gets mad at me, he starts using they, them. That's a little weird. That's a little sus, right? It's that kind of thing. And again, it's a little bit mushy. It's a little bit gray. I don't want to, put too fine a point on it because I know that obviously people can be mistaken.
But now there are freaking communists.
Freaking communist invading radicals, welcome to my chat. Thank you for joining our swiftly growing community. Okay, so this person says, not remotely a fan of Keffals. She dug her hole ages ago with some shitty behavior. That being said, it's utterly vile to draw a trans woman as an ugly caricature for your YouTube thumbnail. Yeah, like I said, I would never even come close to, cis or trans. Like, I would never... I don't think I would use just a worm for my for if I could get just the worm. I don't think I would I just wouldn't. I don't use my thumbnails to go after people. I don't use my thumbnails to portray people like in a as like ugly or whatever, but It's literally how alt-righters try and dehumanize people. I am just like on the fence as far as like whether this is like just a worm drawing people in the way that they always do, or whether there's certain of Keffals' features that are exaggerated in order to play to like, you know, transphobic tropes. I'm definitely like not comfortable with the thumbnail. I just like, you know, the question is like, is this malice on Mutahar's part? Is this malice on Just a Worm's part? I'm not sure. If artist style is part of why Keffals is depicted like that, it's still insanely disgusting to do. Yeah, this is good. Look, if I was advising Mutahar, I'd be like, don't use that. Don't fucking do that. Jesus fucking Christ, read the room, that's practically the same Wojak shit trans women get spammed with by bigots. Keffals annoying as hell and genuinely dislike her as a person, but this thumbnail is not okay, dude. Okay, so many people are saying this. Turkey Tom in here. Keffals has blocked me for posting this, but I will not be denied my Twitter engagement, so here we go. Wait, what is the point of this? You got blocked by Keffals? Like, is that... Like, I was blocked by Keffals for a long time. Until she realized that she couldn't see what I was posting when she blocked me. And then she unblocked me and challenged me to a debate. And Keffals, if you still want that debate, it's open for you, okay? All you gotta do is apologize to Zara and admit that you lied about her. And in general, just stop lying about people, right? That's like 90% of my problem with Keffals is the lies and the damn lies. So there's a lot of people saying this. I do not like Keffals at all whatsoever. Everything, but after everything that has transpired, really, really fucked up to randomly use some artist's depiction of someone as extremely ugly. The one time you talk about someone who's trans. There we go. Okay, so here's more investigation. So I showed you Willie Mac because I know that Willie Mac uses the same artist sometimes. Let's take a look at some ordinary gamers. This is Mutahar's channel if you don't know. There's the thumbnail in question. So they're claiming that the one time...
Hello guys and gals.
The one time that Mutahar talks about a trans person, that's when that kind of thumbnail is used, and that there's just not a thing that Mutahar's ever done before. And indeed, now he puts out a lot of videos, right? So only like a month back here. Yeah, we definitely don't have any other uses of Just a Worm. The only thing that I could imagine that he'd say is that he used the Just a Worm picture because Willie Mac had used it. Yeah, there's... Oh, what is he doing? What is that? What is that? Why are we looking at his butt? Is he sticking out his gap for the Rizzler? I don't know, Chad. I don't know. Anyway, this is... Yeah, in fact, I don't see any thumbnails that are... Most of his thumbnails focus on him. I mean, there's a Jake Paul, you know, like, the times that he does have somebody else on the thumbnail, it doesn't... I mean, this person's showing a lot of gum, but I don't know. Is that, like, trying to make him look... Oh, you can't see that? It's, like, out of frame! It's always the picture that I want to show you that's, like, that's on the right side and it's out of frame. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody being shown in a Mutahar thumbnail in a way that like makes them look... I mean, you could say that Sam Bankman-Fried, maybe? A little bit? That's not like the best picture of SBF. He's definitely calling him a scumbag here. So, you know, Mr. Beast lied about hide and seek. Kind of a, you know, Mr. Beast maybe looks, this one of the more dishonest looking pictures Mr. Beast has taken. Sniper Wolf looking slightly disgusted. I don't know. Yeah, there's no, the person's right. I don't think there has been. I don't think that Mutahar's ever done this to anyone before, right? So there's the Keffals post again. Even the most self-proclaimed tolerant. Okay, so let's talk about Mutahar for a second, okay? So Mutahar's an interesting case because he's definitely got, like, you know, transphobic people in his audience. Now, Chad, I'm willing to admit that you could have transphobic people in your audience without being transphobic yourself. Like, it could just be like a demographic thing that the people that watch the videos that you make tend to maybe also be transphobic. I mean, in any large audience, Mutahar's got a large following, you're going to find some transphobes. But Mutahar is kind of got this apolitical sheen on him at the moment. That may be changing. That may be changing. This might be the watershed moment. I'm not sure, chat. I'm not sure. But, you know, he's kind of just like not super political, doesn't really talk about politics, you know, tends to like both sides things, tends to ride the fence, right? And it is sort of like accepted as being like an okay person for that sort of transphobic, you know, for like the right wingers feel okay following Mutahar, and left of center people feel okay following Mutahar. That's what I'm trying to say for the moment, right? That's how that's how it is, right? What the fuck? How is that? Some of these posts, I'm like, how are you? Like, even Elon's Twitter will ban you for some of this shit. Say whatever you want about Keffals, but she never tweeted anything approximating this. Oh, I see. This person's saying Keffals seems like a real bully in the Mutahar thread, and this person's quote retweeting them saying that, like, yeah, so that they found Meme Bastard responding to a New York Post article about a glamorous 45-year-old heiress who is charged with having SEGGS with a 14-year-old boy 4 times in one day. Oh my god, why did I have to read that? And then their response is, here's the 14-year-old, and it's Giga Chad. So like they're saying that's one cool 14-year-old, right? Which is weird because, like, you know, we're talking about somebody abusing a minor here. And if the roles were reversed and we were talking about a 40-year-old heir, a 40-year-old socialite dude, and it was a 14-year-old girl, I think the reaction would be very different. And yet, you know, this kind of predation, you know, can affect, you know, guys just as negatively as it does girls. Remember when black trans women on here called this about Keffals like damn near 2 years ago, and were just labeled jealous and evil trans misogynists, and were harassed and dogpiled by big white yeah, and even fruit jacketed, right? That was what I remember. It's like when people would comment on you know, racist things that Keffals had done, sometimes the response would be you are a fruit farmer, you are a kiwi fan. And with just no proof, just like, oh yeah, well, you're against Keffals and the farms are against Keffals, so you must be with them. Big white trans girl accounts, as well as blocked by people like Aaron in the Morn. Okay, well, there we go. If anyone ever finds out how I spent my GoFundMe money, I am definitely getting canceled, lol. That is, you know, prophetic, Keffals. So Keffals responding to J.K. Rowling. So many people in the replies. So we're talking about the replies to Mutahar's thread here, saying that Keffals is a man. Yeah, chat. I'm not going to click on the Mutahar thread for that reason, right? There's probably stuff on that thread, because in addition to being, like I said, a legitimately bad person, Keffals is also kind of a magnet for legit transphobia. What the fuck, Chris? What is this? Oh no. This artwork became real when Tipster eventually tries to combat Muda's. Oh no, it will become real when. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh my god, chat! Oh my god! What is this? Oh my god! So now, chat. I get to what the fuck? Absolutely, sort of. What is this? I don't understand. I don't understand. So this is the Mutahar thread. Like I said, I'm not going to click on this and show you the replies because I think that's where the transphobia is legit hiding out. Not that it's hiding, it's all over the internet. It's all over Twitter today, as it always is. Uploaded a new video regarding a serious fraud of an activist known as Keffals. Over an hour of destructing her various lies and examining her terrible lies will prove to you why she is danger to people. What the fuck? What the fuck? Mutahar, look, you're not even agreeing. Like, we're interchanging she and they. Look, like I said, I don't think that like this is always indicative of like transphobia. Oh no, don't show the thread. I don't want to show the thread. But like, wait, like, let me read this again. I don't know if it was like was this super late at night when he posted this? Terrible lies will prove to you why she is a danger to the people they represent. Same sentence, two different pronouns. Did he see the old post where she's like, I use she, her, and they, them, and like think that was still applicable? I mean, so this is another thing, right? Keffals apparently does not have pronouns in bio, right? And so it makes this kind of thing a little bit more murky as far as somebody being able to claim plausible deniability and say, like, I didn't know, you know, like the only thing that I could check on, you know, when I typed in Keffals and pronouns, I found this old tweet where you said she, her, and they, them. So I was trying to use both of those to respect your pronouns. Yeah, just another reason that pronouns in bio. And like, honestly, if you're so afraid of right-wingers, how they will judge you, them saying pronouns in bio to you, is that really a threat? Is that something you can't take? You need to like, oh yeah, I would put my pronouns in bio, but a right-winger might say something. Who fucking cares? Who cares? Who cares? Oh my god, I was trying to, oh wait, we got her open here. No. No. I'm just trying to find, okay, there we go. Yeah, there's no pronouns in bio. There's no pronouns in bio. That makes this a little bit more. Anyway, chat. So like I said, we probably have to do, no, not at Keffals. What am I doing? I don't want to talk to her. I don't want to have a conversation unless it's a conversation where Keffals is going to apologize to Zara. I don't want to have a conversation. Right? She lied about my friend. The only conversation I'm interested in with Keffals is a conversation where she sets things straight and says, "Sorry for lying. I'm a lying liar, and I'm very sorry for lying." I made some pizza to enjoy on stream. Wait, what is Omami Pepsi? What is Omami Pepsi, Shakespeare? I'm gonna check in with chat before I write this this blast off thread, and then we're gonna start the short stream after that. So people who like to see me in vertical will be very happy. Keffals is a borderline not like, you don't mean like literally masochist. You're talking about like in the sense that she likes to have shit talked about her. Yeah, she does seem to kind of like that. Mutahar objectively said some pretty transphobic shit in the video, so we'll get into that in just a second. That's coming up, chat. As well as our premium streaming after we get done. Oh my god, are we an hour into stream? We're an hour and 42 minutes into stream. We're an hour and 42. I'm taking way too much time on this, chat. We're supposed to try to get the premium streamium done today too. I DM'd you some examples of Keffals using Oh, are you serious, Sarah? Sarah, you're good. You are good. See, every time I'm trying to be fair. And despite the fact that Keffals is on the record saying she hates me, I don't know why. I don't know what I did that like for her to hate me, but she hates me apparently. I'm trying not to be biased. I want to give you the facts as straight as I can give them to you. Every time I hear about this Just a Worm person, it reminds me of a They Might Be Giant song called Dr. Worm. Dr. Worm is it's not a real doctor, but he is a real worm, an actual worm. And he plays the drums. And he would like to have you listen to him play the drums so you could give him some constructive feedback. He's open to criticism. You know, he's just starting out on the drums and, would just like some feedback. So, yeah. And he just hopes that someday somebody other than himself will call him by a stage name. That's Dr. Worm. Anyway, let's take a look at what Zara's got for me here. I was just informed that Keffals is now using my sweaty vaush art in Keffals thumbnails. This shows that it is truly over between vaush and Keffals. The art was commissioned by known vaush detractor Willie Mac Show. And you are seeing, okay, realpolitik of the highest order. Realpolitik, sorry, I know how to pronounce things. Yeah, I don't know. This is a Keffals stream. Jenny Nicholson ends Vaush's career. Half of her stuff is just ridiculous clickbait and it has nothing to do. But yeah, so she is using Vaush. Wait, date February 23. Can we confirm that this is after Keffals turned on Vaush? But yeah, that's just a worm. I feel like I could write better. Like here I am criticizing like Mutahar's writing. Keffals is gonna love this. I'm sure. It's funny, writing banger tweets seems to be like a skill issue. And it's like if you don't tweet, then you forget how to do them. But if you do tweet, then you know what a banger feels like. I know what a banger feels like. There's the thread for you to not brigade, but maybe care for. To be the caretakers of the thread. Let me give it to you over on YouTube as well. There we go. So we're blasting off. A lot of valid shit Mutahar brought, but a lot of it was in bad taste. Yeah. Oh, Morbius, thank you for the gift sub to Afroponics. Afroponics just got the weasels. There's a rumor that Keffals used Just a Worm's Destiny art on the thumbnails for her now deleted videos. Ooh, Sarah's working to confirm whether that's real. Doesn't Jenny Nicholson only drop a video like once a year? I think you're right, Afroponics. I think you're right. He should just switch out the photo. Plenty of unflattering real pics could be... That's true. That's true. Yeah, right, Schmegley? That's the... Wait, is my... I think Vaush will end Vaush's career, but whatever. I mean, it is like already at the beginning of the you're taking away her subs? Wait, she's deleted it. Wait, are you talking about I don't think I'm taking away any subs. Anybody's sub. Mutahar is always Mutahar was always like that. I used to watch him. Wait, Raiders. Did I miss a raid that happened? I don't see Raiders. I don't see Raiders. Do we have Raiders in Twitch chat? Did you mean to be stream? Thank you! God, thank you! Oh my god. resonate. That is a great and important thing to bring up in chat. We are officially a Fallout New Vegas stream until I change it to make us a just chatting stream instead. Wait, there's a just chatting what? Are there like new categories? Can you did Twitch make it so that like there's infinite categories? I love New Vegas. I do too, and I'm getting pretty far in it. But thanks for letting me know that I had that messed up. So yeah, we got the thread right here. If you want to give some love to that thread, I'll actually check and see. Oh my god, chat, it's too hot to think. I gotta get into this React so that I can turn my brain somewhat off. Wait, I guess I'll just put it in here. Okay, there we go. So now we've got the Twitter thread pinned on both. We're just trying to maximize the size of the stream, the size and the scope, and maybe even the girth. You know, we're stream maxing, right? Help me stream max by giving that thread some love, and you'll also pop up on stream. Right here. That's where you'll pop up. Oh wait, do you mean I'm taking away Keffals subs? I don't know how I would feel about that. That's a good question, right? I gotta sit down. It is fucking hot today, chat. I hope I'm not giving away my location by talking about how hot it is. You now know that I come from the hot part of the country. She deleted it or made it members only or unlisted it. It's still in the Google cache of her deleted Blue Sky post. Nice. Wow. Wait, did you find it, Sarah? Do I need to look in, But yeah, we're just blasting off here with this post. I've linked it, I've pinned it, and I'm just waiting for I'm just waiting to see how many likes and or weasels that we can get on this thread before we get started for real. And before the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in just 5 minutes. 5 minutes on Twitch. That's the ad break that comes every hour at the top of the hour and lasts for 3 minutes. Doesn't sound like a long time? Well, try sitting through one of those ad breaks, right? And tell me how long you think 3 minutes is. You'll have a whole new perspective. Or you could skip that. You could skip that existential angst by using a Twitch Prime to get yourself a free sub. That still gets you a free sub. I think I get paid slightly less than I used to, but I still really value the Twitch Prime subs because you only have one to give. So when you park it with me, I know that you really care and it means a lot to me, right? So you could also get a sub. You can also get yourself out of the ad break, and you can also get yourself weasels. Not only weasels, but wiggling weasels. That's what we have on Twitch, right? That's the special bonus on Twitch. You can get the wiggling weasels. For $5 or possibly for free if you're lucky enough to be gifted a sub, which can happen, which does happen. Don't count on it, right? It's like a special treat that occasionally happens. It's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat, though. I will say that is just going to go through chat here while we wait for the thread to hopefully blast off. Hopefully some of you are still on Twitter. Or maybe I should get on Blue Sky at long last. Oh no. Maybe it's time for me to Blue Sky the fuck up. Jenny Nicholson makes some video content on Patreon as well. What is up, Morbius? Wait, I'm taking her subscribers? Like Keffal subscribers? Happy Mother's Day to everybody, by the way. Yeah, I mean, if there was a raid, I didn't see it. I've been lurk watching your Fallout playthrough. If you enjoy it, you suggest Fallout 4 next. People have said different things. Okay, so if you are part of the Keffals community, you're welcome here, right? If that's the question, right? Will I accept people? In fact, I feel like I've got some community that's, you know, was Keffals was kind of a different streamer. Like if you go back a year, 2 years, 3 years, right? Kind of a different person. We were actually friendly for a while. I didn't know much about her, and probably if I did, I might have felt differently, but it's unreasonably warm here in the Bay Area. The entire country is hot during the summer. Still working on it. Thank you, Zara. A lot of the parts of the country that are hot right now. Yeah, not every Connecticut, not so hot. Solar flare activity has increased temperatures worldwide above abnormally higher temperatures due to climate change. So we got summer, we got climate change, and we got the solar flares, and we got the aurora borealis. Principal Skinner would be proud. Okay, well, that was embarrassing. I just sat here and while the thread did not blast off. Okay, well, it's been a nice stream, chat. I will see you later. We'll talk about this when we talk about this, but apparently we just don't have enough interest right now. Not enough people interested in the Keffals stuff, as evidenced by the fact that the thread is just sitting there like a rock. Because we can sit here all day. No, we can't sit here all day. At some point, the stream will flip over to the premium. Oh my god, chat, how am I going to do the premium streamium? How am I going to do any of this? Wow. I should just quit. Chat, I'm too hot to yell at you. And it's Mother's Day. Seriously. Nobody loves me. Oh, sending loves? Thank you. Lindsay's green canvas says, apparently you could see the Northern Lights in North Carolina? Oh yeah, I think I heard somebody say like Alabama. You didn't see them? I wonder if it's the kind of thing where you have to be like away from a big city. At this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely in your kitchen? Yes. Yes. Yo! Okay, that's what I wanted to see. That's what I needed to see. Wait, are those even weasels? Yeah, they are. Wait, I didn't realize they jumped like that. I don't know how I thought weasels jumped, but it was not like that. Did they use their tail? Okay, no, is this a ferret or a weasel? Oh my god, either way. Oh no! Oh no! That's so relatable. This is like when I try to stream when it's too hot. This is how I feel right now. Moe, nope. You got, like, this is exactly my mood. Oh, thank you, Jules, for the 100 bits. The ad break is going on right now, so, like, those who don't have subs, those who don't have weasels, we salute you. Good luck getting through that ad break, right? For us, it's just 3 minutes. It's like no time at all. But for them, it feels like 3 hours. Being stuck. Being utterly stuck. Is there like one more thing I need to do here? I think there is before we start the stream. I'm just being a bitch, chat, because it's Mother's Day, so it's like I think my right to be a bitch. I think I have that right. Let's take a look in here, and I just got to make sure that I am disabling the right things and enabling the right things. Yeah, there we go. Auto stop. Morbius, thank you for the gifted membership to... I can't see who, but somebody, Morbius weaseled somebody. Mango Del Rio, you just got weaseled. You just got weasels. What's up, LT9K? So yeah, I feel like we've got everything. Wait, did I miss? Oh my god. Melanthio says, I'll help with a thread, but I deleted Twitter. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just being a princess. I'm just being a bitch. But at least I'm not Keffals, right? I'm not gonna like abscond with $100,000 and spend it on different stuff than I tell you, and I'll probably Melanthios, I don't know why I didn't see your super chat. What did normally that would, oh my god. So wait, some of the stream alerts are working, like right when Morbius donated the gift membership, that worked. But what didn't work was there was a super chat that I just totally like didn't see. And it also didn't make noise. Usually they make noise. Like they go like, Here, I'll do it for you. I'll manually give you your super chat alert. It should be like this. Melanthios, £10. I'd help with the thread, but I deleted Twitter and I don't want to succumb to using the site again. Sleepy face. I get addicted so easily. I mean, you're not missing much. I don't use Twitter. Like, right, this is the first post I've made in like a week. I don't know. I should really just get on Blue Sky. Right? I just keep on thinking that maybe Elon will like lose enough money to where he sells it and then it's awesome again. But I doubt that'll happen. I don't even know if Blue Sky will be awesome again. We got weasels and ferrets, I think. I think we got both. Drinking doesn't affect my performance, weasels. Yeah. Everyone hates heat, and we're doing everything we can to cook the planet. I wish we were doing everything we could to cool the planet, but I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother. They've completely given up on putting out a different foreign flag every day, so I've stopped caring. Oh, what? Twitter has? I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. Oi, that accent is an offense to Oibrovs? Am I offending the Oibrovs? I think that the Oibrovs... Well, I don't know. So the Oibrovs accent, you're usually hearing that from a masculine voice, if I'm correct. And so I'm not sure exactly what the feminine equivalent thereof could be, but there's many different accents in England. It's not just one accent. It's many, many accents. Just like there's not just one Southern accent, just like I don't have just one Southern accent. It depends on the night that you're there. I might be like, full hog, or I might not. Full hog, I guess, means something different than I use Twitter so much. I used to not use it so much, but I'm now addicted. Managed to stay off for several months. Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks. Wait, is that Alanis Morissette song? I'm on TikTok, but I don't dance. I'm on TikTok, but like, I honestly need your help. Hey, what's up, Cosmopolitics? Yeah, I saw you earlier. How are you doing? We're going over Keffals today, but if you would like to have a chat sometime, I mean, I know you talked to the Vanguard about what happened with, like, look, I've been hit by much bigger content creators. No one as large as Anna Kasparian, though. So I would love to hear what your experience was like in terms of the asymmetric social media warfare that was just visited upon you. You're hanging in there? Nice. Yeah, I hope you're not getting hate. I know that like there are definitely some Anna Kasparian stans. There's one particular account that like I would show you because I think you'd find it funny, like chat, but I would feel mean because this person is just so cringe. There's like this one account that's always like, great show, Anna. And like, it's just like, she's not going to pick you. I don't know what you're thinking, but Anna Kasparian is not going to pick you. Be back to streaming this week. Nice. Yeah, definitely. I'll touch base with you maybe on Twitter. That's the one thing that Twitter is good for, is talking to people about content. Anyway, chat, I have weaseled, I have ferreted, and I have most likely edged you long enough. That is probably all the likes that my thread is getting today on Twitter, because everybody apparently has quitted Twitter. They've quit. Just like this this ferret is quitting jumping onto the radiator. This is just like, never mind. I didn't need to make a thread anyway. We didn't need more people in chat anyway. What we need is to actually watch this video. on some ordinary gamers. Look, Mutahar's already done a new video. That's wild. References to mature elements and controversial topics. Nothing shown in this video is endorsed by us unless explicitly stated.
If anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today's video is one that required quite a fair bit of research, and it's one that I should have released a few weeks ago. It's a video that might be one of my most controversial videos, but one that required looking back years upon years of internet history to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web.
Okay, I don't know, is Keffals one of the most dangerous people on the web? Chat one in chat if you think Keffals is one of the most dangerous people on the web. I would say that she is on the dishonest side as far as content creators go. I would say that she doesn't have a lot of, like, she's not putting a lot of moral consideration into her actions as a content creator. I would say that she's an opportunist. I would say that she is dishonest. I mean, I have, you know, she does, like, you know, hurt people with the lies that she tells about them. But I don't know about dangerous. Dangerous seems like a little bit of a stretch. Now, here's my prediction, okay? I'm just going to make a prediction on the outside. I could be right. I could be wrong. I'm just making a prediction to have fun with it, right? Because if I'm wrong, it'll be fun. If I'm right, it'll be fun. But here's my prediction. I don't think that Mutahar is going to bat on this, okay? And here's why. This Keffals shit is complicated. It is hard to figure out. You know, some of the materials that would let you get a definitive answer on something are just not available. Right? And if you weren't there, it's kind of hard to reconstruct. I feel bad for somebody having to reconstruct the sordid and twisted tales of Keffals as a content creator. I think that even if I made a video, like, let's say that, like, somehow I got a bunch of Patreon money, like $100,000, and I took some time off to do a video on the truth about Keffals, like, right, there's a definitive video on Keffals. I would assume that I would either make some mistakes or I'd have to leave some gaps. There'd be some things where I just didn't know. I just did not know if, you know, if I got that right or not. So, you know, like, I think it's somewhat of a impossible task to get it all right. But I'm going to already predict that I think there's going to be a lot of things that Mutahar reconstructs inaccurately. And I'll try to let you know what those are.
An international transgender activist that some of you all may know as Keffals.
International transgender activist? Why is she... Claiming she's dangerous lets people go hard into bigotry? Yeah. She's an international transgender activist of mystery? What is this, a Austin Powers reference?
Come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web, an international transgender activist that some of you all may know as Keffals. Now, Keffals is not necessarily a popular activist. They're an online transgender activist but one that required looking back years upon years of internet history to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web, an international transgender activist that some of you all may know as Keffals. Now, Keffals is not necessarily a popular activist. They're an online transgender activist known for fighting against the controversial website Kiwi Farms. Her campaign saw mainstream attention after a highly publicized swatting, where she alleged mistreatment.
I'm legitimately thinking that Mutahar saw that tweet and thinks that Keffals goes by she, her, and they, them.
By the Canadian police.
And that, like I said, the fact that she refuses to put pronouns in bio, right, kind of from dealing with Keffals, I'm pretty sure that Keffals goes by she, her, but I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to look, chat. There is like a phenomenon of like degendering trans people in order to dehumanize trans people, but I'm not sure if this is what's going on or if it kind of sounds like a legitimate uncertainty on Mutahar's part, which given, you know, given Keffals, how much Keffals wants to show off that she's not a snowflake. She's not one of those pronouns and bios people, right? You know, it's kind of hard to part of her community until last year. I donated to the GoFundMe, but I couldn't get down with all the lies. Yeah, and like I said, she was we were on friendly terms until she started getting scummy, until she joined up with vaush and that community, which essentially, if you don't know, like, vaush is somebody who almost never had a career. Why did he almost never have a career? Well, because before he got big, he sexually harassed somebody on Destiny's server, and he was screenshot. This is documented. He admitted to it. And not in like a minor sort of way, in like a gross way, in like a obvious way, in a way that's just like, you're just like taking advantage of this person, and that obviously doesn't want to talk to you about sex, and like just kind of forcing the conversation that way. Like, you know, he's a gross asshole. All right, I don't know what else to say about vaush. So right, but he did have a career because his friends were so good at deflecting, at covering it up, at denying it, at doing whatever they had to do to get away from it, even changing his name. Yeah, he was known as Irish Laddie when he did the sexual harassment, and then he changed his name to vaush, which I don't think is a coincidence, right? And the people that run his operation, by which I mean the White Forest Network, are the same people that helped vaush get away with that. So, like I always say about vaush and Whiteleaf, the fish rots from the head down. Vaush is the head of the fish, and his network is likely, and does, and there's tons of examples of that, to attract other people that are looking for that kind of circular, you know, protection squad, people having each other's back, because it's advantageous for them to have each other's back, because if vaush has Keffals back, then Keffals will have vaush's back, and this is kind of how it works. There's a lot of different people in the vaush network, right? Many of those people that a given person will not like, but they can always count on having like one person that's not considered toxic to be able to go and vouch for them. They're all like, people think like, okay, I don't like vaush, I don't like Keffals, I don't like Xander Hall, but Demon Mama's okay. Or I don't like vaush, I don't like Keffals, I don't like Demon Mama, I don't like Xander Hall, but Shark 300 is okay.
But now there are freaking communists.
And that one person is able to kind of vouch for them and get people to be like, okay, well, if Shark's okay with them, then he must not be that bad. Like, you know, certainly Shark wouldn't be supporting somebody like that, but Shark's got his own scandal that Demon Mama and vaush, you know, help him cover up. So they all hide each other's skeletons in the closet. So, you know, it's kind of a bad sign when somebody signs up there, right? It's almost like a little bit of it's almost like a self-report being part of that network. Now, I can see on the other side why it's tempting, because like part of what comes with that is your own website, where your subs and your donations go directly towards you instead of getting sort of phantom taxed by YouTube or by Twitch or by whatever platform that you're on, right? That's the advantage. It makes it possible for smaller streamers to be like sustainable at like a much lower level of community size. So I don't entirely like say that everybody on that network is a corrupt fucking scumbag, but whether they realize it or not, they are enabling some corrupt fucking scumbags. And, you know, Keffals and vaush are, you know, two prominent names that come to mind. I was actually offered a site myself on that network, and I declined it, knowing that it was going to mean losing my independence, right? That the part of the deal is that you kind of can't call it as you see it anymore, or else you risk losing your website. And we've seen that there's actually something in this video that Mutahar exposes that Xanderhal had threatened to expose with Keffals. And when he made that threat, vaush's network, the White Leaf Network, let him know that he would lose his website were he to divulge these screenshots. And, you know, I kind of had an idea what they might be. And now we actually have the screenshots. I'm pretty sure that what we see in this video from an ex-editor of Xanderhal having a conversation with Keffals is the thing that Xanderhal was going to use as his nuke when he got in the conflict with Keffals. So, yeah, that was kind of when it hit me that she wasn't somebody I wanted to support anymore. And sure enough, you know, she did more and more scummy things. I saw her obviously like lying about more and more people, and
services.
The rest is history.
The online harassment escalated until she was forced to flee her home country to escape. With the media and an entire community backing her, she raised over $100,000 on GoFundMe to recoup her losses and pursue legal action against law enforcement.
Wait, ginger beef is unpleasant? What? Oh, ginger beer. Okay. Yeah, ginger beer. I don't know. Ginger beef, I don't know. I don't eat beef, but ginger is good.
This is the story the public heard all the way up in 2022. Turns out her entire career and almost everything she said is a lie. Join me as I take you down a journey that involves SWAT teams, misgendering, do-it-yourself hormones, catboys, and a scam many have tried to expose, yet for some reason almost no one is talking about. Before we get into the real meat and potatoes, I should probably explain a bit more about who Keffals is. Her name is Clara Sorrenti, first rose to prominence in a community of another left-wing political streamer named vaush.
Okay, so this is wrong. This is wrong. And it's just, I don't think it's a lie. I think it's just, you know, like I said, it was going to be hard to get this completely right. She was friends with vaush when she got big, but she didn't get big from she didn't sign up for a White Leaf website until a little bit later, right? It's not Demon Mama. You can somewhat attribute her you know, rise to prominence to vaush, right? Somewhat, because not entirely, right? She did have a big debate with Destiny. That had a lot to do with her getting noticed, but she wouldn't have survived the conflict with Destiny had it not been for the protection of vaush. So, like I said, sometimes I almost understand people, you know, joining his network, but
garnering a following,
it always comes at a price.
By posting memes on Twitter. With this notoriety, she began streaming video games on Twitch in March of 2020. Her focus shifted to politics later that year after...
Okay, so March of 2020, I don't think she was connected to vaush. Anyway, this is just, you know, date errors. Like these aren't major errors. I don't think that Mutahar's trying to lie or anything, but I mean, this is not. It's just it's like achronological is what we're dealing with here. Yeah, in 2020, she was a very different streamer. If vaush had interacted with Keffals from 2020, he would have said, "Get this tanky bitch the fuck away from me," right? He would not have wanted to have anything to do. He would have considered her a tanky, right? You know, that's you know, her politics at the time were like Marxist Leninist, and so you know it would just wouldn't have happened that they would have. It was only sort of later when she was doing a stream that I would say is not super political, right? When I've raided into Keffals back when we were friendly, back when we were on good terms, I would see her watching things like a guy opening up a tin can from the turn of the century. No, not even from the turn of the century. I think it was from the 1800s. There was a can of meat, and he opened it, and it was dry, and it was hard. And he took a chisel, and he started like chiseling off little crumbs, little like dust of meat, and tried to put it in the microwave with some water and like reconstitute this meat from the 1800s. And he ate that shit. He ate that meat, right? That was the kind of stuff that she watched, just weird fucking content, right? And I feel like her stream was more about vibes than it was about politics. The politics kind of came later when more states started doing anti-trans legislation, right? That's when she became like, you know, political, and she was mainly political in the sense of trans rights. I don't think she was ever like giving the kind of like political coverage like that somebody like myself or even somebody like Vaush or Xanderhall does. It was you know, that specific issue, and she, you know, she covered it at the right time. Her real rise to prominence was through that. That's the ironic thing about Keffals, right? Is she was in the right place at the right time to garner attention for an issue that a lot of people weren't paying attention to, and that needed to be paid attention to, that needed to be brought to light, right? That's why I supported her for a long time.
After a wave of anti-trans legislation swept through the United States, she went on to raise $200,000 for a campaign for Southern equality to protect trans youth. By the end of the year, her Twitter surpassed...
Yeah, like, and at this point, she might have been friends with Vaush, because if you don't know, here's how Vaush works, right? Any trans femme streamer that starts to get an audience, like let's say over like 70 people in chat, Vaush will show up in your chat. Vaush will show up like he did for me on your Twitter, right? But Vaush will make himself known to you and kind of, you know, try to, you know, entice you to, you know, to being friendly, right? I've seen this happen like over and over again, right? And that's essentially what happened with Keffals, right? She didn't sign on to his network. She didn't become part of Whiteleaf until like years later. I think it was 2022, maybe even.
10,000 followers, and while most were on board with the activist, others grew very critical of how she used her platform. Clara regularly directed her chat to brigade targets by ratioing them. Ratioing, for anybody who's not terminally online, is when you try to get more likes than the original post in a quote tweet.
Yeah, that's ratioing. Is ginger beer different from ginger ale? I'm not sure. Why did left wing sound like a slur? This is what I'm talking about, right? This is what I'm talking about with Mutahar. He's got a sheen to him of being apolitical, right? He tries to stay above the fray. He's got you know, fans that are center left. He's got fans that are, you know, fairly far right, and he's been able to stay in this like equilibrium point, which is probably good for audience, right? He's a big channel. Let me take a look and tell you exactly how big. Did she ratio Dylan? Oh my god, wait, is this real? She could have. There was a time when she was like antagonistic with the debate bros, right? There was a time when she called people like Dylan Burns debate perverts. And legitimately, it looked like he was trying to set her up for an ambush panel show with some people that had been really friendly with you know, her haters, right? God, there's no date on this. There's no date on August 12th. See, that's like I need the year. I need the year. Some order, yeah, 3.71. So yeah, look, if you're doing stuff like some ordinary gamers like Mutahar here does, that's like a lot of it's about technology, some of it's about gaming, some of it's about culture, a little bit might be about politics, right? But if you don't like say stuff that sort of like defines you as like right wing or left wing, you can sort of stay in this sweet spot where you've got fans from both sides of the aisle. Another person that you know, is in this zone is like Moist Critical. You're not going to hear Penguin Zero, Moist Critical, you know, give like a strong political opinion, especially one that like splits the room, because it's just not advantageous. And maybe Moist Critical just isn't that like political anyway. But yeah, it is sort of a sweet spot for content. And if your content isn't politics, this shit works.
Or a reply. This amounted to coordinating with her chat on stream, and even if you blocked her, she would just use alternate accounts to achieve this goal. It was through this that she got into her first real...
Okay, so he's noticing something that I think is real, right? That as much as Keffals is known for the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, she's known as opposing, some really toxic like harassment sites on the internet. She also engages in toxic harassment, right? When you gotta use an alt to fucking ratio somebody. Who is this though that she's ratio? Hey, hi, can someone tag me in a reply so I can ratio him? He blocked both my accounts. I wonder who this is about.
Or a reply. This amounted to coordinating with her chat on stream, and even if you blocked her, she would just use alternate accounts to achieve this goal. It was through this that she got into her first real internet beef in early 2022. On March 22nd, 2022, Clara had a spat with online notorious agitator
Formerly the Tim Pool zone. Did Tim Pool ever successfully occupy that zone though, Thomas? I feel like sorry, let me read this out in the correct way. Like it should be like this. Former Thomas Jerome Newton super chats, formerly the Tim Pool zone. Yeah, I don't know how successfully Tim Pool occupied that zone. He did claim that. He claimed to be a liberal for a while, which is hilarious, right? He got his start, I guess, in Occupy. He was in some of the encampments, and he, would report on Occupy. He worked for Vice for a while, covering some really early BLM protests. And maybe he was seen as being, centrist or on the left for a while, but I think Tim Pool was like a lot more obvious, right? Via her monetary privilege, hence formerly. Oh yeah, henceforth. Well, see, I don't know if he ever did he ever like, cause like when I saw Tim Pool claiming to be a centrist or claiming to be a liberal, I didn't take it seriously. Some people might have, but I feel like most people. I feel like Tim Pool was a little bit more, a little bit less mask off, or like, sorry, a little bit more mask. What am I trying to say? A little bit more mask off than say Mutahar.
Ian Miles Chong. Their back and forth continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him.
Okay, so yeah, Ian Miles Chong is funny in that he is, at least at present, not really taken seriously as by the right or the left. Ian Miles Chong has literally been anti-Gamergate. Literally was an anti-Gamergate figure. Was like a games journalist that the Gamergate people would have said that needs to get some ethics, right? But then when the winds blew in the right direction, he switched and he became pro Gamergate. He became right wing. Like he's literally been like everywhere as far as political ideologies, and he seems to be just like a grifter.
Then at around 4:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages.
Oh my god. Concurrent viewers, views gained, follower gain. This is like tracking her stream like by 30-minute increments here.
Despite the timing, one of her mods would end up blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny. Destiny is a kind of progenitor of the entire online leftist streaming space. His stream is...
Okay. Online leftist streaming space. Here's the godfather, right? Of online leftism, Destiny. Now, I will say that you could say he's a progenitor of like political streamers, right? He had a large audience from his gaming his gaming escapades, right? Doing StarCraft 2, Zerg Russia. Does anybody know what did he play? Did Destiny play Zerg? Did Destiny play Protoss? Did Destiny play Terran? I don't think I've ever. I'm guessing he's a Zerg player, but he could be Protoss. I could see him being Protoss. Anyway. Yeah, look, did Destiny used to be, was Destiny seen by a leftist, by people like Mutahar? Possibly, right? Because his first claim to fame as far as his political content was going on and debating alt-right people when the alt-right was popping off, when right after or right before Trump had gotten elected. Destiny did a lot of debate streams where he would take on far-right people, right? And there were he had a leftist audience. He had a somewhat of a shared audience with Hassan at some point. But as far as him actually, like, he was more left-wing. In fact, you can find clips of Destiny talking about Palestine from that era that you could actually put up against Destiny from now talking about the same issues, and you could have a debate of, like, I don't know, 2016 Destiny with 2024 Destiny, and they would debate, they would disagree, right? So, he was different. He was less right-wing at some point, but it's just really funny. Anyway, he's not the progenitor of he's not the king of BreadTube.
Where both Vaush and Hassan Piker got their start. These people used to be friends, and nowadays, not so much. And that is reflected in their communities. The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe. Ooh, the shock! It was posted 2 hours after the raid. Despite this, Clara and her community insisted it was his. Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe.
This might be one of the cringiest things I've ever read in my entire life. It's her talking to Ian Miles. It's her ratioing Ian Miles Chong. You made a 19-year-old trans person private their account out of fear of retribution from your followers. Yeah, he does actually have a lot of Twitter followers. He did. Please pick on people your own age and also ratio. Ian, you have, and this is Ian Miles Chong, not Ian Miles Vaush. Ian, you have 2,070 more you have 270,000 more followers than me, and I ratioed you in less than 10 minutes. It's time to wake up and smell the ashes of your career. Statistically, most of my replies to you have ratioed you. So wait, this might be one of the cringiest things. Is it cringy that somebody, so there's...
Thomas Jer, super chatted $5.84. Managerialistini is like Lucy from the Charlie Brown comic strips, who opens a booth for any issue at the drop of a hat.
Why is that not showing up for me? Oh, okay. Managerialistini is like Lucy, yeah, except his would, wait, what did her say? Did her say analysis or did her say, like, therapy? Because, I mean, Destiny's would say analysis. He's willing to do analysis at the drop of a hat. So that's what he's saying. I guess he's saying, yeah, it looks like he's replying to this person. They're saying that, like, that Keffals ratioing a transphobe, like Ian Miles Chong, warms their heart. Makes them feel safer as a trans person on the internet. Destiny replies that this has got to be one of the cringiest things he's ever read.
Ooh, the shock.
Wait, no. Wait a minute. Okay, so first of all, I don't think Destiny's calling Keffals cringe. Also, what is this implying? The editorial of this video is kind of throwing me for a loop.
Not so much. And that is reflected in their communities. The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe.
Yeah, I don't think he's actually calling her cringe there. I think he's calling the person responding to her ratio cringe.
Ooh, the shock. It was.
Does it need that? Does it need that? I feel like you made the point. Like, if he actually was, like, if all he'd ever said was Keffals is cringe, right? That's not really that. That's not the worst insult. I think that's what Mutahar's trying to get across anyway.
After the rape. Despite this, Clara and her community insisted it was his fault. Once again, there was no evidence he had any involvement, yet she used it as justification to deplatform him.
Okay, now, I would have to do some research to know for sure, but I remember this, and I feel like there were more interactions between Destiny and Keffals than just this.
Her first.
I feel like we're missing something, right? Also, you know, it's pretty hard for you to be like, this was all that there was. Okay, you know, show it, show that this is all that there was, and you kind of can't, because I'm asking you to prove a negative there. I don't know.
Response.
I'm not saying that Keffals didn't take advantage, didn't instigate an antagonistic relationship with Destiny. Because he was hated by the trans community. I'm not saying that she's not opportunist. I'm not saying that she's not dishonest, but I'm also not convinced that there wasn't anything more going on. But like I said, Chad, we'd have to do some digging to find out what exactly was going on. This is why it's so hard to reconstruct this timeline. This was 2022?
Was to try to get his Twitter mass reported and banned. She set her sights on his Twitch channel, launching what can only be described as a full-fledged character assassination.
Okay, now this is her. So yeah, Destiny was prior to Elon. He used the Omni Liberal because his account had been banned. I don't remember what he got banned for, but he got banned on Twitter. And used this account called the Omni Liberal, which was said to be a friend of Destiny's, right? There was obviously like a relation. This account was posting things related to Destiny, but always under the guise of plausible deniability that, you know, maybe it was just Destiny's friend, maybe it's his producer, right? And that's what people do. That's what people do when streamers get banned off of Twitter. They'll generally do this. This is pretty common practice. It is looked down on to, you know, sort of snitch somebody out and be like, this is actually an account doing ban evasion, right? That's, you know, people don't like that because, yeah, Twitter. Look, I mean, there's some people that Twitter banned that deserve to stay banned, right? Nick Fuentes. But there are also some people that just, I don't know, said a spicy thing or even not, even where it was like, no, it seems like they just got like reported for something that was innocuous and they lose their account and they never get it back again. So this was a huge, you know, issue with Twitter. And for that reason, people had a lot of empathy for people who got banned off the site, right? And generally, you know, making a post like this was looked at unfavorably, right? This is all prior to Elon. So after Elon, you know, was at Twitter for a while, he kind of like unbanned even Bad Empanada got his account back, and Bad Empanada probably said some shit that's just like, you know, super, I don't know, like stuff like threats that sounded like threats of violence, right? Bad Empanada probably did not get banned for something innocuous, right? But Bad Empanada was able to say, I have been canceled by the woke mob. That's literally like what his unban request was, and Elon's Twitter unbanned him. So anyway.
There are countless examples of her legitimate slander and flat-out lies about Destiny. He detailed the worst of her behavior in an extensive document he published back in 2022. And I'm only going to touch on a few examples because this video is going to be as long as it is. The first thing to point out is she was successful in depriving him of one of his main sources of income. She painted Destiny as trans.
Yeah, so Zara's bringing up, wasn't Keffals a mod for Kira Chats long ago when she started building her stream? Yeah, and I don't think that her politics were that far off from Kira's, right? So we're talking about Kira Chats, formerly known as Bad Bunny, a streamer who I think is no longer on Twitch. I've got a video talking about the vengeance of Keffals on Kira Chats. But yeah, that kind of describes as far as her starting to get a community, right? Because I do remember Keffals streaming to no one. I have that was when she wanted me to debate her, when she was streaming to next to no one. And I think maybe being a mod for Kira at least got some people's attention, got some people in her chat, and from there she's pretty entertaining. She's pretty entertaining for what she did, which, like I said, was like sort of like late night fun streaming, right? And she started garnering an audience off of that. So
phobic for not supporting trans women competing in sports with cis women, even if you disagree.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Moda, but this is not, you're not showing us anything, and I don't think you have anything to show, right? As far as Destiny getting banned off Twitch, I have never seen anything approaching concrete proof of here's why Destiny got banned. That is one of the areas that's a speculation, right? He did say stuff like about, trans women shouldn't compete in sports, and so some people say maybe that's what got him banned, right? He said a lot of other stuff too. Destiny said so much shit that like crossed the line or approached the line that it is literally impossible to find one thing and be like, this was what got Destiny banned from Twitch. Now remember, before he got banned from Twitch, he lost partner, right? He was downgraded from partner to affiliate for saying that thing about mowing down dipshit protesters. And he blames that on vaush's community. But as far as, because we're gonna come up to the part where he basically blames Keffals for getting Destiny banned from Twitch. Now listen, is there reason to think that this happened? Yes. And that reason is Keffals herself, who took credit for Destiny's ban. But she never provided any proof. And just going by Destiny's track record, it's very likely that it's very likely that that she's just like claiming credit for something that she never did. Lilith says Destiny says edgy shit all the time, including transphobic shit. He also hosts people like Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I guess that could be a possibility too, although Stardust never got banned for that sort of thing. I mean, Kira was way more left than he's way to the left of Keffals now. Oh yeah, God. I mean, Keffals was basically posting like Brianna Wu kind of shit up until fairly recently. Destiny deserved to be banned from all platforms, considering he was basically friends with Slippery Nick. Why would you defend? Oh, you think I'm defending Destiny's ban evasion? I'm not defending Destiny's ban evasion. I'm not actually even giving you my perspective on the morality of ban evasion or of snitching somebody out for it. I am telling you what the broad consensus amongst Twitter was at the time. And if that's something that's valuable to you, you can stay and listen. If it's something that's going to piss you off, I don't mean to ruin your day, right? So nobody's holding you here. But don't put words in my mouth, okay? Don't put anything in my mouth. Anyway.
doesn't necessarily make Destiny transphobic. It's a fringe pressure point of a much larger, broader issue. It's a highly specific, contentious issue and an unfair characterization of his broader catalog. Regardless, her labeling garnered enough support to get Destiny banned off of Twitch.
Yeah, Baduism says, this is 1 hour and 30 minutes long. I know, how am I going to get through this? Oh my god, chat, why did I try to schedule the premium streaming for today?
Within 24 hours for hate speech. She immediately took credit, gloating about taking away his primary source of income.
She took credit, but Mutahar, you expose her as a liar. Why do you believe? Why do you confirm that she's a liar? And yes, I can attest to the fact, right? She plays very fast and loose with facts. And yet, in this particular matter, you're like, oh no, she's telling the truth here. Let us use her words as proof, right? It's not.
Hey Steve, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content. He picked a fight with me, he got banned, I won. This behavior was not only encouraged, but rewarded with 30,000 new followers that week. An important thing to remember is that if you're banned off Twitch, you cannot appear on the site at all. For the longest time, you couldn't even show his face on screen without getting in trouble. Now
Dylan got banned for this. Again, like on the same day that Hassan was, I think, reacting to the same thing. Yeah, the Destiny Shapiro debate. And Dylan caught the ban, whereas Hassan skated on it.
That he couldn't defend himself, she spread even more blatant falsehoods. The same day, she baselessly accused Destiny of stealthing, which is secretly removing a condom during sex without the partner's consent. This is generally considered a form of you-know-what, which Clara brings up in her accusation.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of...
Okay, see, chat, she had a certain mod that she for some reason trusted that is one of the only people I know that's like more dishonest than Keffals. And this mod kept on feeding her bad information. So just to set the record straight, did Destiny do nothing wrong? No, Destiny did something wrong, right? He laughed at somebody who got stealthed. Somebody was talking about their experience getting stealthed on Twitter, and he quote retweeted it and laughed at her. That's fucked up. That's bad. But he didn't say like, I do this. He didn't like. There's nothing showing that like Destiny. There's nothing showing that Destiny stealths people, right? And this mod is the kind of person. It's the same. The reason this mod is essentially the reason that Chud Logic skated free, right? Chud Logic, if you don't know, had a 17-year-old in his Discord server, was rizzing this person up. The person, he asked the person if they're of age, and the answer that the person gives is kind of not super committal. Like it takes a while to answer the question, but eventually says, yes, I'm of age, right? To most people, if you read the, screenshots, you'd say, I don't think I would believe that this person is of age, but the person literally did eventually claim to be of age, right? This is the person that twisted that into being something different than it actually was. And actually ended up like garnering sympathy for Chud Logic and doing something that I think most people would be like, okay, at the very least, this is horrible judgment, but you can't prove that this is like him knowingly rizzing up a 17-year-old. It's just like bad judgment. And also using his Discord as a dating app, like a streamer, like using his Discord to fucking like look for people to get with, right? That's bad enough as it is, but instead this mod made a just completely unsupported claim, and because that claim couldn't be supported, the consensus was that Chud Logic did nothing wrong. Yeah, but yeah, she trusted like some really bad people through, and she's still. God, I don't know. I'm not gonna like let her off and be like it's all her mod's fault or it's all her friend's fault or anything like that. But yeah, this is an example of her literally reading something from a mod in chat that was just a stretch, right? The truth of the matter is that Destiny laughed at somebody for getting stealthed. That's bad enough. That's all you need to say. But this mod was like, oh, it'd be a little juicier if we just say Destiny stealth somebody. Like it's just like, why? Why are you lying? Why are you always lying?
Insane shit.
To this day, there has never been any evidence or even an allegation made towards Destiny about this. She walked it back shortly after.
I love that Mutahar's completely leaving out. You could find the tweet. Like, I think you could find the tweet. Right? It's not, what he actually did, but instead we're just going to be like, oh, okay, so what got claimed that he did is not supported, so therefore he did nothing. Right? This is a bias.
After, which shows just how callous she is towards claims of such a serious...
I feel like I'm going to piss off everybody, right? Because I can't let Mutahar get away with this kind of shit, but at the same time, obviously, like, I have firsthand experience in Keffals being a extremely bad faith actor, extremely, disingenuous, and yeah, I would say a little bit dangerous. I don't know, she doesn't keep me up at night or anything like that. like I get the feeling with Mutahar that like Keffals is like one of the demons of the ninth circle of hell or something like that. It's not quite like that, but yeah, she's dishonest. She's dishonest and a little bit dangerous.
Nature. But because he was deplatformed, she was able to further a false narrative to her chat as well as tens of thousands of people.
She furthered a false narrative that she got him banned, when all indication is that she didn't.
People on Twitter.
I mean, and the only thing that makes that claim, like, even somebody able to even put forward that claim, is the fact that Destiny, that the Twitch is just not forthcoming with the reasons for bans. Like, they want to ban people and they don't want to have those bans questioned. So rather than being like, this is the timestamp, this is the clip that got you banned, they will tell you a very vague reason that you got banned. Then you have to go back and figure out, like, what are you talking about? What actually got me banned?
They all either assumed she was being honest or didn't care she was slandering him because they had already disliked Destiny. In retrospect, her behavior paints a clear picture of how she would conduct herself in the future. It wasn't long into this drama that Keffals got...
This guy is taking Destiny's side. I mean, yeah, I guess that's to be expected, right? Even by his own self-description, even by the way that he self-identifies politically, would be like as a centrist, kind of puts him along side of Destiny.
Got noticed by the site Kiwi Farms, who started a thread about her on March 26, 2022. Clara quickly tried to guilt Destiny by...
What does tanky even mean anymore? It's such a shallow term. Yeah, I know. It's like...
association claiming he used the forum and was even friends with the owner. And what was the reason?
It's basically anybody who criticizes vaush from the left.
Well, because apparently he has an account is because he was a target on the site since 2017 with his own board. All his posts are arguing with trolls in his own thread. He was also never friends with Null.
Edward N is saying, I would have remembered her name if she was a mod for Kira Chats. Interesting. Do we have a confirmation of that? Keffals was a mod for Kira's Chats back when Keffals got her start. Yeah, Kira, who was formerly known as Bad Bunny. Fumbled the bag comes to mind. Vaush has some problematic views, but I think he's overall a guy that jerks it to Lilith. Like, he's overall somebody who sexually harasses people on Discord, right? Like, it's just like, I know you want an ally, and I know that the world feels fucking dangerous, and having somebody speak up for trans rights full-throated the way that Vaush does maybe, gives some encouragement, but holy shit, when he used trans people to defend his fucking sick habits, the shit that was in his spank folder, right, which was an underage drawing of an underage person doing shit to a horse, right? Like, I'm sorry, I don't want any part of that. He's harmful. Having an ally like that, like is actually harmful, more harmful than anything that he's done. You know, if anything, Vaush uses trans people. He used like, you know, using trans people like a shield, like, right? Oh, I've got a lot of trans people in my community and Ethan's going after me. I wonder if it's because Ethan's transphobic. No, asshole. You're a creep and you've been exposed as a creep, and trans people do not need you.
Who is the owner of Kiwi Farms. He has also gone on record to wish him death several times. Null, by the way, wishing death on Destiny.
And this is while he's out, I guess, around with. And it's just like,
oh crap, I haven't been reading shorts.
Sometimes he says things which are funny or agreeable, and it's like, I wish I could like you, bro, but you're creepy and gross and weird, and your brain's all up, and your shit's all retarded, and you talk like a. So we can't be friends, and I kind of think the world would be better off if with you.
Clara knew this, but in
what? Okay, are we talking about like Null, the proprietor of the farms, not liking Destiny?
I guess around with.
Who is the owner of Kiwi Farms.
Yeah, that guy.
Gone on record to wish him death several times. Null, by the way, wishing death on Destiny.
And this is while he's out, I guess, around with. And it's just like, he's super gross. And sometimes he says things which are funny or agreeable, and it's like, I wish I could like you, bro, but you're creepy and gross and weird, and your brain's all up, and your shit's all retarded, and you talk like a. So we can't be friends, and I kind of think the world would be better off if with you.
Clara knew this, but intentionally spread a lie that they met 10 years ago on the game StarCraft. When confronted, she admitted, I know, I wanted him to...
Wait, whoa. She claimed that what? That she met Destiny on StarCraft?
Better off if with you.
Clara knew this, but intentionally spread a lie that they met 10 years ago.
Here's Destiny and his verified KF account saying he's known the person who runs the site for 10 years, played StarCraft 2 with him. Here's another user getting mad at him for stealing content from my thread for Twitter and linking my KF thread with dead name on stream. Yeah, what? Is there a reason we're not seeing the content of this thread?
On the game StarCraft. When confronted, she admitted, I know, I wanted him to respond to the act.
Okay. Destiny's offhanded comment.
Thomas J. super chatted $5.84. The kind of person that considers themselves a libertine that ruins the meaning behind sexual freedom.
Oh, talking about Vaush, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't hate you if you like I'm trying not to, like, you know, like, I understand why people like want strong trans rights advocates, but honestly, the fact that Vaush was considered for that role is an example of the trans community underestimating ourselves, right? Rather than having, and like, you know, if you talk to Vaush people, they'll say an imperfect messenger, right? When you're talking about a guy who exposed his folder of lolies and horses, the stuff that he pleasures himself to the entire world, you're talking about more than an imperfect messenger. But I mean, it's actively allowing a predator like Vaush to occupy the role of a prominent advocate for trans rights. Not only hurts trans people by dragging us down with his baggage, but it also gets in the way of trans voices becoming more prominent in that conversation. Like, in a way, this is going to sound weird, he's actually clout chasing trans people with that, right? And he uses it as an obfuscation. He uses that to get attention. Like, look at the tactical misogyny. Look at the J.K. Rowling thing, right? Women need to shut up and sit down challenge. All right? Now, he's going after J.K. Rowling, who is a, like, venomous transphobe. Like, J.K. Rowling is a disgusting and hateful person who very much does need to be taken down a notch. But when you use misogyny to take down J.K. Rowling's, you know what you do? Especially if you're known as a trans rights advocate. You give her the screenshot she's looking for. She claims that trans advocacy is not out of people caring about trans people, but rather out of misogyny. And when Vaush uses misogyny to attack J.K. Rowling, that I'm sorry, chat, I'm getting taken off track, and we already don't have enough time to cover this as it is.
Accusation, it was bait. At this point, I should probably take some time.
But anyway, I'm not trying to hate on anybody because of the, content creators that they currently follow or formerly follow. You're allowed to, you're welcome here regardless, right? I do have some strong opinions about it, and after having to cover his disgusting shit in depth, right? It's just there's some things that I will not have retconned, right? We know who the fuck he is now. And we've actually known for years. It's just that there's been a huge force there sort of running cover for him, right? That's what the network is about. That's what the Demon Mama, Shark 300, Xander Hall, that's why that's why they have the White Leaf Network, right? That's why he offers, you think that he offers like websites to people on his server out of the kindness of his own heart? You think that's what that's about? Or do you think there might be a little bit of a mechanism of control there? And that control is to make sure that he's always got advocates, right? To make sure that if you think that maybe Xander Hall and Keffals are disgusting, then here's Demon Mama to say, oh, Vaush is all right, right? And if you think that Demon Mama is also horrible, then here comes Shark 300 to say Vaush is all right. And there's always going to be like one person in the group that doesn't have that stain on them to people out there, so they can kind of run cover for each other. Like, it's really disgusting when you think about it. And when you think about it, the fact that it all started with covering up Vaush's sexual predation of somebody in Destiny's server, right? That's where it all starts from. And now just any manner of predators like Poppy, I don't even want to know, I could just, there's so, like, his network attracts those kind of people because they know that as long as they defend Vaush, they will be defended, whether they're guilty or not. And that is pretty fucked up. Anyway, we're not talking about Vaush today. We're talking about Keffals. I don't even know if Keffals is on White Leaf or not. I saw White Nervosa in President Sunday's chat yesterday, and I couldn't tell what she was on about, right? And I couldn't tell if she was mad at Sunday for covering this Keffals thing, or if maybe she had cut ties with Keffals, because there's every chance that, Keffals has either burned that bridge or, she's too much, she's baggage, right, at this point that White Leaf doesn't want to deal with. I don't even know what's going on with that, so we'll have to do some more research into that.
Time to explain exactly what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms is an online website dedicated to discussing internet figures. Okay, you probably heard about internet lolcows, people like Chris Chan, Boogie2988, or Daniel Larson, who has his own legal problems of late. The website's composed of various threads where users effectively congregate to document and follow individuals with a negative lens, okay? Now, we have to acknowledge that Kiwi Farms does allow doxing, okay? On the site, it's...
Okay, so now what? He's like being... What's the point here? Kiwi Farms not all that bad? Is that what I'm getting from Mutahar?
Congregate to document and follow individuals with a negative lens, okay? Now, we have to acknowledge that Kiwi Farms does allow doxing, okay?
Can we also acknowledge that you see maybe Kiwi Farms and harassment sites like that very differently depending on your identity? That if your identity isn't targeted by the bigots on that site, then maybe it looks like okay, and maybe you can convince yourself, oh yeah, I think there's like a trans person there. Yeah, there's some pretty fucked up, sick, self-hating trans people there. I don't know. Maybe you can argue to yourself that it's not about bigotry, but it essentially is. Like, how do you think lolcows are selected? How do you think that works? We're talking about scapegoats, right? We're talking about something that's much older than the internet. It's much older than so-called cancel culture, right? It's people looking for a person to dehumanize and to demonize and to torture. That's what we're talking about here. So as much as I will say that I think that Keffals antagonized this website, I think that Keffals baited this website, I think that Keffals purposefully gave information that she knew would allow them to to continue to dox her and continue to do things like the bomb threats in Ireland and stuff like that, right? I'm not cutting Keffals loose on this one, right? But I'm also not cutting that fucking website loose either.
Okay, on the site, it's permitted to post the personal information of anybody being discussed.
Because the worst thing that could happen with this Keffals thing is it becomes Kiwi Farms did nothing wrong. And I keep on seeing that shit. I keep on seeing people posting that shit, and that is toxic as fuck.
Including full names, phone numbers, home addresses, hell, even blood type if you can find it, and most other forms of personally identifiable information. It's also a site where anything goes, okay? It's like the Wild West of the internet. You ever try to look up me on some of these threads? You'll probably find Indian and poo in the loo and crazy stuff all day, every day. Kiwi Farms was made back in 2013 by Joshua Connor Moon, also online known as Null. The original purpose of the site was to document internet figure Chris Chan. After they covered Chris Chan initially, it started to change.
Covered? Is that what they did? They covered, like, as a journalistic story, the important internet phenomenon of Chris Chan? Is that what they did? They were providing information?
Change itself and rebrand into a general purpose online gossip wiki.
And again, chat, we're talking about somebody who's documented being homophobic, documented being transphobic, documented being kind of a predator in their own right? But I just feel like the obsession with this person is not healthy,
so to speak, where they started to cover various individuals like Darkside Phil, Boogie, Wings of Redemption, who all actually have threads. And the site does have a propensity to make threads about transgender individuals. Anti-trans sentiment.
It's a propensity, certain propensity to make threads about transgender individuals. Yeah.
Is banned on a lot of major platforms. And as a result, the site has become a place for those opinions to effectively congregate. Now, again,
So wait, is it the fault of what, moderation on other sites that Kiwi Farms is so toxic? Is that what we're saying? Anyway, some weird phrasing by Muta. Look, I'm trying not to, like, I don't hate this guy. I do think that underneath the sheen of apoliticalness, he does have a politics, and it is a politics that I disagree with. I don't think he's the like, you know, most bigoted person out there. I don't think that he necessarily sees himself, you know, in that way. I think that, you know, any sort of bias that he has is probably more implicit than explicit. But yeah, his bias is showing. That's all.
I want to start off by saying I don't endorse or support that behavior. In fact, I outright condemn it, all right? There's no reason to have any form of hate on the internet. That being said, all right, whatever goes on the site does fall under free speech and is entirely legal, okay? It's somewhat of a misnomer online that apparently doxing somebody is against the law. It is against the law to hack someone's accounts and breach their privacy to obtain their personal information, but that behavior is not encouraged by the site, and of course that behavior is punishable by law.
Okay, so what the law is now and what the law should be are two different matters. And I feel like the fact that there aren't particular laws around doxing, and I don't just mean hacking, I mean like doxing, I mean like spreading people's private information. I feel like that is the law made by, need I remind you, boomers, right? Who makes the law? It's boomers. It's old ass judges that don't wear any underwear under their robes. No, that's just Clarence Thomas, chat. No, it's like, yeah, you know, like the law has not caught up with technology, I think. So we can have two different conversations about legality, which I think Mutahar is right, but then we got to also have a conversation about morality and about what kind of world we want to live in. And I feel like it shouldn't be that spicy of a take to say that most of us do not want to live in a world where our private information can be leaked to hurt us.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals, welcome in.
But technically, it is not against the law to post someone's address against their will. As shitty as that sounds, most controversial internet figures have threads on this site, where they not only document their personal information, but they collect any piece of content, tweets, and documents that they post online. So early on, Clara blamed the thread's creation on Destiny, saying he was the reason they found out about her. Later, she admitted it was her constant instigating that actually caught their attention.
How did the Kiwi Farm stuff even start? They noticed me because I started doing Twitter ratios. And they went from
I love how, like, we have on one hand, like, it's not illegal to dox somebody. It's free speech to call somebody slur, right? And then on the other hand, we've got, yeah, but she did kind of provoke, didn't she? She ratioed people. Oh my God, did she ratio people? Seriously, that's like the least, like, it's the least scummy thing that she's done, right? That is literally just Twitter. That is like the nature of the site. And at the time, it was considered like less cringy to, I don't know, to use like ratios as like a trophy on your mantle, right? Like it hadn't it hadn't jumped the shark yet, the way that it has now. So, but like I love that. Like, but on the other hand, she did ratio people. That's you know, she was provoking. You're allowed to be like a trans figure online as long as you don't provoke anybody, right? You just got to be a trans person who wants to simply exist and nothing else. So we have a double standard. We have Destiny, whose whole career is online as an online provocateur, and then we got Keffals, who ratioed some people. Like, I don't know.
Getting mad about Twitter ratios to digging up every single thing.
And I'm not saying let Keffals go. Keffals is a scumbag, right? And people should know that, all right? But at the same time, like, we're so willing to give, you know, people, we're so willing to give cis people a pass on some of the same toxicity. Like that's essentially a lot of like Keffals, you know, crime is just showing the same toxicity that's been on the internet for fucking ever. And the thing that makes her a bad person, ironically, is that she is not so different than the farms. And we'll get, I'm sure Mutahar will get into that. The infighting in leftist spaces, from my perspective, is typically due to people claiming to be leftists and still have reactionary privileged takes when it comes to the plight of marginalized people. True. Soul Life, thank you for the gifted membership to Biceps and Bikinis. Biceps and Bikinis, you just got weasels. Do I take donations? Yeah, it's in that little, I think next to your chat, there's a dollar button. Oh, thanks for reminding me too. I'm supposed to do this, chat. I'm so bad at this. What do they call it? It's a call to action. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be doing calls to action because I'm trying to be a professional streamer. I'm trying to support myself. I'm trying to go full time. So in interest of that, if you're watching me on YouTube Shorts, right, you might be looking for the like button, right? Like, so if you're looking for the donation button, it's like right down here somewhere. I think it's like right here, maybe. And you can hit that to super chat. You can also become a member of the channel if you'd like. You'd normally be looking for the like button and the dislike button, right? Like there and there on Shorts, but it's different because you're on a Shorts live stream. It's actually right there, ... those 3 dots, you press those and you'll be able to like the stream to tell me how much you appreciate this, or to dislike the stream to give me feedback that, you know, maybe there's stuff I could improve on. And either kind of feedback I appreciate greatly. So that's where that stuff is. Anyway, let's get back to the content.
In the last 28 years of my life, looking for more reasons to be mad at me.
Again, hypocrisy and misstatements are going to...
Please, just like whatever you do, don't interpret this, whatever the stream that I'm doing here, as like a defense of Keffals, right? It's more like commentary on the particular takedown of Keffals. Do I think that Keffals needs a takedown? Yes. Right? I have experienced her dishonesty myself and in my community and you know, to my friends, right? So, you know, yeah, it's I'm not a fan of Keffals. Like, this shouldn't have to be said. But I'm just like, I don't know.
Rife in this video. After Destiny got banned from Twitch, the owner of Kiwi Farms discussed their feud on their podcast. The episode was streamed live on March 25th. Clara reacted on Twitter, calling him the final boss of transphobes, and proclaiming she wouldn't back down. I have done nothing wrong, nor will I be...
Because, like, what I'm getting from this so far is that Keffals is bad because she victimized Destiny and Kiwi Farms? She disparaged these people unfairly? Is that really what we're... Is that really her crime? I feel like she's done some worse stuff than that. I'm sure Mutahar gets to that, though, soon.
Going anywhere. Her thread was created the next day, racking up page after page scrutinizing her early life and online history. That included rumors of embezzling funds from her local Communist Party chapter for opiates, and a supposed Discord server called the Catboy Ranch.
Oh god.
It was posted alongside her.
So this is a controversial matter here, the Catboy Ranch. Now, if you go to Keffals' current Patreon-only Discord, it's called the Catboy Ranch. That is not what Mutahar is talking about here. Mutahar is talking about a much older server. There's actually two Catboy Ranches if you go back to this time. One is the Discord server, and the other is a Twitter account that Keffals ran. So as far as what Keffals is responsible for, she is responsible for the Catboy Ranch Twitter account. And I don't know about the server. Like, if the server was... Oh my god. Are we really here again? Yeah, Mutahar, you need to... you gotta have better sources than this person. Right? This is a person who recanted this. Recanted everything that she said about Keffals, and then became best friends with Keffals again. Like, as far as I know, this is still one of Keffals' really good friends, right? I guess maybe they had a spat or something like that. This is the confusing part, right? This is the part that I can't, that I'm saying there's mysteries when it comes to Keffals, and here's one of the mysteries. This person goes by many different names, is constantly changing their name because they're constantly garnering internet infamy that they do not want to actually deal with. That's this baggage they don't want to actually carry. So they changed their name, and they lie a lot. And I feel like nobody told him. Remember that time Keffals ran Catboy Ranch and had a bunch of under 18 Twitter femboys get collars and the name on it? Sad cult shit is deleted. Yeah, this person, essentially, Keffals had them come on and recant what they said, right? And that's some strange shit. That is honestly some strange shit. It's some shit that I very much do not want to get into right now, though.
Her family's personal information, which understandably made her very upset. Clara spoke out about this, which led many people who'd been similarly targeted to join her in
Muta going to KF for his research. Now, listen, one thing that I do agree with him on is that, like, there is a tendency for Keffals to deflect on some stuff that she actually did that was fucked up by saying, like, if she could cross-reference that stuff on the farms, then she would say, you got it from the farms. Right, and this is a technique that the vaush's sysadmin used when she made some unsupported allegations at me. So allegations which myself and Zara actually managed to completely debunk, and then like never made an apology, never like recanted what she said. But like it's essentially a way of like saying, like accusing people of getting their information from the farms, and therefore the information isn't true. Now look. No matter where you get information,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
If you want people to trust that information, you need to cross-reference it. So I think that something from the farms could be misleading, could be out of context, could be untrue. But I also think that, like, if we say that anything that's listed on the farms, which they like he said, they obsessively collect like all the information they can get there. If they're interested in a person, and they're definitely interested in Keffals, right? They obsessively collect all the information they can get on this person. So if you then say that all that information that they've put up there, now you cannot rely on that. That's bullshit too, right? So there's a little bit of a nuance here, and I want to make sure that people get that, right? That what I'm saying here. But yeah, like he does have a tendency to trust some untrustworthy sources here. And I'm definitely not trying to let Keffals off the hook for anything. There's bad stuff that she did, but from what I can tell, this allegations about no, I'm gonna watch what he has to say, and he could change my mind, just with this, you know, I'm open, you know, even though, you know, I've seen some sloppy stuff on his side. I'm going to keep my mind open. And, you know, if he shows me that like Keffals indeed is responsible for this, this Catboy Ranch thing, then, you know, that's that. But from what I've seen so far, she owned an account that had that same name. The server had some bad things going on it, but I haven't seen anything that like connects her to that. So although, like I said, dishonest, scummy person, Keffals, right? We've seen in a million different ways. I've covered in a million different ways, right? As far as I can tell, the Catboy Ranch is largely a nothing burger. But like I said, I will give Mutahar the chance to change my mind. A glass of Kool-Aid from a full-fledged cult. Communist invading radicals. White Nervosa hid my reply and blocked. Yeah, we basically proved, like, she made a weird allegation about me. Zara and I stayed up all night because, like, there was some specifics to it, right? And that was her mistake, actually. Because with those specifics, we were able to prove that, you know, what she was claiming was not attributable to me. It's hard to prove. It's hard to, like, you know, prove a negative, but she was sloppy. She was sloppy, and you know, she got caught for once. And yeah, what does she do when she gets caught? She hides the replies. Yeah, White Nervosa, Vaush's cishead men. Very, like, you want to talk about a dangerous person. Like I said, I don't think that Keffals stands out to me as a dangerous person. I guess, you know, she lies about people. She, you know, tries to fuck up people's reputations. That could be dangerous, but I'm not exactly sure where Mutahar gets that, like, she's the most dangerous person on the internet. Like, seriously? Like, do you know the internet? Welcome to the internet, Mutahar. Like, I know you know this. Like, your whole channel is about the internet. You should know that Keffals, I don't know how you convince yourself that she's the most dangerous person. If you're gonna lie, be vague, I guess. Or better yet, just don't lie. I don't know. I wouldn't want to have to keep up with the tangled web that White Nervosa weaves. I don't know how she does it, honestly, with how often she lies. What frustrates me here is that Keffals has people and harassing people using the R word slur, like Mutahar has baggage too, but he's never done anything like that. He's just kind of a centrist dude. Oh, Keffals has people harassing people. Yeah, well, I'm definitely not doing this to try to tell, like, this is not me trying to say Mutahar's like a scumbag. So far, all I've seen is maybe some, like, sloppy research, a little bit of bias, right? An imperfect message, but a message that I don't disagree with. Like, right, if your message is that Keffals is not to be trusted, Mutahar, I fucking agree with that. I fucking agree with that 100%. But I just don't know. I'm not convinced you know exactly why she's a scumbag. But I mean, he did really thorough research, and Keffals won't even offer her own donors a rough accounting. Yeah, no, you're right, Michael. You're right. Of what happened to the money, he seems to be putting in work that she wasn't. Yeah. Mutahar didn't research very well. He may have just read Our Destiny and the Farms. I mean, look, it's saying Mutahar isn't as bad as Keffals in that regard is kind of insane. Wait, what did I say? I don't know if you were reacting to me or to another chatter. And I'm also probably way behind on chat. Communist invading radicals. That's right. That's what happens when my YouTube channel grows. We got communist invading radicals. Scary, dangerous radicals driving tanks. President Sunday's main point against her, as far as I can tell, Could you say that she's a danger to vulnerable people in her own community? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, and scamming them. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, that's where I find, like, you know, Keffals has really done her own community wrong. Also, like, hiding behind the trans community, right? Like, claiming that her being held accountable is an example of transphobia, sliming other trans people as being somehow in league with the farms because they disagree with her. Yeah, there's a lot that you can say about Keffals. But I feel like I'm just destined to piss off both sides in this debate. I guess I'll just have to take that L. I don't know, chat. I'm just trying to be honest with you. Muta is not an ally in my opinion. Wasn't the thumbnail of his video? Yeah, it was a lot of people saying it's transphobic. It's just it's a weird thing though, because it's from a certain artist, right? That's done work for Willie Mack and a bunch of different people that just kind of like draws people like that. So as far as like the intentionality, was Mutahar trying to be transphobic? Was the artist trying to be transphobic? It's a little bit unclear. Also, there's some hypocrisy in the fact that apparently Keffals has used some of the artwork from this artist of other people, but at the same time, it is a thumbnail that I would never even consider. And if I saw anybody that I knew that was like, "Hey, I'm doing a video on Keffals, check out the thumbnail," I'd be like, "What are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that," right? Because whether or not it's intended to be transphobic, it is going to be taken as transphobic. It is going to very much give aid and comfort to transphobes out there. And like I said, Keffals, amongst many other things, is a magnet for transphobia. Why did he pick that art then? That's a good question. Yeah, Valerie, that's a valid question. Because if we look at his thumbnails, right, we don't see him ever use that artist for any other videos, and we also don't really see him use put somebody in a bad light, right? We don't see Mutahar doing videos where his thumbnail is like, he does do videos criticizing people. Logan Paul is one example, but you don't have like the ugliest picture you can possibly find of Logan Paul, or certainly you don't have like a picture that's like, you know, using like tropes of somebody's identity against them. But like it's the intent might not be there, says Valerie, but the impact is, yeah. Well, I mean, it's like I said, it's definitely calling out to that audience. And that's the thing about Mutahar, right? Is that you could do things that would purge transphobes out of your community if you're Mutahar. I don't see him doing that. It seems like he's enjoying his 4 million subs, right? And if like, you know, if like 40% of those subs are like, you know, hateful, bigoted people, like I guess he's okay with that. I don't know. Should have been more specific. He probably used the R word too. I just mean my knowledge, he's never started a harassment campaign. Yeah, like I wouldn't like put that on him for sure. He needs to clear up the transphobia in his comment section. Yo, Luna Rose, you're right about that. You were right about that. Oh yeah, Michael, you're right. Even if he was, for the sake of argument, just a complete vicious bigot, we still need to address the criticisms on their own merit. Keffals always gets away with just calling her critics KF. True. Yeah, I definitely. I mean that was essentially White Nervosa's accusation against me, right? And funnily enough, supposedly she has an account. Fascist sysadmin has an account on that site. I don't know. I haven't really looked into that though, so I can't verify very much. If you need proof about my claim that Keffals was in CashApp mod since it was contested, I linked the timestamp in your DMs. Thank you, Zara. Let's take a look at that. Oh my god, chat! I didn't realize what a big subject this is, and the fact that I know. Oh wow. This is me. It's me. All right, we're gonna take a little trip down memory lane. The Irene of yore.
Oh yeah, no, she unmodded me. I used to be a mod.
Okay, now this is interesting. This is really interesting. I used to be a... God, my audio was so terrible back then. I wonder how my editor felt about that. Mod. Zara edited this video. Wow. You can't really draw any conclusions from this, right? So being a mod on Twitch can sometimes just be as simple as somebody mods you and gives you a sword. Okay, so we do have confirmation that Keffals was a mod.
Chat. She was one of the first streamers that supported me. I've been on her stream before. She's been on my...
And also one of the ways that some smaller streamers try to, you know, make it big, try to get an audience, is by helping out larger streamers with things like mod duties. It sounds like that's what Keffals was doing.
Stream multiple times.
Wow, that's a little bit of a glow up. Unintentional. Unintentional glow up here.
Solidarity. This began what eventually became #DropKiwiFarms. #DropKiwiFarms was a movement to get the site taken off the internet. They specifically went after service providers like Cloudflare, who provided DDoS protection and mitigation services. They argued Kiwi Farms was a stalking and harassment site that bullied people into taking their own lives. However, this largely picked up after her story.
There's so much about this that, like, I feel like, okay, so I don't know how I feel about, like, I'm not gonna shed a tear for a hate site you know, getting dropped by their DDoS protection. I'm just not. But at the same time, I wonder if Mutahar knows that in pursuing Kiwi Farms, I mean, he is going to mention this, right? He is going to mention, like, sort of the breadcrumbs that she seemed to intentionally leave, you know, to both the and how that ended up hurting other people, right? They're in particular, right? Oh, I think he does mention this.
Received widespread mainstream coverage. For a while, her focus stayed on trying to bludgeon Destiny with their reputation. On July 18th, Keffals announced a tell-all about Destiny's association with the site. This backfired because her thumbnail used a picture of Destiny's face, violating Twitch's policy on banned streamers.
Okay, not a huge mistake, but first of all, Twitch streams don't generally have thumbnails, right? They don't. The thumbnail is me. I'm on Twitch right now, and if you looked at my thumbnail, it would be like, it would just like take a random picture of me. That would be the thumbnail, right? So if I'm picking my nose, I guess that's my loss, right? No, that's just how Twitch works for thumbnails. And so it's not the thumbnail right now. What it might be is the fact that when she plays the music prior to the stream, she might have had her thumbnail visible. I believe her thumbnail had like slurs on, like there were slurs that I don't know were used against her at some point that she like collected and put on the thumbnail. And if I remember correctly, it was that's what got her banned from Twitch. Also, I think she wanted to get banned from Twitch, right? I think that was kind of on purpose. It wasn't a permanent ban. And a lot of times when a streamer of a certain size gets a ban from Twitch that's not permanent, it will actually have the effect of getting more attention, right? It's a clout grab to get banned. So, I mean, this is just some extra details I'm trying to fill in here.
Her channel got banned before she could even start, forcing her to stream on YouTube instead.
I think she was planning on dual streaming.
The attention only incentivized Kiwi Farms to keep prodding, and a week later, she fell victim to an attempted swatting. The incident has made public on the...
But no, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure... Okay, so my understanding of like the rules on Twitch used to be that if somebody is like Destiny, if somebody's banned, right? If I bring Destiny on to talk, I get banned, right? Because that's him circumventing the ban. That's me helping him, right? Twitch would ban me for, I don't know, 3 days or a week or something like that for that, right? If I watch a Destiny video, most of the time I actually don't get banned. This is in the old days. Now there's no issue at all, right? They don't do this kind of they don't ban people for showing banned streamers anymore, right? But you know, I'd be rolling the dice essentially, right? If somebody reported me and I was watching Destiny and you know, like it came into Twitch's attention, yeah, very likely I would catch a ban from. Essentially, I would be charged with aiding ban evasion, like helping Destiny get on Twitch, even if I'm doing a video where I'm taking down Destiny. You're like, right, that's still so that's real. That happens, but what doesn't happen is you showing a static picture of the person and you getting banned for that. Mutahar is completely wrong on this. I don't think it's like a huge deal. It's not like he's, you know, there's nobody that's getting hurt by this mistake. He's just. It's just another sign that, you know, his research is somewhat lacking.
9th of August in a video titled, "My Life is in Danger, I Need Your Help." Clara explained that 4 days earlier on August 5th, she woke up to police services pointing an assault rifle at her face.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London police services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
A letter had been emailed to every city council member in London, Ontario, threatening a mass. Clara was arrested, booked, and held in custody for 11 hours. They searched her apartment and confiscated several devices. They allegedly misgendered her and even booked her under her dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth. This worsened an already traumatic experience she considered.
Oh, I see, Michael. You were disagreeing with the person who said that he got all his information from Destiny.
A hate crime. The video was posted.
I mean, it's not a perfect piece. I'm not saying that to let Keffals off at all. I'm noticing things, and it's only because of my closeness to the situation, right? That I'm able to speak from this perspective, right? It's not necessarily something that Mutahar would, you know. Like Mutahar's not me, right? So like things like that, right? He's not a Twitch streamer, for instance, right? He doesn't know how thumbnails work, or really. I mean, you can add a thumbnail to your Twitch stream like after the fact, right? And some people do, but most of the time it's just like whatever's up there is up there.
Alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping Clara recoup her losses, move immediately, and build a legal fund to protect her rights. It received widespread media attention, bringing in over $100,000 in donations. Even with their support, however, it seemed like there was no escape. Trolls kept figuring out her location as she was forced into hiding. And
yeah, no, Lilith, I agree.
Battle against Kiwi Farms continued. Even after fleeing the continent, eventually she was successful in getting...
I agree, and I also lament the fact that that is pretty fucking normalized, right? Unfortunately, that... that's why I kind of doubt that Destiny got banned for his statements about trans women in sports. I don't think that Twitch does that, and it definitely hasn't been shown. And we all know how Twitch bans work, right? There's no proof of it. It's just like a speculation. Oh yeah, he got banned for. And also, it's a weird thing to say that, like, you know, like he's firing off all kinds of accusations about, like, you know, Keffals got him banned. Well, she did claim credit for that. But again, you've established this already. She's a liar. So why do you believe her? Keffals also used, yeah, Firebird. We took a look at that. There was at least one thumbnail that we found where Keffals used Just a Worm's art. I think maybe even without his permission. Were the other people trans? Nah, in no world is that not transphobic. Yeah. He exposed, yeah, Mutahar's done some good work. Investigative journalism is not easy. And certainly, you know, doing it as a YouTuber, there's all kinds of other things you have to worry about too. He's not an ideologue, but even if he was, we could still, well, yeah, so that, Michael, I hope that people are getting it, because I'm getting it from both sides here, chat, and not in a good way, not in a hot way, more like, but, you know, that's gonna happen, given that I'm trying to be, honest, and I'm coming from you know, a perspective that is informed by my experience. In no way should my commentary about where Mutahar falls short in his investigation be taken as a diminishment of Keffals' guilt, right? My main disagreement isn't like, you know, about the character of Keffals as a person, who I have, you know, experienced her being a horrible person to myself, to my friends, to people in my community, right? I can vouch for, you know, Keffals being a scumbag, but it's just like the, I guess it's the why that I somewhat disagree with. Oh my God, chat, I'm so far behind. I'm so far behind on you. If you were homework, I'd be failing this class. Mutahar's next name, Keffals' nemesis? Cheap audio punches at volume, though, like Rascally Youth. Good audio gives a jazz lift. Wasn't the opening of her Destiny video that got banned? Yeah, exactly, Zara. It was full of slurs. Yeah, so it wasn't the... I can see why somebody would think that it was... And technically, I guess you could say it was the thumbnail on Twitch. Oh, God. I hate to have to parse it this deep, right? But check it out, all right? If you came to the stream before it started, you would have seen something like this. Right? Now, if you go to Twitch while this is up, you're going to see this as my thumbnail. But it's not like I put that as a thumbnail, because I don't have a thumbnail on Twitch. It's just whatever's on the screen. Right? So her version of this had a bunch of slurs. And if it also had Destiny's face on it, I can guarantee you that is 100% not the reason that she got banned. It is because she had slurs on screen for a long time. Right? Instead of just having this, you know, picture of Sunday's apostasy on here, right? She had slurs, and that's anyway. But good point. Yeah, I didn't think that. Just so, you know, in a way, he's almost technically right, right? It did function. It was a temporary thumbnail for Keffals, but it wasn't banned because it was a thumbnail, and it was banned because it was on her stream and it had slurs on it. It wasn't banned because Destiny's picture was on it. Destiny's static picture is not a problem. Oh my God, chat, I hit the wrong button, didn't I? Didn't I? There we go. We're back. It wasn't the image of Destiny, it was the slurs on the screen around his face, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Globitz is on it before I even got there. I'm almost picking up the other conversation going on in chat that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here, but luckily I can tell that it's not related. Alongside the more emphasis connections with former Trotskyist. Wait, Keffals connections? Why is he laughing? I heard that laugh. Dead naming. Oh God. Well, yeah. Again, coming from a perspective of somebody that does not feel that pain, and you can see how that kind of, you know, that biases his coverage. Sorry, Destiny sounds like a... I mean, you're not the first to say that Destiny is a woman's name. They just, yeah, you kind of have to guess. That's right, Gravel Monarch. Twitch is pretty left-leaning. I think Destiny got banned because of his edgy and trans... So, we can guess, we can speculate, but I don't think we'll ever know. And as far as Twitch being left-leaning, I don't know. I mean, that's a relative thing, right? If you think vaush is on the far left, then anyway. Meritocracy is an essential mark of neoliberal ideology. Oh my god, I'm reading from the wrong conversation. The conversation that's in the chat for some reason. Mutahar has done better work on videos in the past. I just think this is not his best work. And even though Keffals definitely cooked, no, 100% Zara. Definitely cooked by this expose. Basically, he isn't, and we'll get to some of the more substantive stuff that he does bring up. That I will. I'm not going to completely. I'm not trying to take down Mutahar. Although I will say that I think that I probably, if we were to talk about politics, we'd probably disagree on a lot. Basically, he didn't talk to the right people enough. Probably true. So I'm just trying to catch up with chat because I'm like so far behind here. Okay, here we go.
The site dropped by Cloudflare, who cited an imminent threat to human life. Without their protection, Kiwi Farms became vulnerable to illegal denial of service attacks and was forced to shut down. Now this is the story that the public was led to believe. Concluding a successful campaign, Keffals reiterated over and over that the site had been shut down. It only became more difficult to insist as time had gone on, given it's obviously not true. Kiwi Farms is up to this day, and by all metrics, it has way more stability.
Okay, so I feel like Keffals, despite how much South Park style humor she likes to engage in, she never recognized the eternal truth that you cannot kill that which has no life. All right? You cannot kill that which has no life. So her plan to get rid of Kiwi Farms was doomed from the start. But did she really want to do that? Did she really think that she could do that? Or was this all just a giant clout chase, right? Was this all a fucking virtue signal for her to perform battle against the last boss of the internet and declare victory before realizing that she, before anybody realized that like the site wasn't actually down? It was taken down, for days. It was taken down maybe for weeks, but it never fucking stayed down. And Josh Moon sure as fuck wasn't gonna let it die. And like the people on that website were it to actually be gotten rid of, were Moon to to hang up his spurs, right? Those people would have just gone to another site. They would have been, I can think of at least 3 other sites that would have just absorbed their community immediately, right? You don't get rid of, it just moves around to different sites.
Ever before. And what many of her supporters don't realize is that this is truly the beginning of the web of lies that make up this entire ordeal. Almost everything you've heard about this whole situation is a lie. And that's why I'm going to explore in depth in these next 2 sections. These are 2 very important aspects to the story to address: her portrayal of the swatting and how exactly the money was spent. When it comes to something as serious as swatting, it's important not to downplay its severity. This is a crime that's taken innocent people's lives. But curiously, her story began to change as time went on. The narrative set forth in her initial video is one of terror. Clara says on the 5th of August, she is awoken by police services pointing an assault rifle at her face. This specific detail is referenced in her video several times.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London police services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. When I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me, I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
Her story then changed to an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then...
Sisyphean Task says, I don't particularly care about Keffals. Then again, I didn't give her money. Yeah, there's a real victim, right? Like I have trouble feeling sorry for you know, the farms or its proprietors or for anybody else like that, you know, any actually toxic people who were, you know, involved in this tango with Keffals. But I do feel bad, I guess, for the, you know, because it wasn't just her community that she ripped off, right? This got signal boosted into the trans community at large, into people that cared about trans people, right? Those are the kind of people that donated to Keffals. And I remember at the time when this happened, I felt horrible about what happened to her, right? Like, and look, I don't know enough about the situation, you know, to say that, like, I guess I just believed, you know, what she said. I believed her characterization of the swatting, right? And so, you know, I was supportive of her at this point. I was supportive of her up until she joined the vaush network, right? That's kind of when I, you know, recognized that, and it was critical support, because I was aware of the fact that there's a lot that she did that I didn't like. There were a lot of people in her community that she was hurting even back then. But as far as, you know, being the victim of stuff like doxing and swatting, and her family getting drawn into that, I had immense, like, you know, empathy. And when I would cover her, I would see, like, I wasn't sure about the GoFundMe, though. I always had kind of, you know, misgivings about that. The first one of those being that, you know, there's a lot of aid that's needed in the trans community. There's a lot of people that are in states like Florida and Texas where they're drawing up laws against trans people. And, you know, she'd done some fundraising for that. But, like, I was bothered by the fact of how this whole thing was sort of recentering her at in the drama, when the truth of the matter, and I think Keffals at her best, was like advocating against anti-trans legislation and raising funds for the victims of that kind of legislation. And instead, now all the attention is on Keffals. Keffals is the victim. Keffals is, you know, in need of massive amounts of money, just like, you know, and I saw people that did not have money to be giving Keffals money. And I was just like, I wasn't, you know, trying to fundraise for her or anything, but I was covering what was going on. And as a result, people in my community were like, oh yeah, I'm going to donate. Luna Rose says, I'm in the UK, where my wait for gender care is around 10 years. God damn. Yeah, there's a Philosophy Tube video. What is it? I emailed my doctor 130 times. Good old NHS waiting list. Yeah, and there's people out there actively trying to make that worse, using stuff like the CAS report to try to make it even harder. Right? Like the CAS report gives you the idea that somehow it's like, it's too easy to get trans-affirming healthcare. She did so much racism. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like, you know, I wanted to support somebody who is getting, you know, doxed and swatted, but at the same time, I saw the people in her own community that she was hurting, and the fact that, like, much like vaush, she had a lot of there was a lot that she still hadn't unpacked.
Saw that assault rifle, I screamed. And
one thing that you might want to unpack, though, in the next minute or so is the top of the hour ad break. That's right, that's the ad break that comes at you every hour, on the hour, at the top of the hour. Meaning if you're watching me on Twitch, that you will be forced to see 3 minutes of ads, and they could even be the same ad over and over again. I don't know. I have no control over that. You have no control over that. What you do have control over, though, possibly, is getting yourself out of that by using a Twitch Prime to get yourself a sub for free. Then you will no longer see that ad break. Or by paying $5 to Twitch to get yourself a sub, and thus getting out of the ad break like that. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. That does occasionally still happen on Twitch, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
I thought I was going to die.
A month later, she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody, and they had a search warrant signed.
These next few clips are of Alex, her fiance at the time. Alex confirms she didn't wake up with a gun in her face and reveals Clara wasn't even the one to answer the door. They spoke to Alex first, who was already awake, and gave Clara enough time to put on pajamas.
So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door and I answered. Rather, I was getting ready for the shower and there was a tremendous pounding. And so, yeah, someone did not wake her with a rifle pointed 3 inches from her face, but essentially as soon as she woke
Wait, so do we have like confirmation that she straight up lied here? Because this is pretty...
Pajamas that was like on the floor.
And there was a fight that...
And reveals Clara
had a search warrant signed.
These next...
I thought I was going to die.
A month later.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed.
In police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
And
then saw the weapon.
The emails.
Assault rifle in my face at my home. When I was
video several times.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
Chat, I don't know what to call this other than a straight up lie. Right, and what happened to her is still fucked up. The fact that people on the internet can, you know, this is what they do. Like, you know, he was talking about before about, well, doxing's not technically a crime. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's not the doxing that's the problem. It's what people do with the doxed information, which is shit like this, right? They wrote an email, I think, to what, the city council or the cops or something, like claiming to be her and claiming that they were gonna, you know, hurt people and shoot people, and they had all these weapons and shit like that, right? So I'm not trying to, like, yeah, what actually happened to her was still fucked up, but she's straight up lying here. And I can't say exactly why.
At my home. When I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me, I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
Her story then changed to an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her...
And it's not just one lie, it's like a series of lies, right? There's the initial statement, which like is like, you know, just like painting a picture like that puts us in her place, like, right? Waking up to a gun in our face, right? And then we move from the, you know, from the bedroom to the hallway. That's where the gun was. And then, you know, we're like, oh, well, it wasn't pointed at her face, but it was there. Scary gun. And yeah, I mean, like, that's still scary. It's just like
her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
A month later, she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody.
Wait, what?
And they had a search warrant signed.
These next few clips are of Alex, her fiance at the time. Alex confirms she didn't wake up with a gun in her face and reveals Clara wasn't even the one to answer the door. They spoke to Alex first, who was already awake, and gave Clara enough time to put on pajamas.
So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door and I answered. Rather, I was getting ready for the shower and there was a tremendous pounding. And so, yeah, someone did not wake her with a rifle pointed 3 inches from her face, but essentially as soon as she woke up,
Was I in a state of undress? I was naked and I had to put on a pair of pajamas that was like on the floor before I could even go out to see the police officers.
See, the story has already morphed significantly.
So the real story is that her partner is about to get in the shower. There's a tremendous pounding on the door. Partner goes to the door. It's the cops. Partner comes into Keffals' room where Keffals is sleeping and says the cops are at the door. Keffals gets into some pajamas and then goes outside the door. And that's where she encounters the cops. Yeah, I can't square this with what she said. Like this, I don't understand why she's lying here. I don't get it.
Significantly from Clara waking up to guns in her face, to seeing guns in the hallway, to police never entering the apartment at all. The lack of consistency.
Catalina Gearbox, I hate to break it to you, but you've got Keffals debunking herself. You've got Keffals saying things that cannot both be true, right? And although we have been talking, for those of us who've already been watching the stream, for those of us who are not just joining the stream and making weird assumptions in my Twitch chat, right? You know, I've talked about Mutahar and who he is and his perspective and the fact that he is viewed by so many as being this apolitical figure, as being like venerated as this, you know, unimpeachable researcher. And there's stuff that he's gotten wrong. There's things that he's claimed about Keffals that were not true. However, in a lot of those cases, it's just that he's missed the point. It's not that he's like, you know, saying it's not like that he's defaming like an innocent person. He just doesn't know like what Keffals has actually done. And in some cases he is, you know, talking about like right here, it's just like her own words versus her own words. And like, I'm sorry, like those are not deep fake AI videos of Keffals. Those are her actual words, and they are not words that you can they're not words that you can you can't make these two pieces of the puzzle fit, right? It's a lie. And she's been lying a lot. And she's been lying, and we've seen her lie. And if you've been paying attention to what's going on in the stream, you've seen her lie about people in this very community. You've seen her straight up lie about Zara, right? You've seen her lie about Bad Empanada, like, you know, like whatever you think about Bad Empanada, and like, you know, as somebody who Bad Empanada called an idiot and blocked, I'm not exactly, you know, somebody that's trying to sweep for the guy, right? But yeah, no, she's a fucking liar. And she's apparently always been a fucking liar. And so much of the story that we've gotten, so much of the story that I took at face value was not even true. She's victimized her own community. She's victimized the trans community, and she has fucking ripped us off. So please, please, I do not need like people coming in here to try to sweep for Keffals. It's over. She's over. She defended fucking vaush and his weird like lowly horse preoccupation. I mean, like, what more do you need to see? What more do you need to see? Like, I can't imagine somebody still having a like parasocial attachment to this person at this time. It's like I don't know. It's like Stockholm, which isn't real. Stockholm syndrome, by the way, isn't real, but it's like Stockholm if it were real. Anyway,
is concerning, given she was supposed to be.
I'm just gonna alienate everybody, aren't I?
And I mean, Keffals went so far as to compare herself to a victim of police brutality.
There we go.
See another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police. I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle. Dog.
Look, if you want to talk about the issues with Mutahar, the stuff that he gets wrong, I'm trying to have that conversation right now. Like, I'm trying to go through here objectively and look at his reporting, and I have found some stuff that he got wrong. I have found some stuff that he just didn't know about. I would, you know, if you want to tell me that thumbnail is transphobic, I don't disagree, right? But right here we have Keffals comparing herself to Elijah McClain on Twitter, right? She's a scumbag, she's a liar, and she's hurt a lot of people. And it needs to fucking stop.
Whatever you think about the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep her story straight just makes this so much more worse. Clara also claimed police were transphobic and booked her under a dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming again refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth.
During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name. The police, when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people. This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before ever even mentioning my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them. Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012.
On August 11th, London Police Chief Steve Williams put out a statement regarding some of her accusations. He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being addressed by...
Okay, so here's something I really don't understand about Mutahar, right? Like what? Like she showed you the evidence bag, right? With her old name on it, with her dead name on it, right? And now what? We're like, well, they had the cameras on the holding cell and nobody called her. That, like, right? The fact that her previous name was even brought up at all during these proceedings is inexcusable. And it's an example of how trans people are fucked over by the police. I don't think this is a surprise to anybody in here, right? As far as like me saying, oh my gosh, the police as an institution have a series of biases against a variety of different identities. Yeah, they do. This is from existence of prior police reports. Okay, but what is her name? Her name is Clara Sorrenti. So, like, her fucking evidence bag should say Sorrenti on it. Like, look, refer to the current legal name of the fucking person involved. Yeah, this is fucked.
Her dead name and gender. Williams concluded her dead name was used on property bags due to the existence of a prior police...
You mean the cops are the bad guys? No way.
Explaining that it was literally for tracking purposes.
For tracking? What does that fucking mean? What is tracking purposes? Wouldn't you track somebody under their legal fucking name? Which for her would be Sorrenti? What? It's tracking purposes. Oh, I'm sorry, Chad. I'm wrong. The police were doing it for tracking purposes. Thank you, Mutahar. Thank you. That makes so much sense. Now that I know it's for tracking purposes, I guess I'm okay with all the fucking... Yeah, no.
...would be implemented to prevent any of this in the future. Claire responded to the statement by reiterating her dead name was used during the arrest. She even speculated the timing may have been intentional so they wouldn't get caught.
It's important that he said, well, I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest. And that's when it happened. The activity in the holding cells is monitored. And I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody. I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and can be part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about their business. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams in the London Police Service.
Her own partner then contradicts the claim that she was dead named during the arrest, though alludes to unspecified misgendering that occurred. Once again, any instance...
I mean, I don't know. Like, the fact that there's the name Roberts is on the evidence bag shows me that there's, like... And it's an inexcusable way. Look, you could make an argument maybe, like, had she not gotten her name changed, like, legally, right? Had it been that she goes by, you know, Clara, but, like, she didn't have it, like, you could then say that, like, well, the police, you know, found her legal name at the time and used that, right? That's not the situation that we're talking about. Like, this is not her name, and yet it's on the evidence bag. Why is that?
After the arrest should have been captured on recording.
And they yelled at Clara while she was in bed. So she got up. They were saying Clara Sorrenti. Note that they did not use her dead name at this point either.
As far as I know, is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of, you know, having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest.
Okay, so confirming that misgendering did occur, right? So what he's trying to find is like an inconsistency about the timing of the misgendering thing. But Mutahar, we've already established that she's an unreliable narrator, right? I think what are you trying to show here? Because it feels like to me this is disingenuous, right? She was misgendered. But because like the timing of the misgendering is not like matching up to what she claims it is, like it's like right, this is not about Keffals at this point. This is about the police. This is about the police and how they interact with trans people, right?
That is how it happened. It wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't.
The absence of evidence means that this only remains a he said, she said scenario. But it's hard to take Clara's word at face value given her complete and total lack of credibility. Another key.
It's easy to take the evidence bag at face value, though. What are you talking about?
Her story was that police had confiscated their devices, resulting in significant financial damages.
They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only that, but the police seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external.
I fucking hate this story, chat.
A copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the.
Oh my God, we are never gonna get through this, are we?
Unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones.
And this was one of her justifications to launch the GoFundMe, to recoup her losses.
I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights.
But there were no losses to recoup. The devices were returned after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
That's nice.
So, yeah, that was really nice. Not nice.
That's her talking to Ethan. Why is Muta going after bullshit instead of the real criticisms? I think he gets into some of those, right? He gets into some of these. Not referring to her by her real name is fucked up. It's pedantic pettiness. What's up, OnlyFacts? I feel like I'm just gonna start talking like Penguin Zero. Like, thanks for the donation. I don't know. I'm just like, this is like, I'm not enjoying the story. Put it on the speed. Yes, I should. I need to do something. You're right. You're right, Patricia. Get the speed
how they
going.
responded to the
Let's
situation.
see, what do we do?
I'll take it.
Now, if we're to believe that she meant 3 days
1.5 maybe?
That would place it on August 8th, a day before the GoFundMe started. There's also footage of Clara picking up her belongings from the police station, where you can see this property bag. It heavily resembles the property bag seen in her initial video. A close-up of one of the labels shows us a date of August 8th, 2022. This again implies that she got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe ever even went live, and knowingly lied about needing to buy a new cell phone and computer. Even if you don't want to make that assertion, at best, she got her stuff back the next day, because this upload is dated August 10th. There is no way to reconcile these statements, and either way, it was dishonest to never update that campaign to reflect this.
Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones, so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us.
Now, Keffals launched her GoFundMe on August 9, 2000.
Okay, so here's what he didn't show, though. Like, right? And look, I'm just trying to be fair. I'm trying to, like, it does feel like that should have been updated. It does feel like there is, you know, a lack of transparency, a lack of honesty on Keffals' part. However, like, right, when they confiscated her stuff and her only income is coming from, like, content creator work that she's doing, is it not possible that she could have assumed that she wouldn't get the stuff back and just replaced it? Because that's what she's claiming. She's claiming that she went into her pocket to replace cell phones and computers. And I don't think he's debunked that. So, yeah.
2022 with an initial goal of $20,000. The page claims that if this amount was exceeded, the funds would be allocated to a legal fund to protect herself against ongoing and future threats to her safety. However, this was later changed to, I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. Now, this is a very, very important distinction, because it means all the donations past the first 20 grand were explicitly for legal action. See, Clara gradually kept raising the goal until it reached over $100,000 on the 20th. If you want to be technical, it actually never ended, because she's still taking donations to this day. In fact, there wasn't even a fixed amount, which is odd, as it makes it seem like her goal was to basically raise as much money as possible rather than afford an intentional expense. Naturally, with her effort raising over $100,000, there were questions over how the money was spent. Claire's tried to poison the well numerous times by calling anyone who asks this question bad faith. I'll never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad faith actors who neither support me nor contributed to the fund in the first place. Well, what if I gave money? Am I now allowed to ask? Ooh, that's a question we should bring up. You have to remember, this was a story that got mainstream coverage. There were over 150 articles published about the situation, including The Guardian, NBC, CNN, Bloomberg.
Wait, are those the donors? Oh no, these are articles.
The Associated Press, and Canadian state-funded news outlet CBC. Popular politicians like Jagmeet Singh of the NDP party took a stand by her publicly. Normies were led to believe a series of events that did not occur. And there are regular folk out there who don't have the time or capability to ensure their funds weren't misused, especially when there is a limited amount of financial support for at-risk members of the trans community. There is nothing wrong with questioning...
Okay, now that's a good point. There's a good point, right? There's a limited amount of funds, a limited amount of people who care to the degree where they're going to put their money where their mouth is to you know, help at-risk trans people. That's true, right? There's a lot of trans people that are hurting for money. There's a lot of trans people that need to relocate for their own safety, right? And when part of her fundraising is predicated on lies, I don't know what to say. But I mean, it does. There is also the aspect of, you know, what the stuff was spent on, which is what the Starvoxia thread was about. Is it here? Yeah, this one. This is the one that Demon Mama retweeted, right? Anyway, we will get to that in a second. God. This one.
For transparency of where this money had went. In fact, more people should actually be asking where this money even went. Clara posted this photo in her Discord server, which was enough for trolls to bombard the hotel with pizzas. The next day, she uploaded a video declaring things had escalated and she was now in hiding. If you recall, another goal of hers was to move out immediately, after someone hacked her Uber Eats account and sent $500 worth of food.
So what happened, I woke up and I got an email that the email for my Uber Eats account was changed. And then I looked outside the door and there was like at least $500 worth of food ordered with my hacked Uber account. So I got doxxed again, except this time I also got hacked.
She expedited an already planned trip to Europe. Her rationale was that London police didn't have the resources to stop online trolls. And then she went live to provide further details.
Are you moving to Europe? I'm gonna be living there for a while, but I'm not moving there. My fiance is staying back in Canada and I'm gonna be in the UK on my own for a while. I think that the current plan is that in 2-3 weeks of my stay, my fiance is going to be coming over and we'll stay together for a while. On Monday, I find out if I got approved or not for the new place that I want to live at, which will give us a really good time frame of what we're going to do.
Her fans begged her to stop giving out information.
Stop giving out details. Stop telling me what to do.
Later that day, Clara tweeted, "Do I have any followers in Europe? Let me know if you want to meet up." Her first stream back revealed she was in Northern Ireland.
So I'm okay. I am currently in Ireland. I am staying with a friend. I'm safe. Things are good. Don't tell people what country. It is completely fine. Do you know how dense Ireland is? Very dense country. I do not think it's going to be a problem.
She was staying with a friend named Ellen. Her ex-fiancé never moved over for reasons we're actually going to discuss later. Ellen had already been doxxed months prior, and their apartment was found within 24 hours. And a troll took this photo outside their building. They were able to find her location just by using a doorknob. To be clear, I'm not endorsing any of this behavior or doing it, or even saying if you're careless, you deserve that this happens to you. My argument is that if you're willing to leave a continent to another continent to escape trolls, there is a lot you could do for less to mitigate the risk of doxing. For example, not buying equipment specifically for IRL streaming and announcing where you're going to be in advance. At one point, Ellen revealed they were going to go to visit a poutine truck in Belfast. The owner received bomb threats, which Clara used to tease an IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one.
Okay, so now here's where it gets inexcusable, right? Announcing. Yeah, poutine, right? So poutine, if you don't know, this is a Canadian, classic Canadian food. Apparently, you can get it, in Ireland, but like it really does narrow down like where you might be going, where you like announce this ahead of time. Like it looks to me like she's trying to. I don't know, chat. This is like it's like she's putting the owners of this business in danger.
For IRL streaming and announcing where you're going to be in advance. And to another continent to escape trolls, there is a lot you could do for less to mitigate the risk of doxing. For example,
like even if you don't care about like, if you're, I don't know.
Not buying equipment specifically for IRL streaming and announcing where you're going to be in advance. At one point, Ellen revealed they were going to go to visit a poutine truck in Belfast. The owner received bomb threats, which Clara used to tease an IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake.
Wait, did they actually name the place?
For IRL streaming and announcing where you're going to be in advance. At one point, Ellen revealed they were going to go to visit a poutine truck in Belfast.
Okay, so that's the level of specificity. A poutine truck or a poutine shop in Belfast. Yeah, it just seems like she's putting people in danger.
The owner received bomb threats, which Clara used to tease an IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake, right? A day later, Ellen publicly fielded suggestions for future IRL stream locations in Ireland. I want to reiterate, if you are in hiding, why would you buy new streaming equipment specifically for streaming in the public, and then also share where you plan on going in advance? By her own admission, she wanted to stoke the flames in order to maximize publicity.
By intentionally making myself a lightning rod, so I could make kiwi farms more vicious and attack me to the point where Cloudflare had no choice. Because every time they attacked me, I publicized it. One of the things that I did intentionally for the success of the campaign was make myself a lightning rod. I egged them on. I egged kiwi farms on. I wanted them to attack me because by doing that, I was able to show the world how fucking vile they are.
In the past, streamers have been punished for similar behavior.
Like it's one thing if you're doing that, like, and putting yourself in the crosshairs, right? But it's another thing if you're, risking other people that don't sign up for that.
Ice Poseidon was notorious for being a constant target of swatting. He was ultimately banned after streaming and getting swatted inside an airport, and while it wasn't his fault, at a certain point he was clearly feigning ignorance and enabling his troll's behavior for content. What makes Clara's behavior different, and what actually prevented her from staying in Canada? Well, if you think it's fucked up for me to question it, don't worry, because Keffals has since admitted that this entire cover story was all a lie. Nowadays, her explanation for leaving the continent was not to escape online harassment, but to escape her ex-fiancé, Alex, who she now accuses of being abusive. To not get too deep into it, this is after her ex-fiancé called her out for leaving to cheat on her with Ellen.
This is where I need to admit something. Last year, I was in the papers. This was on CBC, Canada's biggest media outlet. Twitch streamer and trans activist says she's leaving Canada for a while due to harassment. Earlier this month, Clara Sorrenti was the target of a swatting incident and has been doxxed and hacked. And there was a criticism that I frequently got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment? And as we found out, it didn't. Because once I landed in Belfast, I had people showing up, making threats outside of where I was staying. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape online harassment as long as I was an online figure. And the truth is, I left the country because of my ex and because I was scared of my ex. because my ex was abusive and abused me emotionally and yelled at me and consistently coerced me into sex. That's why I left. But I couldn't tell anyone. I didn't want it to be a big thing. I didn't want it to be in the papers while all the journalists were circling around and writing their stories. I didn't want that to be known. I didn't want any of this to ever be out in public. So here's
Her escape basically amounted to a paid-for vacation across Europe, evident by a leaked post from her closed Twitter circle on September 14th. Claire reveals she was staying in Ireland until the 27th, then heading to Spain until the 11th, before moving into her apartment on the 12th. Now, the dates imply that she had already just bought tickets, but she ended up in London instead to watch a play. Claire then briefly returned to Ireland before flying to the United States to attend TwitchCon. Not only did she stream the event IRL, but she even antagonized Destiny's ex-wife for being married to him.
Keffals went to go, and she went up to Melina.
They deserve each other, don't they? Chud and Keffals? I don't know.
And she was like, she was shaking. Like, it was like she was so anxious or so angry, she was shaking, right? And she said, tell your husband, if he doesn't stop coming...
This was Chud back when he was a Destiny orbiter.
I'm going to get his YouTube channel deleted. No memes. That happened. Okay.
So Keffals moved into her new apartment on October 12th and used some of the GoFundMe money to pay for a full year's worth of rent in advance.
So just a quick update. I have an apartment for October. I'm moving then. I have it. I've already paid. I'm putting it, like, I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment, and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000. So far, Clara has admitted to spending the money on new devices, as well as equipment for IRL streaming. She traveled across Europe, planning to visit Spain from Ireland, but ended up at a play in London instead. She then flies to TwitchCon in the United States before getting an apartment in Canada, and then paying an entire year's worth of rent. There, she bought even more equipment to build a professional set with studio lights. While it's difficult to make an exact calculation for this, the gaming chair alone, her gaming chair, would have cost over $2,000.
I had to...
Wait, that note was basically written by the new IRA. Wait, what note are we talking about? Bomb threats in Belfast are taking it hella seriously due to the IRA. They'll do it. The Irish are kind of known for... Wait, I thought that was during the Troubles, right? Is that still a currently ongoing thing? Without passing out experience like candy, this Keffals kerfuffle sounds like they are weakly demanding victimhood as some sort of politically polarized stance. Oh, that Keffals is? That she is? Oh my god, chat. This is like doing it to me. Like I don't hot. I'm uncomfortable. Like it's my like least favorite content. Where it's like I like content's easy when it's like somebody being exposed that's bad and like it's just like that's all it is, right? But it's kind of like if I don't watch Mutahar, then I'm not gonna catch him doing something dishonest too, right? It's not the same kind of dishonesty. It's not, you know. But like I said, I feel like a little bit of a burden of having a particular perspective that might be able to shed some light on the situation that's not coming on it from you know, the likes of Mutahar, and I want to be here for that. I want to, like, you know, that's Brexit and the UDP backlash to hype things up. Wait, as far as Ireland? Violence does flare up now and then. So is in terms of bombings and stuff? Because I mean, like, that's the modus operandi of... Oh my god, chat. I'm gonna have to take a pee really quick. Can I trust you with Vriska? Alright, can I trust Vriska with the stream? I guess that's what I'm asking. Like, I've heard that Vriska did nothing wrong, so I'm kind of counting on that being true. That Vriska is not some kind of complicated historical figure that has like many different dimensions and, you know, both good and bad operating, because I just really need to pee. I will be right back, and hopefully I'll be better. I just like, this is tough content. This is honestly really tough content to cover.
Take extra caution with the set that I made. It's not even a set. It's just like part of my home, but it is basically a set. I have like studio lights. I have like whole camera thing. It's very professional. So I had to go through all of this as soon as I got back from TwitchCon to make sure that I could just like return to my life before I was swatted.
But see, that wasn't the only thing she admits to spending some of this GoFundMe money on. Clara also says she contracted a security company in September to keep herself safe.
I consulted with a security company, and they made all of my devices hack-proof, and they gave me tips on not getting doxxed again. They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement. I already hired a lawyer, and all of the information between me and my lawyer is privileged and confidential, and I can't talk about it. So the money towards a legal fund is being utilized, but until the point where I can actually talk about what I'm doing, I can't say anything. So I use the money to find a place, to contract a security company to keep myself safe, and to hire a lawyer.
This raises an interesting question on what the security company was doing beyond making her devices hack-proof. That same month, she confronted a prolific member of the Kiwi Farms thread. Keffals tried to intimidate the user with their personal information, claiming to have hired a private investigator. I know the PI will get me more, though. He's still talking to the family and school officials. This didn't work because they doxed the wrong person. The user mocked her and asked if she paid for the PI using her GoFundMe. Clara responded, "No, the GoFundMe is currently in savings until I need to use it." In case you doubt the authenticity of these messages, Clara has confirmed that they are real several times. And I don't know about you, but hiring a private investigator so you can confront trolls with bad info doesn't sound like the action of someone in fear of their life. Her messages also contradict a tweet where she says $50,000 was already put into the legal fund. The final thing Clara mentions in that stream clip is using the money to hire a lawyer. What's interesting is that, by her own words, she already had a lawyer and was consulting two more, the day after the GoFundMe had launched. It was one of her earliest responses to criticisms over reportedly raising her goal.
Yes, I'm using these funds to move, but more importantly, once I'm safe, the rest of those funds are going to be used for legal expenses. Because I'm not just moving, I'm also taking legal action. I already have one lawyer, and I'm consulting with two more. I'm going to get justice for what happened to me, and for every other marginalized person in this country who has been victimized. Legal fees are incredibly expensive, and I feel very fortunate that I was able to raise this much money, because I would not be able to take legal action if it wasn't for that.
This is strange in retrospect, as only 12 days later, she made it very clear she was holding off pursuing legal action against the London police.
After it first happened, I was very mad at the police, and I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them, but they've taken the threat against my life very seriously, and I want to see justice. There's a lot of leads right now, and they might actually be able to catch the person who swatted me. And with what is going on and the connections to Kiwi Farms, knowing that they're monitoring the thread, we might actually see something happen.
Now, at around the same time, she told the Kiwi Farms user the money was in savings. She claimed she never said she was going to sue the police.
Okay, so this is really interesting. This was a Kiwi Farms user, but Mutahar's claiming that this is not the person that doxed her, right? So she's going after this person ostensibly with information that she got from some kind of was it like a private investigator? So what happened? She doxed like the wrong person? But do we have that? See, like, as much as like I don't trust like Keffals to be honest, I don't really trust Mutahar to be accurate at this point. There's too many things that he's gotten wrong, so I don't know what's going on here. Like, if this is the person that doxed her, or this is not the person that doxed her. That being said, this does seem to be like Keffals' arc is particularly dark because she ended up exemplifying some of the same traits as the people that went after her, right? She got, doxed and swatted by people on Kiwi Farms and elsewhere on the internet. And then she started like doing like Kiwi Farms like behavior, including apparently like, you know, doxing this person. Now I don't know, like I don't feel bad for them, I don't feel sorry for them if they're like they're responsible for her doxing, but it's still just not something that it's not something you should fuck with. It's like a web of weasels. Yeah, not even the good kind.
Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I wanted to be very careful with the language that I used because I don't know exactly what the plan is. I know that I'm eventually going to take legal action in some way or another, but I don't know yet, and I can't talk about the different things that have been discussed between my lawyer and I.
Now, going back to Destiny's manifesto, this was scrutinized on a much wider scale, which led many to start asking for a breakdown of expenses. Clara refused because I'm not providing a product to investors, I won't be sharing expense breakdowns. I've been advised by lawyers to keep everything close to vest for legal and safety reasons. Clara rebuked that there was a legal fund. She got an apartment and was now processing the entire event. Now, you're probably wondering, if she wasn't planning on suing the police, why did she hire lawyers and what was the point of the legal fund? Well, if you read between the lines, some of you might be able to infer what actually happened. On October 2nd, 2022, Clara posted a client engagement agreement to prove legal action was underway. If you look at the bottom, you can see the document reads,
"This is what stunk to high hell about this whole thing." And I'm not just talking about Keffals, I'm talking about Keffals, I'm talking about White Nervosa, right? These people using the concept of the farms as a cudgel, right? If somebody criticizes Keffals, well, they're probably with the farms, right? If somebody's inconvenient for Keffals, let's send White Nervosa over there to make baseless fucking accusations. A whole Google Drive full of nothing burgers, implying that this person is with the farms. And then when she and you know and one of her mods like proves that that these accusations aren't true, hide the fucking comment. Hide the comment and act like nothing happened. Like, they're so dishonest. And this is the person that helped Vaush get away with his predatory behavior in the fucking first place. This is somebody who like jokingly refers to herself as part of the Vaush intelligence agency. But on the real, they were doing everything they could to save Vaush from anything resembling accountability. Like, it is like you said, who said the nest of weasels? Yeah, Thomas Jerome says it's like a web of weasels. It is like a web of weasels. We're dealing with so many weasels, and not the good kind either. But they are what they criticize. Like, they're calling other people Kiwi Farms. Fuck, like when you ask for a fucking, well, I mean, we'll get to that part, right? Literally asking for like a lore request on somebody that she's in a beef with, right? You know, she became what she hated. She became Kiwi Farms.
We have concluded a review of our records, and we confirm that we have not identified a conflicting interest in representing you in this matter. We searched the following names that you provided to us as being relevant. The terms they searched for were Clara Sorrenti, Kiwi Farms, and KiwiFarms.net. Now, this proves she was paying money to consult lawyers about a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms, but not the London police. It's dated August 10th, the same exact day as her stream, stating that she'd consulted a lawyer. There isn't actually even a good explanation of why she did this. Kiwi Farms was never mentioned as the intended target of her legal fund. The only entity named in the GoFundMe was the London police. So this took place around the same time she claimed she never intended to sue the police, and if you're wondering why it didn't go anywhere, for as much as people hate Kiwi Farms, the website is entirely legal. There are countless examples of attempted litigation that demonstrate this and why it never actually came to fruition. One thing I also want to address is some people have said, whoa, did you get some of your evidence on the Kiwi Farms? Even if I did, that doesn't make the evidence inadmissible. A lot of the Kiwi Farms evidence is actually cataloged on archive websites that capture a snapshot of a webpage and tweets and whatnot. This is to ensure that nothing that I'm showing you is actually altered and it was as it was originally posted. This makes the evidence admissible. It's kind of like saying, wow, did you find that perfectly good piece of evidence sitting in the middle of a neo-Nazi compound? Yeah.
Okay, but Mutahar, then I would ask you, what were you doing in the neo-Nazi compound? All right, you're not helping your case here, buddy. You're not helping your case. Now listen, I'm the first one to tell you that I've seen Keffals and her defenders use the fact that certain evidence exists on the farms as a reason to shove that evidence away and to ignore it as a deflection, right? So that's real. That's something that they do, right? I am amenable to the argument that you're trying to make, but holy shit, the Nazi compound thing, right? And what I'm worried about is not that you're using evidence that exists on kiwi farms, or that you're, you know, like finding stuff like on there and then verifying it. What I'm worried about is that, you know, if you're on kiwi farms long enough to read the threads, then you're starting to get their narrative of things, right? That might actually bias you. That might actually make your investigative reporting worse, right? So yeah, the Nazi compound, maybe, I don't know. And especially if the evidence exists elsewhere, as happened so many times, right? The evidence that I showed against White Nervosa, right? When she came onto my Twitter and made all those weird accusations, I was like, oh, aren't you the one that fucking defended vaush against the charges of his sexual predation, charges that he eventually admitted were true when he was left with no other option? Aren't you that person? Isn't this dishonest person on my timeline making accusations at me? She straight up accused me of getting that screenshot from Kiwi Farms. I got it from Google. Like, she's such a weirdo, chat. Like, it was one of the weirdest experiences of my life, right? But yeah, like trying to act like that, like I don't know. Could it have also been on Kiwi Farms? I don't fucking know. I don't look at that website. I literally Googled like White Nervosa vaush poppy or something like that, or you know, some search query, and it came up on fucking Google. And no, it wasn't from the farms. It's like I can't remember where it was, but it was I found it through Google. But yeah, they do try to use this idea that, like, you know, that if evidence that is inconvenient for them exists in a place where sussy bakas congregate, then therefore it must be untrue. No, there's nothing about that's not, you can't disprove something through that.
Yeah, trust me, I get the whole bill.
It was on Reddit, yeah. Oh, it was probably on Our Destiny. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Our Destiny.
Surrounding it is pretty shitty, but that doesn't mean the evidence is inadmissible. It's still perfectly good evidence. I just wanted to address this point because it's a common deflection and one that I absolutely need to nip in the butt.
Suing Kiwi Farms was actually something that I previously considered and was consulting with lawyers about doing that. And I basically came to the conclusion after looking into it that it's not worth it. There's little I can do as a Canadian to benefit from doing a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms. The only possible lawsuit being a defamation lawsuit, which there is little to no benefit for me to do.
3 days after posting that letter, Claire admitted on a private stream that she hadn't even started yet. Her unnecessary traveling is blamed for keeping her busy, which to me is an admission that she wasn't all that interested in consulting her lawyers.
But now I'm going to be focusing more on the legal things because I'm settled down, I'm back in Canada, and I have time to work on this now. I consulted quite a bit with my lawyers, but we, at the time, were, especially during the campaign, basically unsure of how to go forward.
Well, yeah, Shakespeare. It'd be more like if you're influenced by David Irving's, and we're talking about, when we say David Irving, we're talking about like a Holocaust revisionist / denialist, right? Right. If you're absorbing his narratives and your accusations or your is sort of based on his narratives, then yeah, it's going to take on an anti-Semitic flavor most likely, right? Because that's who you're dealing with. But like, the idea that because somebody touched something that therefore it's now inadmissible is bogus as well.
Especially because my availability was kind of all over the place.
And that's because this will be a very important issue later. She was still in the process of collecting evidence.
But the problem is right now is that I'm still in the process of I have to collect all the evidence. One of the first steps that you need to do is collect evidence. And if you announce prematurely who you are taking legal action against, it gives that party an opportunity to try and destroy as much evidence as possible. I'm not even going to publicly comment on the party either.
Now, for this to make sense, you kind of have to assume she wasn't talking about the police. In that case, we already know what proof does or does not exist. Her recount can't be proven, and even if we're to believe her, it's hard to argue the police acted out of prejudice. This is brought up by Nicholas Diorio, who got some interesting answers out of her on stream. The first clip is Clara stating she was still engaged in legal action against the police.
I wasn't aware you were still engaging with legal action of the police.
I am. It's just like,
there's been so much shit that happened. And then like immediately after like getting back from everything, I had to move. And I like just got unpacked like 2 weeks ago.
Claire describes a specific incident in which she was dead named while being put in handcuffs. However, she admits it could have been an honest mistake. And the
yeah, OnlyFans, like, oh my god, I did it again! I called you OnlyFans! That's so embarrassing! I'm sorry. I'm sorry, OnlyFact. So crazy to see all these names I've interacted with going on and doing dumb things, or am I just naive because IRL, I'm also a naive and trusting person? Look, I'm the same way, alright? Like, you know the song from Suicide Squad? All my friends are heathens, take it slow. That's Twitch politics, right? And I jumped into the middle of it. And before I knew what was going on, I was swimming with the sharks, right? It's a nasty place full of a lot of dishonest people, full of a lot of, like, you know, I'm trying to think of the word. Perverse incentives, yeah. And because the perverse incentives are allowed to exist over generations of, you know, streamers coming and going, there's an evolutionary force that favors people that are dishonest. And that's why you find a lot of these people out here. I don't know, like I don't want to make anybody, like, you know, jaded or anything like that, but yeah, there's a lot of bad people out there. A lot of people that I trusted too. Yeah. Maybe even some of the same people that you're talking about. That turned out to be snakes.
Officer didn't know what a dead name was.
Now, there are questions as to the dead naming taking place. They claim they have no footage of you being dead named once you get back to the precinct, and you claim there was dead naming. So the only time that could have happened is during the swatting itself. Is that still something that you claim?
Yeah, that was...
Okay, so just to explain to you what's going on here, this is Keffals talking to a commentary streamer named Nicholas Diorio, aka the tipster for the straights. Right, he's like tipster but for straight people, basically. That's Nicholas Diorio. No, sorry, it's a meme, but the reason it's blurred, I think, or at least I've been told, is that Nintendo is gonzo about taking people's videos down. And I think they might have been playing Nintendo games here. I don't know.
Thing that happened with the constable that arrested me, like when I was actually being put in handcuffs.
Look, I don't have a problem with spicing up the story a little bit, but, and I understand the like how this upset you and your family, but it really does sound like you kind of slandered those cops. Like, I don't think I slandered them. I mean, if we're taking them at face value, right, for that they thought when they were going into your house that they were like potentially dealing with somebody who was planning to shoot up a public office building or something like that with like politicians, then like it's totally possible that they thought that was your name, like that you went by that name. So
I don't know, because the email. Did you read the email?
Yes, I did read
the first sentence of the email is "My name is Clara Sorrenti,"
but then it was signed with your dead name.
It said "My name is Clara Sorrenti," and then my dead name is blank, and they put the dead name. So they made a decision at that point that they thought that my name wasn't actually my name and dead name was a real name. The officer that
it just seems like
that actually like arrested me said she
like it seems like if you're gonna do the research that you need to do to like press charges, like to develop a case against somebody, right? Which is what the police are doing here, or at least what they think that they're doing when they come out, right? Responding to a threat. That you'd think that the research would have included just like the series of documents, including the name change, right? Keffals' name change. And then at that point you'd see, okay, so legal name is Sorrenti, and then that would be it. I just don't understand why stuff has a tendency with the cops to kind of default back to the trans person's dead name, right? But there's always an excuse. There's always a... Anyway.
Not actually know what a dead name was.
Now this is where the story starts to take a very drastic turn. In the same private stream, Clara states that she had 2 years to take legal action due to the statute of limitations. Her plan was to start sometime in December or January of 2023.
A timeline of how things are happening. I have a total of 2 years to take legal actions. That's a statute of limitations. I want to start before this year ends, ideally. Like if I can kick things off in December or in January in the new year, that would be ideal. That's what I want. I talked to my lawyer today, and it's looking like January is the month where I'm going to be filing against the London Police Service. Once the video is out, everyone will know like all of the details of the case going forward. I've already been told that the case that I'm about to start could take up to 5 years.
This never came to fruition, with the activist drifting away from politics and stoking the flames of online drama. She started fighting with people like Keemstar in her own community, to the point that Drop Kiwi Farms officially denounced her. Her self-destructive behavior drew a lot of concern, which eventually led people to discover that she'd actually relapsed into addiction. It was leaked publicly on February 19, 2023, and a few days later that Clara admitted herself to inpatient rehab.
Okay, so Mutahar just talked about... I'm trying to think of what the timetable for this would be. I think we're talking about... Here, let's go back. I just want to... like, he skipped over some of the stuff that I feel like is the most damning... You know, this was when I figured out how dishonest Keffals was, right? I cut ties with her when she joined the vaush network, but I really started to view her as like a fundamentally dishonest person around this time. So this is 22/12/23, so the January or December of 2022.
Going to be filing against the London Police Service. Once the video is out, everyone will know like all of the details of the case going forward. I've already been told that the case that I'm about to start could take up to 5 years.
This never came to fruition, with the activist drifting away from politics and stoking the flames of online drama. She started fighting with people like Keemstar in her own community, to the point that Drop Kiwi Farms officially denounced her.
Okay, can somebody give me do we have any information on this as far as Drop Kiwi Farms denouncing Keffals? When did this happen? Because this is kind of a big deal. And also, my other question is, who is Drop Kiwi Farms? I was under the impression that when we're talking about Drop Kiwi, hashtag Drop Kiwi Farms, that's Keffals, right? That she ran it, right? I mean, she was, you know, spearheading the effort. But he's saying that the organization cut ties with her, disavowed her. Do we have any documentation of this? I'm not doubting it, okay? I'm not trying, this is not me trying to say that like when I think Mutahar is wrong about something, I'll say it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that this is news to me. And huge if true. Huge if true, because like I wasn't even aware of this. And now I want to know who was behind Drop Kiwi Farms.
Destructive behavior drew a lot of concern, which eventually led people to discover that she'd actually relapsed into addiction. It was leaked publicly on February 19, 2023, and a few days later that Clara admitted herself to inpatient rehab. Now, I'm not here to shame Keffals about her addiction. It's important for people to take recovery very seriously. But the timeline of events also can't be ignored. The relapse occurred after the attempted swatting. Clara says after settling into her new apartment in October.
Why am I not seeing dates? Oh my god, this is pissing me off. I'm seeing tweets. Why am I not seeing dates? I just want to be able to see exactly what period of time. I think he's skipping over like a year. Like it's a year between like Keffals making those statements and the revelation of her addiction, and there's a bunch of stuff that went on there, and that's the stuff that this is when people started to see Keffals for what she was, right? People in the trans community, people in you know, non-Vauchian leftist communities. This is when people, it started to become clear.
October, she began drinking excessively. And at the start of 2023, she started doing full-blown Colombian. And I'm not talking about no coffee boy.
I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of 2022...
Yeah, they were screenshotted the day of, not retroactively. Yeah,
I started
probably right.
drinking. which made me spiral. It was around the time that I was in fights with Keemstar. I started drinking, and then as more and more shit started happening, I started doing cocaine at the start of 2023.
Near the end of the month, she went on an 8-day coke bender before finding out that some of that coke was, I guess, cut with meth.
8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth.
This took place a few days after she had said the dreaded R word. Ooh.
Like, you make it sound like she said it like the R slur once, and she didn't. She said it all the fucking time, and like unabashedly. Like, this was like her thing. It's really funny that Mutahar is treating her, and this is the dishonesty that really rubs me the wrong way. Treating Keffals like she's some kind of intersectional leftist that cares about things like ableism. She doesn't fucking care about ableism. She makes fun of the fucking whole concept. Like, this is something that you and her have in common, asshole.
Which he later blamed on withdrawals, apparently. Her spiral worsened as she started doing coke, meth, benzos, while attempting to buy H on the dark web.
Started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering him from the dark net.
After the backlash, Clara went into rehab on February 22nd. In the next few days, I will be admitted to rehab. The doctor said that because of the drugs I'm addicted to without medical supervision, detoxing will kill me. Now, I'm inclined to believe her on this, given that she didn't return until about a month later. Clara later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 30.
Yeah, you're right, Resonate. This is not funny stuff to people who've dealt with it. And look, I tried to really, like, when this happened, I kind of said, all right, here's the deal. Obviously, her addictions are not an excuse for the people that she's harmed. But as far as the harm that she's done to me, I'm going to put that aside and, you know, like, essentially we just, like, stopped talking about her, right? And I was kind of hoping that, you know, she'd get the help that she needed, maybe take some time off, maybe reflect a little bit, maybe come back a different person. I was willing to grant her, and I did, like, a clean slate, you know, as far as at this point, right? And I know it's naive of me, but I was really hoping that maybe something would fundamentally change. Spoiler, it didn't. She kept getting worse. But
4 days before I discharged. I went to the addiction rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their sites, aggregators like recovery.com price a 3-day stay at the facility at 20,000 Canadian dollars. And that is a fourth of the entire dollar amount. It's hard to believe that expense, on top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing on how that GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the habit went a bit into the fund money at the end. However much a bit is, we might never know.
Oh, interesting. Wait, we were in, is this somebody who's, like, also in the Hassan community? I remember, this is the person that got in that little, that had a disagreement with Hassan over his debate with, oh my god, somebody Walker, Christian Walker, right? That was Catboy Collector, right?
No, her relapse began right as she was supposed to initiate legal action. That, by her own admission, hadn't even started.
It's kind of funny to remember the time where the Hassanabi community and the Keffals community were somewhat connected. And I'm trying to remember when that got cut off, right?
Remember, she was apparently collecting evidence to beat the statute of limitations. And after a vacation across Europe, new stream equipment, TwitchCon, hiring a private firm, security firm, and private investigator, consulting lawyers about kiwi farms, and paying an entire year's worth of rent because fuck it, why not? She spiraled, necessitating a month-long stay at a rehab.
So the story between, like, Keffals and Hosgord was that there was a lot of support for her there, right? I don't remember if Hassan brought her on during the whole controversy. I kind of think that maybe he did. Did Haas bring her on? Not Haas, sorry. Shouldn't say Haas, that's somebody else. Did Hassan bring her on at some point? I know she went on with Ethan and Hila at some point. Hassan did not bring her on. But there was definitely, like, sympathy for her in the Hassan community. And I think that changed around the time that she started. Now, look, the Hassan community is not what I would characterize as like walking on eggshells over things like ableism, right? That's, you know, I have a difference of opinion, you know, on like the severity of things like that, and you know how that's treated. Now, that being said, it wouldn't be normal for somebody in the Hassan community to be like throwing around the R slur, right? So there's like a bounds of reason, but in general, like it's not something, ableism is not something that they spend a lot of time, you know, thinking about over there. But despite that, like Keffals' behavior was just like so egregious, so out of whack, that people started to notice in the Hoscord, and then this caused her, when she did like a takedown on Hassan, and a lot of it was like about his community. Like she'd find somebody from Hoscord that was making like a joke about her, you know, and granted, like, you know, jokes about addiction aren't funny, but it's another difference that I have with so like, you know, like a tactical I don't know, difference. But at some point, people over there realized that they didn't want to have anything to do with her, and she never forgave them. And that's where a lot of the like, didn't she raid Hoscord with her followers and then made it a big problem? God, it's all coming back to me, Zara.
Facility that cost approximately.
Are we gonna get through this thing? We've got like 50 minutes left in this. Oh my god. Wait. Yeah, 50 minutes.
20K USD. Sorry, hold on a minute. I'm having a little brain fart. Canadian dollars, okay? Big difference. With the latter beginning in the exact time frame she claimed to finally take action against London police. Now, of course, there is one last hope for the GoFundMe money going towards anything vaguely resembling those initial stated goals. In April of 2024, Keffals' lawyer, Justin Annisman, filed a complaint against London Police Services with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. The application hereby argues she is the victim of discrimination by London Police Services, referred to henceforth as LPS. Now, the 5 examples given, 3 of them discuss her dead name being used in their records. This is true, and acknowledged by London Police in their first statement. The complaint further alleges LPS officers used her dead name and gender. During the arrest, this cannot be proven as no body cam footage exists. In a private conversation, she explained pushing body cams was one of her main goals. If I could get one thing from all of this, it would be body cams, since the police didn't even have them in my hometown. There is no evidence where she is well aware of, hence why her last point is actually kind of bizarre. The complaint introduces an entirely new accusation and has somehow gone unmentioned so far. Clara alleges that an officer groped her breast and said, "Yeah, it's a she." The fact that we haven't heard about this before is insane. It completely changes the narrative. This realistically should have been her leading story, since it's also at gunpoint, apparently. If true, the interaction recontextualizes every claim of dead naming. It also makes her behavior afterward much stranger, given that she seemed to forgive LPS in favor of pursuing action against kiwi farms.
Lawyers. Yeah, that's all I said. I never said.
Wait, was this stuff in the legal documentation? Because here's the thing. Yo, is this something that she... Okay, look, if this was something that she tagged on after the fact, that she'd never talked about before, and then all of a sudden started to talk about on stream for sympathy, then I could see where he's going with this. But this sounds like something that was filed legally. And look, if you want to say that, like, there's no proof of this, this is, like, you know, taking her word for it, then fine. But you can't just be like, there's no proof for it, therefore she's lying. I don't know. Again, like, she does lie a lot, but...
And said, "Yeah, it's a she." The fact that we haven't heard about this before is insane. It completely changes the narrative. This realistically should have been her leading story, since it's also at gunpoint, apparently. If true, the interaction recontextualizes every claim of dead naming. It also makes her behavior afterward much stranger, given that she seemed to forgive LPS in favor of pursuing action against kiwi farms.
Lawyers. Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I've basically had to make peace with it. Like, after it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously. And I want to see.
I mean, like I said, you know, some ordinary gamers has, you know, like it's important that we watch this. It's important we look at this. I think there's some stuff where he's straight up caught her lying. Good work on that, I guess. But there's also like a bias there. And I mean, like, this is where it shows, right? There is a certain community, and I would say that, like, it's, you know, a lot of people in Mutahar's community who look at something like, you know, sexual assault, and they think, like, yeah, you know what, it's overblown. There's a lot of people out there, especially women, making up fake stories, right? That's the problem. Amber Heard is the, you know, essentially like that. And it does track with the whole, you know, justice for Johnny kind of shit, right? And that's their bias, right? They think that, yeah, the skewing, the obscuring, the confusion, the misrepresentation of sexual assault is that there's actually way more reported than actually exists, when in actuality, it's the opposite way. There's a lot of this stuff out there that doesn't get reported. And in no small part because of the tendency of our society, let alone institutions like the police, to have a bias towards victim blaming narratives. But like, again, this is, you know, your slip is showing, Mutahar. This is
Now, this is in stark contrast to the reduced feelings and security described by Clara as a result of her inability to trust LPS. This impacted her ability to earn a living. In the 6 months since the events at issue in this application, Ms. Sorrenti has seen a reduction in income of more than 25%. That document further alleges that their treatment of Clara left her unable to leave her home. By the way of example, she feels incapable of leaving her home or socializing productively with friends and family out in the community because of a fear that LPS will continue to discriminate against her. This is patently untrue, given that the time frame is when she traveled across the world. It also doesn't make any sense to blame London police for that reduced income. And it only gets crazier when you realize the complaint seeks $125,000 in damages. Accordingly, the applicant seeks the following remedies: a declaration that the
Aren't the reporting rates less than 10%? Yeah, I feel like I've seen lower than that.
LPS discriminated against the applicant contrary to Section 1 of the Code, in order for damages of the injury to applicant's dignity, feelings, and self-respect in the total amount of $75,000, and in order that LPS applicant for the loss of income suffered and
that's what I was saying earlier. Is that, like, if it was, like, it's one thing, like, this isn't something that she just, like, added on to her story on stream. These are legal documents that her lawyers filed.
Other special damages incurred as a result of the discriminatory plus interest therein in the amount of $50,000. Now, I can't claim to know the intricacies behind the actual lawsuit over here in the Human Rights Tribunal. To be honest, I've tried researching this and I've called around as much as I can, but obviously information on a case, if it's pending and ongoing, isn't going to be shared, nor is a status really something to be handed out about. But at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, so me digging into this isn't necessarily going to do much more than you would expect. But that being said, okay, with all of this brought up, this is, I guess, the only last Hail Mary that we have. And if you ask Keffals, the reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not. In Canada, if they were simply to do a lawsuit, all they would get is money. They are apparently pushing for police body cams, which is the complete goal right there. And papers have been processed and they're awaiting dates to appear in the tribunal. And I'm told this could take a minimum of 2 years at best, and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. So again, I'm not an expert in the HRTO, and this section might be pending, and because Keffals is, I guess, quiet these days, I'm blocked, so I wouldn't really know. There might be updates to this, there might not be, okay? But to end this section off, to recap, Keffals deliberately tried to raise as much money as possible. None of her reasons make any sense.
Oh god. Okay. Like, the risk of making this stream, like, because chat, I'm really trying to at least cover this all before 6 hours, because at 6 hours, as we all know, I turn into a pumpkin. What are we looking for here? Yeah, Keffals. This is going back a little ways, but Keffals did pop up recently, right? So she had been quiet. She hadn't been making videos on any of her channels. She hadn't been posting on Twitter. I don't know about Blue Sky, but like I don't think so. Yo, look at this. It's got a community note. Keffals got a community note for this. The artist, everyone. This artist draws everyone in unflattering style. Any similarities to transphobic images are simply a coincidence. That is not... Oh my god. Again, I'm not somebody who has an inordinate amount of sympathy for Keffals, but that is a bullshit community note right there. Yeah, it's kind of funny that like he was trying to. Oh, is this like other art by Just a Worm? I want to find no, not the crucifixion of Tipster. What happened to Just a Worm? Wait, did they get? Oh, he deleted his account. Oh, is this? I don't even know if that's real. There's Bad Empanada. Keffals stole $100,000 from to donated to her by concerned people, including him, including Bad Empanada. Among them, a whole lot of minors. What is this? More Tipster? I'm looking for something different though, because I'm trying to show you that. Oh yeah, so here's more Just a Worm pictures. This is like what his art looks like. There's Keemstar, there's Tipster, there's vaush, there's wait, Hassan? Oh my god. I was about to guess wrong on that. No. That's Hassan. And then there's Keffals using his art. What I'm trying to find though is like this might be buried now because her hashtag is active again, but she popped back up on Twitter. I think she was saying some shit about Brianna Wu. Which is kind of a new thing for her to openly shit on Brianna Wu. But she said a few things in her Discord that got screen capped, and I'm looking for those. They might be buried. Wait. What the fuck is this? I wish you would ditch Keffals is how I feel about you. This is Cherry Bread TV, former editor for Xander Hall. Tipster, that's not gonna happen, Cherry. I hope you understand that. Cherry, even if she like R'd somebody, I assume that there are some scenarios where you would ditch or cheated on her wife with e-girls, but like actually, is this fake? Are these fake? I can't tell. This sounds like a parody. On her wife with e-girls, but like actually did. Tipster, that's one of those things I would tackle if that happened. I don't like to think of my friends in hypotheticals like that. The same applies to you and other friends, by the way, not just her. I can't tell if that's real or not. I don't know if like there were some Cherry Bread TV DMs leaked, and Mutahar's gonna get to that. Yeah, his fucking shit has essentially taken over the hashtag Keemstar. I can't find it, chat. This is more. Wait, is that even real? Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I don't want to show you that because that's coming up in the video, actually. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, here's her shitting on Brianna Wu. So, yeah, if you kind of, like, go back in time a little bit, which is what I'm trying to do by scrolling down this fucking, hashtag to no avail. I am trying to, God, the other thing is like there could be bad stuff like if I keep scrolling Twitter with no protection. God damn it. This shit is buried, but she did pop back up. She said she was gonna start streaming again. Possibly by the end of this month. I am just not gonna find it. What the fuck? What even is this post that keeps getting retweeted? That's a respected YouTuber shining massive spotlight onto a transgender streamer who has been harassed, doxxed, swatted several times, had to flee the country, getting a huge video dropped on her, using such a grotesque caricature to advertise it whilst they-theming her. Okay, so this is somebody either respected YouTuber. Okay, that being Mutahar. What? Anyway, this is apparently getting, quote retweeted a lot. But okay, it's just gone. It's just gone, chat. You'll just have to trust me. She did come back. She did express a desire to maybe... I can't find these I'm sorry, chat. I'm just failing all over the place. This whole stream is a failure. And if you want to support a failure like me, there's a myriad of ways that you can support my failure, right? You can support my failure through super chats, through super stickers, through becoming part of my failed weasel gang, my failed attempt to spread, class consciousness in the guise of furry woodland creatures that are cute and that you can post emotes of if you become a member on YouTube or you become a sub on Twitch, which also helps support my failure of a stream. You can support my failure through donation of bits. You can support my failure through either weaseling up yourself and becoming a member, becoming a sub, or through giving the gift of weasels to other people, right? Which eventually is gonna... We need to do the premium streamium, chat. I'm such a fucking failure. We're in like the last hour of this. I'm not even sure if I'm gonna get this done. Oh my god, chat. I'm sorry. I'm just like freaking out. Who is back to streaming? I'm not sure. Obviously not me because I'm a failure. But anyway, yeah, if you can support my failure through supporting me on Patreon, that is another way. You can also look down in the description for ways that you can donate directly. But I just realized I'm such a failure that I haven't even done one call to action in the entirety of the stream other than mentioning to like the stream, which you should do. And if you're watching me on shorts, if I'm in vertical form, remember that that's like not super straightforward. You'd think that the like button would be right here and the dislike button would be right there. Nope, not how it works. It's actually up there, ... 3 dots. You press the 3 dots, a little dialogue opens up, and you can either like the stream or you can dislike the stream. Right now, I think I would hit dislike on that button if I were you, but you make your own choice. I'm sorry, chat. I thought I could find that. It just got buried. Like, so many people have posted so much. Oh no, lives. Oh wait, did she take down? No, the videos are still up. Okay. No, that's chat. This shit got me demonetized. We watched Illumation's video, the one that like caused the controversy. I got demonetized that day.
Didn't need to move and use the money for a vacation in Europe, it seems. She didn't just use the fund for moving expenses, but a full year's worth of rent, something she never said she was going to do. And as far as we can tell, she had no tangible losses. All of her possessions were returned within days, and the legal fund was for a nebulous lawsuit that has changed targets twice. The closest we saw to any actual legal action was that HRTO complaint, which doesn't even require a lawyer and is completely free. It's unlikely to go anywhere since she apparently has no evidence, no credibility, and seemingly no actual legal standing. Okay, so now that we've covered the swatting and her GoFundMe, let's talk about her campaign to drop Kiwi Farms. An important thing to recognize is that this is a public discussion forum. You can see what people are saying, and it also means it's difficult to prove something was their fault if they didn't.
Okay, so before we get started with this, I want to set some ground rules. If you know what website 0 is, don't say it. Okay? There's a reason that it's going to be referred to as website 0, and that is because it is not safe to say its name. It's like, don't ask me what website 0 is. It doesn't matter. It's a bad place that you do not want to go. And that's basically it, right? Before this gets started, because I know I'm going to get a million questions of what's website 0. Trust me, you don't want to know. You do not want to know, and we do not want to say it, even if we do know in chat, just because like that's like This is why her whole thing with Kiwi Farms was so weird in the first place. Like, right, back in the day, no one would say the name of the website, and it was because people knew that the users of that website like name searched it obsessively. So if you wanted to become a target of the website, a really good way to do that was to mention the name of the website. Like we would refer to it as like the Mango Ranch, or the, you know, we would say something different than its name, right? Now, when Keffals started her campaign, she essentially, you know, called down like lightning by mentioning them over and over and over again. And there was so much talk about that website after that it got to the point where it's like, yeah, no, they can't name search everyone. So there's less of a risk now. It's okay to say the name of the fruit website, right? Although maybe still not great, but you know, it's not necessarily going to end in you getting struck by lightning. But this other website would not mention it.
Brag about it on the site. To be clear, they're not innocent whatsoever. They're not entirely innocent. They collect and organize personal information, and I would never argue that they don't harass people. We can prove Kiwi Farms users doxed her old house and one of the hotel rooms. However, they weren't the main culprit. There is a completely different site that actually took credit for the harassment that veered into actual criminality. For the sake of not promoting it, we're going to be referring to this website as Website Zero, like others have before who've covered this topic. If you've read the thread closely, you'll discover Kiwi Farms users don't find out about the swatting until after her GoFundMe. On August 21st, Claire's Uber Eats account was hacked and she blamed Kiwi Farms. The next day, a post was made on Website Zero taking credit. She showed a receipt for the order as part of the docs. This post also included phone numbers, accounts, addresses, emails, and passwords belonging to Sorrenti, as well as many of her family members. The docs stayed pinned from the date it was created until September the 4th. It was being worked on publicly since March 28th, and with users actively calling for others to track her down. Despite this, Clara continued to blame Kiwi Farms instead for hacking her account, her Uber account, even directly calling for Cloudflare to halt services in response to the hack. From here, she makes a decision to move to Northern Ireland to flee online harassment. And it's important to know that Kiwi Farms was down from August 26th to August 29th. Website Zero identified her location on August 26th thanks to that doorknob. Keffals blamed the Kiwi Farms, calling them out by name on the 29th. The same day, she claimed a Kiwi Farms user had identified her location and threatened to show up. She claimed to have identified the user and forwarded their information to the police. And this is true. If this is true, there's no reason for her to believe this individual had any association with Kiwi Farms. The user had been very active across 4chan and the rest of the internet on a variety of easily identifiable accounts. And they've also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms. She already knew that this person was from 4chan.
What was that? Oh my god, you're just gonna flash that by?
The user had been very active across 4chan.
Did you see who this was? This is Jesse Singal. Mutahar. Of all the people. Okay, this was one of the weirdest internet culture stories ever. I've been chatting with the kid who claims to have stalked Keffals in Belfast and left a threatening note showing he was outside the apartment she was staying at the time. Jesse Singal had a Keffals harasser on his fucking on blocked and reported. If you don't know this guy, he's also a Majority Report antagonist. If you want to see my video, I covered him talking to the Majority Report. I think I covered the drama leading up to that as well. But yeah, not exactly a trusted source, especially, you know, there's a little bit of a bias when it comes to trans people. Yes, this is Anna's friend.
Identifiable accounts. And they've also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms.
Teddy, for his part, told me that from the jump that he had no connection to KF. They are contemporaneous posts of KFers wondering about him, spreading his docs and talking shit. Teddy, somebody spent a lot of time on the farms, right? Teddy has a very rich and easily examined online history. He seems to genuinely hang out elsewhere.
She already knew that this person was from 4chan, even showing the original threads in one of her tweets. When we spoke about his plan beforehand,
The thing is that, like, nobody belongs to a website, right? You're on Twitch or you're on YouTube right now, but it's not impossible for you to show up. If you're on YouTube, on Twitch, it's not impossible for you to show up on YouTube, right? You might show up on Twitter. You might show up on Blue Sky. You use different websites, right?
left comments on website 0, and website 0 was never mentioned.
And like, there's a huge connection between the farms and 4chan.
Once in her account. Clara later claimed that this resulted in another swatting, stating the same thing repeated itself, except Northern Irish police did not put a firearm, did not pull a gun on her. Apparently the police were called to investigate a made-up stabbing. She noted they were very friendly.
This followed me. I leave Canada, now I'm in Northern Ireland. The same thing repeated itself. Yep. Except Northern Irish police did not—
Oh wait, was this her propaganda arc?
—pull a firearm on me, so that's cool. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, like, someone called in saying that there was a stabbing in the apartment I'm in, and they just sent 2 police officers and they were knocking at the door. Like, compared to what happened in Canada when I got like an assault rifle pointed at me, that's nothing. Cops are playing with a cat here.
That's interesting that the Canadians are also so militarized, the police there. I didn't realize.
Police were calm during this incident because Keffals was not swatted. It was a wellness check from someone afraid she was in danger. The person who contacted police reached out to Destiny to explain they were worried about a stalker. They specifically refute the idea they called in a stabbing. On the H3H3 podcast, Keffals stated that the swatting had mentioned a stabbing, but that there were no guns when they visited. This link shows the armed response unit, which is deployed for when someone reports a stabbing in an active situation. There's a picture there that shows a dynamic entry. Someone with Ellen's background wouldn't realize that Northern Ireland does actually have a history of armed violence, and the PSNI response to what that violence is equivalent to the United States of America. The evidence strongly supports that the story Keffals gave on the H3H3 podcast about being swatted here is utter horseshit. And if you recall, law enforcement began actively investigating the people harassing her. As it turns out, they actually caught them. The harassment was largely perpetrated by a now defunct group on website 0 known as Vile. Vile docs several people related to #DropKiwiFarms, including Keffals and the owner of—
Yeah, it's funny that, I mean, I guess it's not funny. Like, it's to be expected, right? He's got no interest in the hypocrisy of, like, doing essentially PR with cops and claiming, on the other hand, that you were the victim of systemic injustice from the police, right? He's got no interest in that. He's not going to talk about that. You know, when the thing about like her saying the arsler comes up, it's a big joke. Oh my God, the worst thing in the world, implying that, like, I don't know. It's just, it's funny.
The DIY HRT directory. This is easily proven as her signature is present in the pastes themselves.
And because of the stuff that he dismisses, right? Because of the stuff that he doesn't think that's important, he's missing a lot of like hypocrisy from Keffals, because that's another key aspect to Keffals' character flaws. She is a massive hypocrite. She will call other people like woke scolds and tenderqueers and essentially like create all kinds of pejoratives for intersectional leftists. But when she has the chance, she will use that same like language to go after people. The same language that she would call identity politics if it was directed at her.
Their known techniques include using fake emergency—
Chat, how the fuck is like, how am I gonna do this?
Use stolen passwords from law enforcement officers to subpoena companies into sharing private information. That info was then used for extortion. This criminal activity is only known because 2 members were arrested and—
We've got 30 minutes left. How did this happen?
While the group is defunct, as demonstrably law enforcement—
How did I fuck this up so hard? No!
Was criminal. There is legal—
No! Chat, there's no way we're gonna get done with this.
Amongst the many crimes they committed, Kiwi Farms, on the other hand, is still entirely legal, which is why she has to poison the well against them. Her motivations are especially curious given this DM from August 4th, a day before her swatting, where she flatly stated she didn't want to talk about Kiwi Farms anymore. Later on, Clara admitted she targeted the site not because she was in fear of her life, but because it was opportune timing.
All of us are here talking about like website X. We're all talking about how bad it is.
It feels like we're watching corn or something, right? With the blur.
It's like a secret. How we don't speak the name of it. But
what's going on in this corn?
Knows it and everyone's worried about it. And it's like,
yo,
it sounds like the perfect website for a campaign for them to get dropped by their fucking service provider. Like, this is what I'm saying.
I think this is Pokemon corn.
The momentum is there for that though. Like with the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, it was just really opportune timing. I had all this media attention on me, and journalists were like following every fucking thing I said and did.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even—
We can finish it tomorrow?
—know about the second website until they went after me.
Yeah, when you describe it as like a worse version of the same—
Problem is, I've got some IRL commitments tomorrow.
But whoa, please don't talk about it. That's crazy.
Well,
and I'm also supposed to give you a premium streamium.
It's very revealing that when a site exists embodying the very thing she accuses Kiwi Farms of doing, her reaction is completely different. While it's reasonable to not want others to find it, that doesn't justify blaming Kiwi Farms for the actions of another separate community.
I can't come on tomorrow. I wish I could.
It's her refusal to acknowledge the actions of website 0 as the actions of website 0 that necessitates its mention. When asked, she fails to address this in a satisfying way.
Question, Keffals, to you. So basically, if there's another website that's doing things as malicious or more malicious than the Kiwi Farms post, I'm wondering, like, why not draw attention to that website in particular if they seem to be more inherently dangerous?
I don't think they're more inherently dangerous. They also don't have as many active users because the people who, on the other side, the people who do.
Wait, this is she's on with Nicholas Diaro and Keemstar.
They're more technically skilled in what they do, but also because they had more extensive documentation of my family, and I didn't want to put that out there. I think that's reasonable, right? Like, I don't want my family to get hurt.
Sure, if you don't want your family to get hurt, that's fine. But the opposite of what you're saying right now was your justification as to why you have to go after Kiwi Farms. Like, this place is doxing you. This person's posting tons of your information.
Why do you
It's
defend
stalking
Kiwi
you to
Farms so
multiple-
much? I think
It makes you wonder if she wasn't willing to go after the site because she was actually afraid. Why did she target Kiwi Farms in the first place? Why continuously lie about the site being down to your followers? Why accuse anyone with genuine criticism of you as having used the site? Is there something that she was trying to hide? So 47 minutes in, you probably know that I have to address the big massive elephant in the room, okay? Horton here's a who, boyos. The reason for this is because I don't even think we can begin to have this conversation without showing now definitively that Keffals, as a narrator, cannot be trusted. The conversation surrounding the subject has been intentionally warped and obfuscated, and even questioning it will get you labeled a transphobe, okay? And I'm not a transphobe, I'm bringing this up, okay? This is this is a minefield I'm walking in, okay? When we talk about the harassment from Kiwi Farms, it can't be understated that they are transphobic. It's true, there is truth to the idea they'll call just about anyone a groomer just because that they're trans. However, this has allowed Keffals to absolve herself of responsibility of her own actions.
We're not even at Catboy Ranch.
And pretend as if there's nothing she—
This is something different. This is the
done for people to distrust her character. Not only that, but she'll discredit any criticism by associating it with Kiwi Farms, the big bad farms. At the end of the day, if documentation exists, then regardless of that source, it speaks for itself. Keffals will hide behind her identity as a shield, accusing anyone who brings up her genuinely questionable behavior as pedo-jacketing. In reality, this is little more than an excuse to avoid accountability, and it's finally time to talk about do-it-yourself hormones in Catboy Ranch. In June of 2022, Claire began sponsoring the DIY HRT directory. For a myriad of reasons, hormone replacement therapy is often inaccessible to many trans people. The directory intends to teach people how to, quote-unquote, safely obtain HRT without a prescription. While some are legitimate pharmaceutical-grade medications simply imported from other countries, the site also offers a number of—
Okay, so now here's I do have a criticism of Keffals for this stuff, right? But it's not what Mutahar's gonna say. She brought attention to something that some trans people had put together, kind of like on the down low, to deal with transphobic laws that would keep trans people from medical care, right? Her association with the DIY HRT thing, I think, was largely self-serving. I think that all it was PR for her, and as far as what it did to it essentially shut down the people that were doing this, right? It brought so much attention, so much harassment to them that they weren't able to continue.
Homebrew sources. They are colloquially referred to as bathtub estrogen, in reference to the actual practice of brewing your own HRT. This guide in particular is linked to Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, which is also listed on the directory. Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals is extremely controversial, for reasons that will become very self-apparent. The packaging is covered in sexual—
Yeah, I feel like the name itself is like isn't that a slur against trans people in Japanese?
Depictions of young boys crossed—
Or it's not a slur exactly, but it's meant to describe a different identity than trans people. And so by like naming your pharmacy that, it's like, I can't say these words, can I? God damn it. There's an English parallel for the meaning of this word, I think, but it's also like it's essentially like like a word for somebody who engages in cross-dressing, I think, right? And for like a trans-related healthcare to be called that, it's like, I mean, I guess it's supposed to be edgy. It's basically like a femboy, but like there's a thing like, I mean, although yeah, I could imagine like, okay, what am I trying to say here? Like calling a service marketed to trans people, to like primarily trans women, like that is in and of itself, oh my god.
I have to blur this out because it is actually a violation of YouTube's TOS, with text on the box that reads, keep out of reach of parents. It's disgusting and clearly falls under the category of shota or loli, which Keffals has given her own opinion of in the past. It's already questionable.
Wait, what was that? What was that? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
With text on the box that reads, keep out of reach of parents. It's disgusting and clearly falls under the category of shota or...
Oh, wait, okay, so this is Keffals saying that that's fucked up. If you like loli or you like drawn child blank, which means you like child blank and are a blank, this shouldn't be a controversial... Okay, so this isn't... But yeah, one of the... So what that was a website, right? That she was, I think sponsoring, right? Or it was something like that. Like she was, but her doing that, her associating that website with herself, like brought a lot of unwanted attention to that website that ultimately was not helpful for the, goals that they had. But the hypocrisy that he's pointing out, which I think is a real hypocrisy, is that one of the providers that the website listed, right? So this isn't them. This isn't the DIY HRT thing. This is like somebody who makes that product, and that product had loli and the like masculine equivalent thereof on its packaging, right? And it's just like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck?
The site to help people get...
Okay, donating $1,000 a year to a resource so people affected by hysterical anti-trans laws can access hormone replacement therapy before the age of 18. I do not give a single shit what you think.
Access to HRT before the
That's what she's...
She said, I do not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down. The directory was even added as a link to her website, with an accompanying chat command. By then, she was marketing her community as a safe space for teenagers. As a former trans kid who is now a trans adult, I want to say, to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, and I will fight for you. We will win. There is hope for people like us in this world. They cannot and will not keep us down. I have no opposition to providing safe access to HRT for trans people who need them. Right? That's just a thing. If doctors can come in and there's a way to safely do it 100%, get the proper people involved, not me, not Keffals the activist, both of us are clearly not doctors, sure. But it is dangerous to condone questionable individuals with shady histories like Keffals and deceitful messaging to illicitly offer these treatments online, especially to minors. The directory was created by an individual known as Bob Posting, or Chloe. Chloe and Clara have a long history of friendship together. Chloe thanked Keffals for her sponsorship.
I'm not saying that it's inherently like a insulting thing, Dave. I'm just saying that applying that word to like trans people, it just feels like a
even got brought on stream to promote the site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter.
Like that's not a word that means like trans person. That's a different. It is a I don't know.
Twitter, 1,000 minors on HRT. Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation on secretly sending HRT to minors.
It's not the word that's offensive. It's its application on, towards like trans people. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure, like, because I'm not, I'm not an authority, believe it or not, on Japanese culture. So
minors. I've unironically helped like a half a dozen minors acquire bathtub estrogen. No one tell them I've helped more than one minor order. I don't groom children. I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen.
But yeah, that combined with the fact that there's like loli on the packaging it's just so fucked up. And then like combined with the like sort of provocative statements like keep away from parents, right? It's yeah, oh my god, this is like a fucking train wreck. This is a fucking train wreck here.
Cryptocurrency, and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about? The directory does, in fact, take cryptocurrency, and at one point even instructed minors on how to buy Bitcoin. If you're a minor, get a trusted adult to purchase Bitcoin for you, or go to your local BTC ATM. Chloe has also referenced minors in relation to an act known as pink pilling, the act of convincing someone that they are trans on multiple occasions. Pink pilling minors is based.
I don't think that's what that means. Like, the way you say that is like it's propaganda. Like it's like, hey, you out there, transition, be trans, Yeah, yeah. Like, I don't know what the fuck was that. What the fuck would that mean?
Actually, if they reach out and express a desire for HRT. I have unironically pink-pilled like half a dozen minors, and by pink-pill, I mean point them to HRT resources after they reach out. So when this was brought to the public's attention, several changes to the site were made. They removed Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals.
Definitely listens to Jesse Singal.
Site-wide age warning.
Chat, I'm gonna have to cut this off suddenly.
Advocacy for minors to use the site. 2 days
in like 15 minutes.
In the directory. Keffals,
I cannot.
Vanished. She is
Look, sometimes I risk it for the biscuit, but essentially, I would. If I do that, I can't do that today.
Tried to downplay her accusation ever since, and this is what she had to say earlier this year when questioned about the directory. I gave a wiki site $500 a month, and they put my website link in the banner. This was the extent of my involvement. I have never produced or distributed or even purchased DIY hormones. I didn't sell anything to trans minors, and I wasn't involved in production or distribution. Claire didn't just endorse it. She was friends with the creator who openly gloated about pink-pilling minors. She even joked about it with Clara on stream.
I wanted you on the stream because I have a lot of trans youth who watch the stream, so you gotta, like, chill your pink pilling stuff.
Wow, I have the perfect resource for you. So I am pretty well known for those who don't know. People know me for like being knowledgeable about DIY HRT and how to access DIY HRT. And so I have a site which people are already sending a link in chat is diyhrt.github.io. If the mods want to like plug that would be amazing.
So while Chloe has since disappeared from the internet, there was actually a new development. It was discovered that shortly after retiring, she was convicted for robbing a bank in 2020. On February 14, 2020, on about 7:18 a.m., an individual wearing a surgical mask walked up to the counter at the Scotiabank branch located at and handed a note to a teller. It read, "This is a robbery. You are not in danger. Call the police 30 seconds after I leave the door. Give me all your money. No bug money." The robber handed the teller a box. The teller placed cash in the box, and the robber then left the bank with the box of cash. The teller locked the door and told her manager what happened. The police were called. This individual was identified by police as Chloe. The teller placed a GPS tracker device hidden between four $20 bills. And when she discovered this, she tried to hide it beneath some snow. It was quickly found, reported to police, and they retrieved $5,190 in cash. And Chloe was convicted in 2023. Though currently her sentence is unclear, the Criminal Notebook, a free resource on Canadian criminal law, says the average sentence in Alberta for this exact type of crime is 4 years and possibly a fine. And while it's unclear who owns the directory now, it's still around to this day. In fact, they recently added back Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals. In fact, they even added back that filthy Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, clearly waiting for that public backlash to die down. Needless to say, everyone involved in this entire situation has exhibited suspicious behavior at best.
So, one surprising development that actually kicked in while I'm sitting in my hotel room right now is apparently one of the actual pharmaceutical groups that was listed on the DIY HRT directory, vanapharma.com, which, by the way, ships domestically only within the United Kingdom, accepts cryptocurrency only, blah, 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 has actually been hit with a pretty bad...
Yeah, this is Bob posting, a friend of Keffals. I don't...
letter in this regard. So for this is from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in the United Kingdom.
Is it really 5 minutes? I thought we had, no, we have like 12 minutes. We have 12 minutes. I fucking hate this. Yeah, like I said, sometimes I go beyond 6 hours, but it's only when we've hit the sub goal, because otherwise it's like I, make no money, essentially. If we go past 6 hours, then anything that gets claimed results in the stream being demonetized. Not that I'm making a lot from ads, but like even that little amount is...
And if we look closely over here, you can see that we investigate the criminal supply of illegal medicinal products, and during one of our investigations, the following domain name has come to our attention: vanapharma.org. Internationally, every jurisdiction has its own law, blah, 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 blah. So what they actually were hit with over here, the violations, is Regulation 46, where a person may not sell or supply, or offer to sell or supply a medicinal product otherwise than in accordance with the terms, okay? And of course, Regulation 214, which is a person may not sell or supply a prescription-only medicine except in accordance with a prescription given by an appropriate practitioner. And of course, Regulation 279, which is a person may not publish an advertisement for a medicinal product unless one of the following is in force of the product. So yeah, they got hit with something, and again, before anybody in their camp says whatever they were doing with the DIY HRT directory was legal, this is a clear example of how what they were doing was actually not, and it required governmental intervention, and this is a clear example of government regulation kicking in and proving that what they were doing wasn't exactly above board.
And it's understandable why many would be dubious of their intentions.
They also say, I guess one of their problems is that you are supporting young people, young trans people who didn't have access to hormones. You are telling them how.
Yeah, essentially, Farah, there's like 2 ways that I get paid for what I do. One of them is through advertising, which, only happens if like I can only guarantee if I do under 6 hours, and the other through fan funding, and we haven't hit the goals in terms of like having like 10 subs on Twitch / memberships on YouTube or the equivalent thereof. So
to make homemade hormones.
Oh my god. No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones.
And honestly, if I'm being real, I need to start streaming less, because you know this is.
I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
Keffals calls anyone who questions her behavior, past or present, transphobic, accusing her critics of pedo-jacketing and groomer libel. When Ethan Klein called her out for defending Vaush's horse folder, she poisoned the well. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people themselves. Now you are using out-of-context clips sourced from the same website to attack people. What's truly disgusting about this is something like pedo-jacketing actually can be a real problem. It would be dishonest to act like baseless accusations of pedophilia against the LGBT community don't actually exist. But once again, Clara uses all of this to avoid accountability for her own actions. Clara, Keffals, your identity is not a...
Yeah, he's right in the sense that her using like her identity as cover for Vaush, like Vaush was caught with Loli in his spank folder, right? Pictures of like underage girls and horses that he claimed he thought were short stack goblins. Just doesn't fucking make sense. And she tried to use not just like, you know, not just throw herself in the way of that grenade, but throw trans people on that, right? That's why I can't take Vaush seriously as a trans advocate.
Shield from criticism, okay? Every time you do this, you actually throw the entire community you're supposed to be advocating for under the fucking bus. And that takes us to the tale of Catboy Ranch. For the longest time, Keffals used to block anyone who referenced Catboy Ranch. It was actually mentioned in the letter that caused her initial swatting, but journalists declined to include it. Clara later used this to justify why no one should look into it. When I was swatted, the swatters mentioned Catboy Ranch and giving children Catboy collars in an email where they impersonated me and said that they were going to shoot up City Hall. It was all Kiwi Farms misinformation.
I just mean, chat, I can't do like 6 hours. Like I do 6 hours like every fucking either 4 or 5 times a week, and it's like it's becoming too much, and I just don't.
Now H3H3 fans are regurgitating it. The problem with this argument is that ultimately the documentation speaks for itself. Nothing on Kiwi Farms should actually be taken at face value, which is why they find it so important to archive everything. That ensures that the original...
It's hard to dislike him when he throws trans people under the bus to save his own shit from being a creep that looks like at underage pictures of like do you hear what you're saying? Do you hear what you're saying, Vio? Like when he tries to use I have trans people in my community as a fucking defense for him being into lolicon, he's not helping us. All right?
Source exists and allows you to verify the information for yourself. With how much misinformation and perhaps disinformation has been spreading about what Catboy Ranch really is, it's about time we look at the facts and try to understand what it actually was. When I first mentioned the subject on Twitter, she posted a link to the supposed Discord in question. By the way, the server is still up. That is not the original Catboy Ranch server. In fact, it was created in response long after in June of 2023. The story of the actual Catboy Ranch server starts with a Twitter account she owned.
Okay, so here's we're making a very important point that often gets lost. And I'm gonna have to end stream any second now. What the fuck? Oh my god, chat. Like, I hate this. I hate this. I feel like I'm not giving you good content. I feel like I'm giving you like content that's like, okay, we're leading up to the big thing, and then nope, you don't get it. You don't get it. And I don't have time to do the premium streamium. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Farah, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Anyway, 5 minutes left. Okay, let's try to get through as much as we can.
Same name. It was created in 2020. The plan to create a Twitter meme.
Wait, is that Nathan Fielder?
It's directed at femboys, so I can herd them all into my ranch. It was somewhat gimmicky with close.
Okay, that's funny. That would be a thing that Nathan Fielder would do.
Vaush's community. Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara, her friends, or people in her DMs, and the page was overtly sexual. And she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat. It was by any metric an adult space, with pornographic art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner.
Okay, now wait a minute. On the account, god damn it. Here's the other thing that gets mixed up too. Okay, so the Catboy Ranch that she's using as her Discord server now, that's just her Discord, her like Patreon Discord, right? That's all that is, right? It's new. It's not the Catboy Ranch at all. She named it that because there was this controversy about the Catboy Ranch that like was made out to be this big evil thing, and that panned out to be kind of a nothing burger, and like it was like a joke, right? She did have this Twitter. This is a Catboy Ranch at Catboy Ranch Twitter, right? That's her Twitter, but
and she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat. It was by any metric and
oh my god, hype train, what just happened? Aw, chat, you're so sweet. Love your work. Thank you, Smogustus Gloop. And also, awesome name. How come I, like... So I guess we're working on a hype train on Twitch. Look, I appreciate you. I appreciate you all. It means a lot to me. And I don't want you to take this as, like, you know, your fault, like, right? I get it. Times are tough. Not everybody has the ability to become a weasel themselves. Very few people have the ability to give the gift of weasels to other people, but I do appreciate it when it happens, as do the recipients of those gift subs and gift memberships, because there are a lot of people out here that just are not going to be able to have. Oh my god, Resonate, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Luna Rose. Luna Rose 1312, you just got weaseled. It definitely helps offset the kind of monetary loss that
with pornographic art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner. There are endless, and I mean endless, tweets that are very explicit in nature.
But wait, what are we at here as far as this goes? Oh yeah, 93% through Hype Train 1. I think it gives you a chance to earn extra emotes. So if you like the emotes, Smogustus Gloop with the community sub. Wait, who got that? Who did that go to? I have to scroll down to find out. Yeah, I think you just hit level 2. To Cornbread, you just got weaseled. That's really sweet, Twitch. That's really sweet. You guys are being awesome today. Thank you so much.
For example, my biggest regret about getting bottom surgery is that I never had the chance to nut in a Catboy. I'm coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed and or slamming someone else's prostate. I really wish I was for Catboy until he starts crying right about now. The account reached 8,000 followers by early 2021. It was
okay, so there's a horny posting account, a shit-posting, horny posting account called Catboy Ranch that's run by Keffals.
Around this time, her page got marked as being adults only.
And like honestly, like the Nathan Fielder thing of like I'm gonna collect.
Current theme throughout her post was the idea of ownership, which is when things get really strange as we approach the Discord server. The Catboy Ranch Discord was created in December of 2020. Within 3 weeks, the server amassed over 650 members.
Okay, so what you've shown so far, and this is the thing that fucks me up about the Catboy Ranch thing, right? Keffals had a Twitter account called this, and then there was a server made called this, but you haven't linked Keffals to the server, right?
Because she promoted it.
Because the server ends up being what's problematic.
Her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any archives of the chat exist, what is public has raised a lot of eyebrows. At one point, Clara shared photos of 2 callers given to members of the Discord, clearly engaging in—
What? No. Oh my god.
Partially because she promoted it under—
This was debunked. This actually was debunked, right?
Her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any—
Again, the person in that tweet, that this person is now Keffals' like friend, right? Recanted all of what they said about Keffals, and I don't even— this is one of the mysteries. This is one of the mysteries. Like, what the fuck was going on with Sleepy CLX, right? But like, I think it turned out that Sleepy was only one of the few people that actually got one of these collars.
At one point, Clara shared photos of 2 callers,
and it was people that— yeah, no, this was people getting collars. This was people, like, you know, that's like an Amazon choker there. I don't know about the other one. It looks like a dog collar maybe. But these are— I think these turned out to be like collars that people had gotten themselves to be like, hey, cool, I'm like a property of, you know, Keffals or whatever. Oh my god, Twitch, you're being so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for the Prime, Colombian Latin Dragon. Thank you so much for the Prime. Look, I mean, if we wait, what the so far that's like I feel like we're closing in on the sub goal. I could risk it for the biscuit if we get up to that sub goal.
Given to members of the Discord, clearly engaging in some form of roleplay. These individuals are adults, and I'm not alleging otherwise. My point is that it's clearly a space for adults.
But yeah, Twitch is just kicking ass today.
Should have been kept away as far as possible. Keffals has reiterated that the server has explicitly 18 plus and required photo ID to join. However, she also stated that photo ID was only required for the not safe for work section.
So I just need you to establish what the connection between Keffals and Catboy Ranch is, right? Like, other than that, she had a fucking Twitter account that did shit posting and horny posting that was called Catboy Ranch. Agla, thank you for the Prime, the resubscription on Prime. Chat, I want to finish this content today. I want to be like fucking done with this.
Statements and ignoring the fact that she shouldn't have been interacting with minors on Twitter either. Also known as @FemGirlVR, was followed by Clara on both of her accounts. On September 28, 2000.
Anytime we want you to stay on for longer, well, you might just get your wish.
Clara replied to Wynn, calling her very cute. A month later, Wynn tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post nudes because she was 15. Then in November, Catboy Ranch replied to Wynn, acknowledging her age. You are 15, your skull hasn't even fully developed. Wynn later proclaimed herself a proud member of the cult of Keffals. I just can't get over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16 or once I'm 16. So just knowing that there's...
Yo, Twitch just crushed level 2 of the hype train.
Thank you. Maya, or Femboy Max, is another minor Clara interacted with on...
Oh my god, I gotta pause this. I'm gonna let this hype train go off, because it looks like we got like some kind of hype train on YouTube too. But this is the important stuff, and we're past 6 hours. We're past pumpkin zone. So chat, you kind of saved my ass, low key, you kind of saved my ass today. All right, because I would have gone past that anyway. I stopped looking at the clock. So yeah, I'm not getting paid. Well, it's weird about monetization, right? Because sometimes it's no problem, right? And sometimes it is a problem. Agleth, thank you for the community sub to, who did that go out to? I just like to say people's names when they get John NYC. You just got a community sub. And via Agla, thank you for gifting that sub. Oh my god, the ad break's coming up. The ad break's actually coming up. We've got another one coming up, so it's a good time to become a sub. All the people who just got subs, you got saved from that ad break. You will no longer see those ads thanks to the generous gift of people like Colombian... Wait, I'm mispronouncing your name. Columbia Rican Latin Dragon. I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name the first time, didn't I? Gave out one community sub to Faded Dreams, who will no longer see the ad break. Right? All these people that just got subs on Twitch, you will no longer see the ad break. Now I gotta see what's going on over on YouTube. Whoa, that thing is filling up. Yo! Farah with the community sub to Tumbadillus Toils, but not for much longer, because you will no longer see that ad break. You will no longer see that ad break. That's wait. Tell the people if they just got subs, they need to reload, because I think it'll take them into the ad break, but if they reload, the ad break should go away. So if you just got sucked into the top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is hit reload to get out of it. What am I missing here? Edward N gifted a community membership, as did Sisyphean Task. Yeah, chat, you kind of saved my butt today. Thank you for all the support, whether it's in the form of super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifting memberships, passing on the gift of weasels, or in any of the other myriad of ways. Thank you to the Patreons. Thank you to oh my god, thank you. I don't know, I have so many people to thank. This is like an award. See, if I ever got an award, if I ever got like a streamer award, I would be so scared, because I would know that I would go up there and I would forget to thank somebody that I like owed a lot to. Because honestly, I owe a lot to a lot of different people. Chat coming in clutch at the 11th hour. Literally, no, the 13th hour. I was past midnight. I was past like 6 hours. Like I was gonna be fucked otherwise. So this is like the important. This is an important part that like I kind of don't know about this stuff. Anonymous gifter gifting Yoven a 1 month tier 1 gift sub and continuing the hype train, which is now on level 3, 67% or 76% of the way there. We've got a minute left to try to push it higher and earn more emotes. That's a possibility too. If you're interested in that, that is the way that you got extra. Twitch gives you extra emotes if you hit the levels. Wait, what am I trying to look for here? Okay, because this is important stuff. So this is these are like allegations that Keffals was inappropriate with underage people.
Catboy Ranch replied to Win, acknowledge.
Yo, 100% level 3 hit. Agleth with the community 1 gift sub to Win is in chat. Oh, hi Win. Danny Boy to great. And I think you just got a gift sub too, right? Yo, that resets the clock at 4 minutes and 30 seconds and gives you a chance to earn even more emotes. That's like what is it? It's like 3 rungs of emotes that I think you've already got in the bank. Okay, so this is the allegation here.
Followed by Clara on both of her accounts. On September 28, 2021, Clara replied to Win calling her very cute. A month later, Win tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post nudes because she was 15. Then in November, Catboy Ranch replied to Win acknowledging.
No, that's not complaining.
Clara on both of her accounts. On September 28, 2021, Clara replied to Win calling her very cute. A month later, Win tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post nudes.
That's not a complaint. That's not. That's just stating that one doesn't apply to me, right? That's anyway.
She was 15. Then in November, Catboy Ranch replied to Win, acknowledging her age. You are 15, your skull hasn't even fully developed. Win later proclaimed herself a proud member of the cult of Keffals. I just can't get over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16 or once I'm 16. So just knowing that there's the potential I could pass like you does give me hope to keep going. Thank you. Maya.
I mean, this one here, there's a lot that he's showing that doesn't actually seem like sus.
Or Femboy Mats is another minor Clara interacted with on Twitter. Maya claimed to have been a member of the Catboy Ranch Discord whilst underage. Maya said, hey, I'm the person involved, there was no grooming. Someone replied, who said there was? You were still a minor in Catboy Ranch, which had ID verification. Maya then confirms that only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffals. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme. Damn ya ass fat, what?
I mean, that's more along the lines of something I'd be worried about. Like, right, that's, Wait, does Keffals know that?
Maya then confirms that only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffals. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme. You were still a minor in Catboy Ranch, which had ID verification. Maya then confirms that only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffals. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme. Damn ya ass fat, what's your pronouns? Clara later tweeted a meme at Maya about taking estrogen and getting erections. In one thread, Catboy Ranch interacts with both Maya and Princess Emily, who was
Okay, there's something. Yeah, no, I don't know. Wait, this is like.
Damn ya ass fat, what's your pronouns? Clara later tweeted a meme at Maya about taking.
Okay, no, what the fuck is up with that meme? Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, of all the fucking memes to use for whatever the hell you're trying to say here, but which... What? That's just... Okay.
Estrogen and getting erections. In one thread, Catboy Ranch interacts with both Maya and Princess Emily, who was 15 years old. Now, these are highly inappropriate interactions for someone to engage in on their adults-only account.
Wait, are you saying that they interacted with...
In one thread, Catboy Ranch interacts with both...
Wait, that's just... Catboy Ranch is replying, my day has been ruined, because, The two underage people in question said, I'm a liberal, then post, I'm a liberal too. Don't go around saying that word, though. And then my day has been ruined. Wait, how is this? The problem isn't, I don't know. I mean, look, you know, on Twitter, like, yeah, it's like a lot of accounts, like, you know, like, yeah, it's I don't know. So wait, is the issue there that they're interacting? They're posting on this thread? Because like the thing that they, oh my god, 11 subs, you crushed it. You crushed it at Twitch. You're also crushing it at YouTube. And emotes have been delivered. Those are new emotes. Those are fresh emotes, fresh off the press. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 emotes. For a level 3 hype train. I thought you were gonna get 9 anyway. Muda's gone a bit Pepe Sylvia here. Well, look, there is stuff that that I'm just like, that fucking meme. That fucking meme is just like the meme in and of itself. Like, regardless of the fact that, like, but now they're freaking communist invading radicals. Like, on top of the fact of, like, you know, her posting that to like underage people, right? I mean, they're
Princess Emily, who was 15 years old. Now, these are highly inappropriate interactions for someone to engage in on their adults-only account at the age of 27, and this is only what we're able to see publicly. It's also worth noting Maya has since argued in favor of underage people lying about their age to people online. Maya turned 18th in January of 2022 and made an NSFW account to post nudes 3 months later. Now, this is where the story gets even darker, because we have to look at Maya's interaction with another user named Danny. Username is Synth is here. Danny publicly bragged about getting Maya on DIY HRT when she was a minor. About to start bragging that I got Maya on HRT when she was a minor, Maya began ordering from Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals a month after turning 17. I'm about to take the pink pill, still cis though. This all was with assistance from the DIY HRT directory. A year later, she was so unhappy with her results, she actually called out and blocked Chloe on Twitter. What happened? She got pissed about her hormone results? I mean, that wouldn't be Chloe's fault because that's not something she can control. Everyone reacts differently to that stuff. Also, there's different dosages. The two would end up having an argument about the specifics of HRT. Chloe calls Maya an idiot, and Maya says this: fuck DIY, fuck all of this. I don't know how this happened. My regimen didn't change since my last test. I am so done with listening to these quacks online who pretend that they're better than actual doctors. As Maya herself stated, these people are not doctors. And someone like Chloe should not be allowed to posture herself as some kind of authority on the subject. No one without any proper credentials should. Not me, not Chloe, not Keffals, not anyone. Maybe it would be less of an issue if everyone involved in the situation was a legal adult. But as we've demonstrated in the last 5 minutes, they are not. Clara explicitly advocated for the DIY HRT's directory's use by minors, while clearly aware of her friend's activities, behaviors, and history. That only compounded by her constant lies surrounding Catboy.
I don't like the fact that Mutahar's brought this up, that she's unsatisfied, she's not happy with the results of the HRT, but we don't see in like what way, right? Is this like, you know, it's not doing enough? Because that's one possibility, right? Like, because like when you just leave it like that, you make it sound like this person is a detransitioner, like realized that they didn't want to, you know, transition, and that's not what happened. Now, he didn't say that, right? But he just left enough to imagination, and with like that framing, it kind of ends up sounding like that. I like Muda's mic. What is his mic? Is that an RE20? Wait, I know this mic. Oh my god, it's like I can't remember what it's called.
When even what we can prove already paints an incredibly unsavory picture. There is simply no good justification for why Keffals, while being overtly sexual, was interacting with and befriending underaged fans.
And the only place they really feel safe talking about being trans is on the internet.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
I was like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch?
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public.
Yeah.
Because they make it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with kids and stuff, but that's not even the case.
No.
Wow, that's interesting. They really are just straight up lying, huh?
Now, there's a lot of misinformation surrounding Catboy Ranch, including the circulation of several alleged screenshots. And to be clear,
is it like AR or something?
These aren't from a server Clara owned, but an acquaintance named Femboy Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: "It's not a choice. We are not asking you. We are telling you we will turn your kid gay." On June 23rd, 2021, a Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's Discord server. A user named Sorrel called it an outright den of grooming. The server had roles to identify by both adults and minors. And in spite of—
Wait, is this like a second Discord? Because I'm trying to keep track, right? I was hoping that this would straighten this whole thing out, right? About Catboy Ranch and who is responsible for it. Because he didn't say that Keffals was like, you know, the admin, right? If inappropriate stuff happened in Catboy Ranch, then it's, you know, it's on the admin. Did you actually want to know about the mic, or were you quizzing yourself? I was trying to quiz myself, but then I failed because I used to know what this was called. I'm trying to get to know. This is a second Discord. Yeah, a second Discord just hit the World Trade Center.
Openly flirting with a 13-year-old and calling them a cute little bottom catboy. When confronted,
wait, what? Oh, because this is Catboy Cooking that's doing this. Yeah. Oh, it's an RE20. Wait, Electro Voice. Why did I think it was AR? I turned ARE into AR in my head.
Admins defended the server's practice of allowing underage users.
Like, that's what I mean, Daphne, is it's such a famous mic. It's such a common mic. Like, you know, as far as professional mics go, like, I should be able to say it on site, but I'm just so focused on getting it. I'm just so focused on getting the Shure mic, the SM7B that I can't.
Why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance that they'll be groomed? How if they've been taking how if they have been talking about having with men, you can show me where, but your sexuality is a part of you. There's nothing wrong with it. You're kind of the one introducing the adult-oriented element. It's kind of weird. Keffals admits that she was in the server and called the screenshots disgusting. I have absolutely nothing to do with that Discord, and I think that is disgusting.
Okay, so for real, this is not the Catboy Ranch. This is the Discord of Catboy Cooking. So who ran Catboy Ranch then? That's kind of what we're missing. And then like, I'm not even sure. Like, the only thing that he's got on Catboy Ranch is the discredited screenshots from Sleepy, the stuff that she literally took back. And that's a fucking mystery to me, chat. That is some weird shit, right? Because like, I have heard some really damning stuff from Sleepy about Keffals, but I don't know whether to believe it or not. Like, I don't know what happened between the two of them, you know, and which version of the events from Sleepy to actually believe, right?
I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone replied, "By that you mean you'll leave the Discord?" And she said, "Already did. I wasn't aware or active about any of this until now." Bro.
Oh yeah, they're all using SM7Bs. Yeah, that's a pretty industry standard one, I guess.
I didn't know you were a part of it. That changed after the person who made the call out got suspended. Clara celebrated the thread's deletion, even though she admitted it had evidence of an adult flirting with a minor. Those are her own words. A just wrote an entire thread seething about me from behind a block, and tried to get his followers to dogpile my tweet, and then got suspended. People combed through Femboy's Cooking Discord and discovered an adult flirting with a minor, and decided that I am somehow guilty of this. Once again, suspended. This is stunning admission.
Chat, I'm gonna have to look through some of my DMs, right? Because this has put a new spin on this fucking mystery, right? The mystery of Sleep Motor. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one though. Like, right, I don't want to say anything that's incorrect. I don't want to impugn the wrong people here, but there is something really strange in that, you know, relationship that went from friends to you know, accusing somebody of grooming, and then back to like a friendship again. I don't understand.
That she helped cover up an adult flirting with a 13-year-old for her own convenience. And there's also no proof that the person who made that thread is a P-word. Early into Drop Kiwi Farms, Clara promoted an artist named ZR Kalo. Kalo is known for running the account transphobes posting their L's. She faced backlash for knowingly associating with actual zoophiles, including a moderator on @transphobic L's. She also is known for drawing what would some describe as necrozoophile art. Keffals defended her purely on the basis that she had a thread on Kiwi Farms.
Yo, what is this shit? Does anybody know about this person? Zerkalo? Is that what they're called?
I know they lie about literally
Wait, is this Hypnotist Sappho? Is that the same person?
everyone, so why would I believe their claims? Like, they're calling Zerkalo a necrozoophile, and it's like, they call everyone everything. Nothing they say is truthful. I have no reason to believe that. You do furry gore? Look, I personally think that that's kind of weird. However, I don't think you did anything wrong. I can just choose not to look.
Wait, okay, so we're talking about... Wait, that's different though. If it's oh my god. I mean, yeah, chat, this is some pretty deep online shit here. But like, what was it? Because if it's like dead animal erotica, that's one thing. But if we're talking about like, I don't know, chat. I can't make heads or tails of this.
Look at the part of the internet where people post things like that. As long as no one's getting hurt, I do not care.
Then she calls out every person with the thread on the site to band together. It's probably a good time to bring up that Kiwi Farms has actually put criminals in jail. Put actual criminals there. Most recently putting a prolific animal abuser behind bars. I'm not saying every user or thread is virtuous.
Was it vaush? No.
You gotta admit, some people deserve to have their actions exposed. Keffals' campaign eventually took her to Chris Chan, who she brought on for an interview right after Chris got out of jail for allegedly having relations with their mom. Hilariously, she had to keep up the lie that Kiwi Farms was still down. A lie she maintained for years.
Now, this is something that actually got her in trouble with other people in the White Leaf Network. From what I've told, right? She brought on the infamous Christina Chan and for a conversation, and like from what I've heard, very much was doing the kind of content that maybe would appeal to the people from the farms who documented like it was seen as exploitative. Now, granted, right? Obviously, it's not a great person that we're talking about here, but
At this point, I need to pose the question, what goddamn moral high ground does Keffals have over Kiwi Farms? It isn't doxing. She paid money to dox her critics, as well as innocent members of their family. It can't be cyberstalking. She got ousted from her own community for trying to gather dirt on who she called a prototypical lol cow.
Okay, so now this is... thank you, the hypocrisy. Thank you for noticing the hypocrisy. Because that's something that stands out to me, and I didn't know if he was going to get to it.
It can't be some belief of criminality. The whole point of getting Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms is making them susceptible to illegal DDoS attack.
Okay, I don't know about that one. You can't be against criminality because you wanted Cloudflare to drop What? What?
And when the site was hosted in Ukraine, she posted the address to the servers publicly and then accused them of supporting Russia in some weird hopes that I would imagine would be retribution. Her entire MO is exploiting other people for her own benefit. Every time she claims people are criticizing her, it's because she's trans. She undermines the actual hate directed towards trans people on the basis of their identity. And what about her cynical use of other people's death, from James Somerton to the victims of Kiwi Farms to bringing up Tony in the inner feud with Ethan Klein?
She starts this motherfucker off with "in memory of Tony Winchester, who was the RS Glory and Gold."
Why bring him up? What the hell?
He, first of all, I'm speechless with that one.
Yeah.
How many deaths do we have to watch her weaponize until we all get together and can agree invoking someone's name in this way is just really fucking disgusting? And finally, to top it all off, there is...
Wait, I'm trying to remember... Like, I feel like I should know who this is. Is this somebody Gokanaru talked about, chat? Where do I remember this person from? Like, was this somebody that Ethan brought on in, like, a quasi-exploitative way? Is that who we're talking about? Still a lot of... That's what I'm saying, Lexical, is she's a magnet for transphobia, but also not a good person. And that's what makes parsing this so important. And I just haven't seen anybody get it right. There's a lot that I know. There's more that I could say, chat. Like, the wheels are turning in my mind right now, trying to figure out this fucking mystery. I guess, chat, there's some chance that she did a lot more inappropriate stuff with minors than what's even alluded to in this video, but the source for it is just not somebody I trust. I don't know.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, James Somerton is still alive. Wait, did he bring up James Somerton? Oh, how did I miss that?
Publicly, and then accused them of supporting Russia in some weird hopes that I would imagine would be retribution. Her entire MO is exploiting other people for her own benefit. Every time she claims people are criticizing her, it's because she's trans. She undermines the actual hate directed towards trans people on the basis of their identity. And what about her cynical use of other people's death, from James Somerton to the...
So how was James Somerton? It was that she did a video. I don't think, is it still up? God damn it. Oh, there's President Sunday, by the way. Took Keffals less than a day to change the title of her late. Okay, so here we go. James Somerton may have taken his own life. All right. So yeah, it turns out that James Somerton has been alive and well this whole time. I definitely want to push back against the fucking chuds, and I do mean chuds, trying to imply that H Bomber Guy has as many bodies on his hands as like Kiwi Farms, like, or more. Like, based on this accusation that H Bomber Guy et al. like drove a gay man to take his own life, right? Because that didn't happen, and we know that now. And they made a big deal. They made a lot of fucking noise, and they need to get some fucking clap back. So we might have to stop in and talk about that just a bit, because I think that there's some real bad faith actors when it comes to like pretending they cared about James Somerton, right, in order to try to own H Bomber Guy, because they don't like that H Bomber Guy also exposed internet historian. Peter Coffin went the furthest with that, as from what I could saw. Yeah, Peter Coffin's was pretty ridiculous. Yeah, they tried to put that shit on H Bomber Guy. But I mean, I guess I could see having a problem with this, because at the time, like, yeah, the title is James Somerton may have taken his own life. This was posted like right after it happened. And at the time, like, it wasn't clear whether he was alive or not.
Victims of Kiwi Farms, to bringing up Tony in the interview with...
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just Peter. It was, I mean, do you all know that Peter Coffin is now a Chud Logic orbiter? I think at some point, Chud Logic was back when Peter Coffin was like was a leftist, right? I think at some point, like, Chud Logic was a Peter Coffin orbiter, but now it's like Peter Coffin that hangs out in Chud Logic's chat.
Ethan Klein.
She starts this motherfucker off with "in memory of Tony Winchester, who was the RS Glory and Gold."
Why bring him up? What the hell?
He, first of all, I'm speechless with that one.
Yeah.
How many deaths do we have to watch or weaponize until we all get together and can agree invoking someone's name in this way is just really fucking disgusting? And finally, to top it all off, there is no transparency surrounding the...
Yeah, Peter, actually, it was a kick, Resonate.
GoFundMe.
I mean, I guess we can show you. Wait, will I get in trouble for that? It's Steve Harvey. I probably will.
Seems to keep inventing new details about her swatting, and many of the criticisms thrown in her face over the years are rooted in reality. If there's anything to learn about all of this, is that Clara Sorrenti has no morals. She will completely disregard the truth for her own gain and profit. There is no scenario where you can take her at her word, because she is shameless in her attempts at manipulation. If you are someone who felt sincerely invested in Kiwi Farms being taken down, then she has failed you. The site is stronger than ever, and they've raised over $150,000 for their own litigation fund. They've already seen results in getting a company to retract their libelous claims. Dropping Kiwi Farms proved to be a terrible business decision for Cloudflare, who stated it caused a loss of potential customers and significant adverse feedback. And now everyone knows exactly what she was trying to hide after all this time. Now, this final section of the video I have to preface with some caveats. When I first announced I was going to be working on this video publicly, several former friends and editors reached out to offer their perspective. They expressed feelings disillusioned by her behavior and provided what appears to be pretty damning screenshots, one that I started this video off in the beginning, as you can imagine.
Yeah, they're like old friends. And it's funny because if you want to know what Chud Logic's like real political perspective is, it's actually more like Peter Coffin. Now, he won't claim this now, right? Because his new audience hates leftoids. In fact, he's constantly complaining about leftoids, but Peter Coffin, not exactly a leftoid, does call themselves a socialist of some regard. But you know, that's like Chud's real politics is like some kind of class reductionist socialism. But like it's not. If they ever found out, his community would tear him limb from limb. Not literally, but in a video game. Of course, probably a video game like Fallout New Vegas.
Regarding what Clara did with her money. The reason why I waited to introduce this is at the very end is because I wanted to show that you can make a strong case with what is already publicly available. I have also been very honest about the extent of my knowledge regarding this evidence. Okay, I have to be very honest here. Keffals has faked DMs in the past, even doing so on stream before posting them as if they're real. Keffals and her camp have demonstrated being actual disinformation agents, and having to vet screenshots are actually a serious concern. This is
yeah, Melanthios, that's kind of it. That's kind of it. Yeah, it's like anti-woke Marxist, I guess.
Why I say I never believe an actual message until I open up the server myself.
It's just funny, but because by like, you know, Chud's audience's own definition, Chud is soy.
Hit refresh and see it with my own fucking eyes. I don't just believe any screenshot thrown at me. With all that being said, this is what I was shown. The first is from a screenshot.
And Peter is beyond soy. Peter is on a whole nother level of like woke Ouroboros, right? Is a literal book that Peter Coffin wrote. Wokeness eating its own tail. That's
from a private group chat dated November 30th, 2022. Feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me.
Like, I just wonder, are they going to bring Caleb Maupin? Maybe they're going to be a whole like Chud orbit. You know what I mean? We could get Caleb Maupin. We could get Kelly Zahos. We could get Jesse Singal. Just all these people orbiting around Chud.
Reminding me that it was an emergency fund. I kept trying to think of how it depleted so.
Yeah, that's right.
So many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out buying new streaming gear and clothes. If legitimate, this is an admission that the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2 months. It also calls into question if she actually did buy new clothes and equipments for her friends. That isn't even remotely covered by any of her stated goals. Claire seems to understand this, going on to state, if anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. And these messages were deleted, like what, 7 minutes later? If you recall, in September of 2022, Clara mentioned hiring both a private investigator and a cybersecurity firm. This conversation, dated November 12, 2023, appears to shed further insight as to why.
Okay, so that's Cherry Bread TV posting Bad Empanada saying the average I should do his voice. I can't do his voice, Chad. I don't have a Bad Empanada in me, unfortunately. Or fortunately. I don't know. Anyway, the average white American LGBT person would be a Nazi if they weren't born into a group where, what a weird thing to say. If they weren't born into a group where that's inconvenient for their own self-interest. The most self-centered, zero solidarity, imperialist demographic you will ever see. God damn. Is this actually Bad Empanada though? I can't tell of the Bad Empanada accounts which ones are actually BE and which ones are like parody accounts. Because at this point, he's kind of easy to parody. Then Keffals says, I have something more, yikes.
The source first sent a tweet from YouTuber Bad Empanada, who had criticized Keffals in the past. Claire responded by sharing his full name, date of birth, and home address.
Okay, so now, chat, I got a question. What is this, right? This is Cherry Bread TV, Xander Hall's editor, Keffals' editor, White Leaf, allied person here, right? And Keffals is like, as an immigrant myself, I know we all get assigned visa numbers, and with that, doxing. But is it doxing though? That's my question. It's Keffals showing like Bad Empanada's like real information to Cherry Bread TV. And this is on the heels of sharing the private information of people like Soul Bunny, a foreign man in a foreign land. Like, what do you call this, though? Because she's not posting this on the internet, but she is sharing people's private information with, like, one person. Former editor? What is Cherry Bread doing now? It's proxing? Yeah, it's, like, proximate to doxing.
When asked how she obtained this information, Clara gloated she was insane before revealing the name of another YouTuber named Second Thought. Does Kiwi Farms have...
And then, just for a good measure, let me tell you JT's, like, information, too. Yo!
No, I did it myself. I never published...
She describes it as doxing in, like, 5 seconds. But I mean, it's private doxing? Oh, private doxing, proxing. I get it.
This info. It's just like a game for me. Clara continued. I'll have more soon. I paid for another information request from an Argentinian PI firm. Honestly, my dream is to retire from streaming and be a PI. Dox people professionally. The lady who wants to drop Kiwi Farms, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, I know that Keffals could probably say, like, I thought there was a 0% chance that Cherry Bread TV would do anything bad with this information, but it still is sharing people's private information against their will. It's a game to her. Oh, Angie Speaks. Yeah, we need to get Angie Speaks on Chud.
Used the money raised under false pretenses to indulge in her fantasy of being a professional doxer. Allegedly. Given the nature of these screenshots, we have to be very careful about their legitimacy. However, I did end up reaching out to both of the YouTubers targeted to verify if the information was legitimate. And unfortunately...
Okay, so let me tell you something about this. So he said both of the YouTubers mentioned that being bad empanada, that being second thought. All right, first of all, there's no reason that they would trust Mutahar, right? And second of all, they're not going to tell you if that's their information, right? It's kind of a silly thing. I get what he's trying to say, that, you know, he's trying to be thorough and he doesn't want to say that Keffals gave out the real information if it turns out that, like, that's not actually the information, right? But there's no way that to verify that with them. If they... The only people they would verify that information with would be somebody that they trusted 100%. And they don't know you, Muta. They don't know you, and what they can see about you online is not going to make them trust you, right? To them, you're just like another...
I did not get a single response back, as sad as it sounds. I think at the end of all this, the real harm that Keffals has done is not necessarily just to herself, but for the people that she, quote-unquote, wants to advocate for. Look, throughout...
Yeah, let's ignore the fact that she had the information. Well, yeah, you're right, Barafera. I'm not trying to downplay that. Sharing information you don't even need. Yeah, as a game. Like, right, that's what disturbs me with Keffals the most, right? Is her disconnection to reality and the way that it allows her to treat people, right? As if they're not people. And I've seen this time after time after time. JN says, Cherry's DMs. Yo, yes, JN, you're on to this. That I believe you. I think this is true. We might have to go look at the... I don't know where to find this, chat, but I covered this. Last year with Xander Hall. So what happened was Keffals and Xander Hall got into a conflict. I think Xander Hall ended up looking pretty ridiculous in that conflict. He was losing. He got to the point where he would stream and there'd be like less than 100 people in there, right? Because so many people hated his guts. And I think he's recovered since then. And out of all the vaush networks, Xander Hall is one of the ones who has like suffered the least from the just absolute dressing down that Ethan Klein and company gave them over the vaush allegations, right? Xander Hall actually felt empowered not to defend vaush based on the fact that vaush did not have his back in the Keffals thing, right? So he just kind of he was like, not my floor, not my problem, right? Xander Hall is, and look, it's one of the few times that I can give Xander Hall a W, right? Understanding that I'm no fan of his. He's been an absolute snake to me as well. So, but yeah, this is that was likely, those DMs were likely the nuke that Xander Hall had, and he wanted to release. Remember what stopped him from doing that, though? That he was threatened with losing his website. So they operate like a fucking mafia. Like, nice website you got there, Zan. Shame if anything should happen to it.
Covering this video, I've learned that the trans people that I've talked to just want to exist. And in most cases...
What trans people did you talk to? Oh my god, and was it Sleepy? No, maybe not. I don't know. As far as I know, this is still Keffals' BFF. But yeah, look, you can find like trans people to shit on trans people. You can find black people to shit on black people, right? For every marginalized identity, there are some subsection of that identity that hate themselves for being trans, that hate themselves, like, right, and that actively work to like undermine their community for the approval of people who hate them, right? Every community's got a Blair White.
They're just average people.
Oh yeah, it was probably Blair White. There we go. It was Blair White.
Identities are just their identities. That's it.
Who did he talk to, and was it Blair White?
They actually have lives outside of what their, again, trans identity usually is. And a lot of those people I talk to have all disliked Keffals. And they've all disliked it because...
Far-right furries, you're not wrong, Barafera. I can't figure out far-right furries either.
Because, you know, as far as I can really tell you, this person's like the Jesse Jackson of trans people, okay? They will use this as a shield. They will constantly try to be an activist. And I feel that Keffals' behavior has made her the perfect controlled opposition for making trans people just look terribly bad. So the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, Keffals is in fact a liar. They are evil, they are malicious, and they're a great harm to not just themselves, but the community they quote-unquote claim to represent. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Far-right femboys. What? Yeah. Far-right femboys are confusing. Yeah, OnlyFacts, I think you're right. Yeah, the creator in question, when we're talking Muda's source for the Catboy Ranch stuff, and it's ironic because I feel like it's been retracted, right? There was a really, like I said, really strange thing that happened between the two of them, where, you know, Sleepy ended up on Keffals' stream retracting everything that she had said about Keffals, right? And as far as I know, it was like friends. But yeah, I don't know where they're at now. I don't know if they're still friends or whatever. Worked with Lauren Southern. Yeah, was on the Lauren Southern. Lauren Southern did a panel with like with trans people, right? Lauren Southern's Trans Army, which was very much along the line of like self-hating people. If Sagar would have just focused on the nukes that are new information and would have a normal thumbnail, it could have gotten through to a lot more people. Yeah, like we looked at the Keffals hashtag, and I was kind of surprised to see a lot of people, they weren't necessarily defending Keffals, but they were mad about that thumbnail. And like, I can't, like I get that Just a Worm draws everybody like that, but the person who retracted the Catboy Ranch thing, yeah. Like I said, there's like right-wing people in every identity group, including trans people, right? That think that they can be the ones that get picked if they just assimilate enough. There's also somebody that was in the Brianna Wu group chat. That's an interesting question, Jesus Danger Christ. I'm not sure. Yeah, Keffals came out as being anti-Brianna Wu. That was surprising. Wait, what kind of, you said the best NFL football player? Okay, so here, I know a little bit about football. And the thing about football is that there are many different positions. There's like, what, is there like 12 people or like 11 people? There's 12 people. No, there's 11 people, right? On the field for each team at a time. And they have different jobs. Some of them are just like in the line and they hit each other. They run into the other team's line over and over again. Some people are in the backfield and they hand them the ball. That's the running back. There's some people that are on the side and they go and try to catch a pass. That's the receiver, right? So it would depend on what we're talking about. There's even the kicker. There's the kicker. The kicker just kicks the ball, right? When it's a kickoff or when they're shooting a field goal, that's what they do. They kick the ball. And like, so with the kicker, who would be what animal could kick the best? Oh my God, I'm entertaining this thought experiment. I think a cheetah can catch. They would just do an Air Bud. Just like Air Bud in the movie. Wait, but you're saying like a cheetah's brain in a person's body, right? Jesus, Danger, Christ. Oh, I forgot linebackers. Is a linebacker kind of just like an evil running back? Is that what that works? Wait, is there a missionary like position in football? There's 11 in soccer. Is it 10 in American football? 12 men on the field means a penalty. 11 for both soccer and football. Rhinoceros would make a great fullback. Then give me 5 elephants for offensive linemen. I don't know if I would go with a silverback gorilla or orangutan for the quarterback. It's a tough choice. I feel like I would make a crow the quarterback. Does that seem like a good idea? Wait, isn't that like one of the formations in football? Missionary position? Oh wait, no. That's something else. A kangaroo. Oh, for the kicker? Who would be the kicker though? Jesus, Danger, Christ. I mean, look, I usually don't like I usually don't respond to random derail questions, but that's like, this is interesting. This is an important thought experiment. A linebacker is like a defensive player. Yeah, it's like an evil running back. Assuming that the defense is evil. I don't know, chat. Maybe the offense is evil. Maybe the offense represents like capitalism and its never-ending thirst for resources and leverage and control. A bunny can kick. That's true. Animals with human brains make some of the best athletes. Wait, what? A talking horse named Mr. Ed once hit an inside the park home run against Sandy Koufax. Who was the animal though that pitched the perfect game? Remember? Wasn't there an animal that was like on psychedelic drugs and it pitched a perfect game? The electric baseball game? Kangaroo punter, mule kicker. Oh yeah, you're right, Firebird. Here, I should be like also looking at So Chud Logic is covering this as fans misdirect to ugly thumbnail. I don't know, chat. Like, can you like does Keffals have like, I'm not trying to be mean here, but does Keffals have fans anymore? I'd seen the movie The Crow and they'd make a great quarterback. Yeah, that would be sick. Wait, I haven't seen The Crow, but I've seen like the trailer, I think. I feel like I saw the trailer for The Crow and it looked like all this like cult stuff. Oh my god, what am I trying to look at? I'm trying to look at I liked her thing about DMT with Rogan. Wait, who was that? Yo, what? Wait, does it say who did that new contribution? Oh my god, I think that's an anonymous gifter. Somebody just made a contribution to the SM7B. See, I know Mike's. That is very nice. Wait, I should probably look and see. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the $10 donation to the microphone, which is now, let me 76% funded. Nice. Wait, did it update? Maybe it's more. Is there a cat in my room? Chat, sometimes the cats sneak into my room. I can't tell if it's a cat or the wind. It might just be the wind. Lavalier mics are good. I just don't want to hear deep breathing. Oh yeah, and close noise. I always like to call lavalier mics lavalier. You know what I mean? It's like it makes it sound more fancy if you call it a lavalier. Lavalier. Okay, I'm so weird. I feel bad for Blair White, to be honest. Not gonna ask to start the video over again, but I'm gonna have to come back to the stream in the VODs tomorrow. Hey, check it. It's yeah, Awkward Ukulele. It's gonna be you'll be able to find you're on the vertical version of the stream, but there will be what'll be available will be like the regular stream, like the horizontal stream. So it's probably a good thing that gender and sexual identity are becoming decoupled from political leaning, like they always were, right? And like, no, it's not actually a good thing. Like it's not just a decoupling, right? What it is it's like right-wing politics used as an outlet by disaffected members of a marginalized group to hurt that group. It's very much not a good thing. If there was a coupling of gender and sexual identity, like look at like the first prominent trans person. Who was it? It was Caitlyn Jenner. It was Caitlyn Jenner, right? Extremely conservative person. I believe, if I'm not remembering, a Trump voter. So it's just like it's not really a thing in the first place, right? Cavalier, Lavalier. I just like to pronounce everything French. What's up, vodka? Massive dumps. 2024. Real men wear diapers. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Real men fill diapers. Greg Riesland, I was thinking of playing New Vegas tonight. Yeah, I might have to give, I don't know, chat. I've got so much stuff to do. What's up, Fimios? How was your stream, by the way? Oh, thank you for the raid. Yo, that's really sweet of you. Did you cover this fucking Mutahar shit? I gotta say, this is some of the most fucked up shit I've had to deal with, right? Because it's like a mix. You can't turn your brain off. I'm used to turning my brain off in content, honestly. I'm used to being like, you know, if I'm watching a tipster video, I'm going to be dunking on tipster the whole time, right? It's not hard. It's tipster. But with this thing, I have to keep my eye on, like, you know, Keffals being scummy over here, Mutahar getting something wrong over here. I don't know. It's just, it was fucked up content, but I'm glad you raided in, and I'm glad to see you. Are you covering that? Were you covering the same thing? Like, what we need to do is we need a support group now for victims of Keffals content, right? Everybody who's had to cover Keffals, like, we need to form a support group, and we need to, like, cry on each other's shoulders and then eventually become a fight club. But we won't talk about the fight club. It'll be something that we don't, not like a fight club that you talk about. It's a fight club that you don't talk about. And we never speak of this again. Mostly siding with Muta, but frequently criticizing him. Yeah, that's kind of... Like, yeah, I definitely don't want to defend, like, Keffals scumbaggery. I've experienced it personally, right? She's, like, lied about my friends and shit. And apparently she hates me. Which is weird, because I never hated her. Even when she did fucked up shit to me. I hate how slow she talks. Oh my god. No, you hate dead air, right? Yeah, this is the problem with Chud logic. It's a lot of dead air. And I'm giving you dead air right now, sort of. But I'm talking to chat, so I guess it's forgivable. Wait, she had a two-part... Oh, you did a two-parter. I see, I see. I almost had to do the same thing, but chat saved my butt. Right, because when I go over 6 hours, I turn into a pumpkin and my monetization goes bye-bye. If I watched one song that was copywritten, then, like, I get no ad money whatsoever. And it's sad. But chat saved me by crowdfunding my ass past the 6-hour mark. So thank you. Thank you, chat. I don't know what I would do without you. I would have just gone over the 6-hour mark from just, like, not paying close enough attention. Based Waluigi plush. I know, right? Mutahar vibed wannabe Patrick Bet David. He does have a podcast, right? There's another vodka? Are you serious? Wait, what? Are there multiple vodkas? There is progressive and there's wrong. It's not a good thing that some members of the LGBTQIA community are wrong. But it's not like a new development either. Like, I really don't want I want to, if anybody's got that notion, what's up, possibly Zero? If anybody's got that notion, I want to disabuse you of that. Wait, that sounds bad. It sounds like I'm Keffals when I'm saying I want to disabuse you. Okay, what am I trying to say? I could use a more neutral sounding word. I want to change your mind. Right? If you think that conservative trans people are a new thing, I want to introduce you. I want you to say hello to my little friend, and her name is Caitlyn Jenner. And she's very conservative and very trans. Right? This is not a new thing. This is an old thing. It's as old as self-hate. And it pops up in all kinds of places, right? There can only be a one. Vodka, was there two of you for a second? Did that happen? Jesus Danger Christ said, I just had a stoned idea. What if there was a takeaway restaurant that served prepared meals that you can warm up and at home and microwave? Something similar to meal plans like at college? I mean, there's, what's that place? There's, isn't there like a pizza place like that? No failure chick. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know how I dodged failure. I feel like a failure though. Chat, we were supposed to do the premium streamium today. And like, I mean, I want to hang out and talk with chat, but like, I'm not ready to roll out I need to roll out the new Patreon tiers. And with that, I need to roll out the new Patreon Discord. Don't worry, it's not going to be a Patreon only Discord forever. I'm just starting with the Patreon's members and mods, and then I'm going to build the Discord around that. So it'll be eventually like the everyone Discord. But I feel like we're remember when Caitlyn Jenner, didn't Caitlyn Jenner like run over somebody? Caitlyn Jenner has publicly, I mean, look, Brianna Wu, like there's a ton of conservative trans people. Not that I'm saying that, never mind. What's up, Cheetah Man? How premium can we get? I thought this was the I mean, it's pretty premium. Like I give you a lot, chat. I give you a lot. Please stop deleting truth. Okay. The truth is that at the top of the hour, there's an ad break on Twitch. And that's an ad break that a lot of people just got to skip. Joseph R. Ash, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Yeah, I'm looking over all the people that got weasels during the hype train, and there's like a lot of you. There's a lot of you who will no longer see the ad break at the top of the hour. If you are not one of those people, remember that. Oh my god, it's already on. Oh, I'm so bad. See, failure, super failure, is on a tear, a little bit, maybe. I'm not talking about a subscription where you get food sent to you all the time, rather a store where you have credits that you pre-purchase and you can use whenever you want. Like the Amazon Fresh. I think they closed that down. I think Amazon Fresh somehow like did not, or at least their idea, because like the idea with Amazon Fresh was supposed to be it was supposed to be that you go into the store and it like, and you just grab stuff and it detects what you got on you, and then it like auto deducts that from your account. But it never really worked. Do you know how Amazon Fresh actually worked, chat? Do you know how Amazon Fresh worked? There were people watching security cameras that were trying to estimate how much everybody was taking. Right? They watched you on a security camera, and then they tried to gauge like what the price of the items that you had actually were. They never actually had the automated system, right? They were trying to do it like Elon style. You know what I'm talking about? They were trying to do it Elon style. Like Elon had this whole thing where he was supposed to invent a robot by such and such a date, and the robot wasn't ready. So he literally got somebody to dress up in a bodysuit and dance, like do the robot, like, right? It's like that kind of thing. It's like worse than vaporware. Whoever is your mod, they don't allow the truth. The truth. They delete opposing views. It sounds like you're crying, Bill Nye. Is it Bill Nye or is it Bill Cry? What's going on Indeed? I'm talking to chat. It's basically vaporware. Yeah. Like, don't tell me they had it. Yeah, I think it was outsourced. I don't know if it was to the Philippines, but yeah, they outsourced it, right? They outsourced people like literally watching video cameras, trying to estimate how much stuff was getting taken. And I think they thought eventually they'd be able to like put tags on the food or somehow, you know, there'd be like some system where it would like actually like detect like the food that was leaving the store with each customer. But yeah, it never really worked. Was the mood of it overall good or bad? It was such a mix, UC Love. It was such a mix. Like, obviously, Keffals is a dishonest, disingenuous, deceptive person that absolutely, like, took advantage of her community. Took advantage of a lot of people that were just trying to, you know, fight the good fight. But there were some things that Mutahar got wrong. I just don't think that, you know, on one level, right, he had this task set before himself, right, that it just was not going to get done right. Like, right, as far as being able to give a complete, accurate story of Keffals' career, you know, and even just like concentrating on the scandals, right? It takes a lot, and there was just a lot that he got wrong. I don't know. Muta's vid was not the best, yeah. Funny SNL with a bit of a black dude with his white girlfriend going to the Amazon Fresh store. He was basically plays into the trope of you know what, and it was sadly funny. I feel like, yeah. They had people checking the tape to see what was oh yeah, that's right. They did. It wasn't just they were watching security camera. Yeah, they had it like taped, and they had to like roll it back and watch it a million times to try to. The mood of video, yeah, it was kind of mid. But it did add some to like our overall knowledge and our understanding. I don't have the ability to put it all together because there was certain mysteries, you know, that were alluded to that Muta sort of added a little bit of information, but I'm going to have to go back and look at, you know, my, like I'm going to have to look at some of my DMs to see if I can figure out what was going on. Because like, honestly, there was some weird stuff going on. I told you about that thing where Vaush's sysadmin showed up on a Twitter thread making accusations against me, and then Zara and I stayed up all night debunking those allegations, which wasn't as hard as you'd think. It just took a lot of time to, like, we wanted to have the 100%, you know, since it was possible to disprove the accusations 100%, we wanted to do that. We wanted to have it like be no doubt, and then only to have Zara get and myself get blocked by White Nervosa, and have the tweets hidden, right? But it was really it felt to me like that. It felt to me like Vaush's sysadmin was sweeping. It felt to me like there was something that she was trying to cover up. She wasn't just going after me on a whim, chat. This was a night when I was going to talk about some of the stuff that was going on. And the fact that White Nervosa wanted to derail that, and she did. She successfully derailed the stream because instead we stayed up all night, like disproving her fallacious Google Drive. But I feel like she was worried that I was gonna say something. She might have thought that I had more information than I actually had, and that makes me think that there's something fucking there. Anyway, chat, I'm gonna have to get back to you on this, right? I don't want to say too much. Maybe, I don't know, chat. We're supposed to do the premium streamium. I completely fucked this up. I like how you're on YouTube recommendations. Wait, I'm on my own YouTube recommendations? Wait, what are we staring at? Oh, I am. At least one place. Look, I'm on everybody's YouTube recommendations, or at least I need to be. W stream indeed. I don't know. I feel like L no comment check though. I feel like I might have had some psychomotor issues today. Just get overwhelmed. I have ADHD and I get overwhelmed by things. But yeah, I'm gonna have to check my notes a little bit. It's our stream. Open it and peer into infinity. Look, you can see how much freaking Fallout stuff is on my recommendations. What, they're recommending Asmongold? Chat, I swear I don't watch Asmongold. I don't know where this came from. How could they do this to me? How could they suggest that I'm an Asmongold viewer and a Morning Joe viewer? Oh no, that's even worse. That's even worse. This makes you think that all I do is I watch like Fallout videos and Asmongold and Morning Joe. Common no comment check W has been streaming a long time, maybe tired. Yeah, just a bit. I'm just trying to figure out where to go next. Like what I should do, because like I was supposed to continue on to the premium streamium. Reschedule if you need to. This is the second time I've had to reschedule. I just feel like I'm fucking this up, and it's, you know what it is? It's because I am the opposite of no comment check. I need to change my name. I am all comment check. Too many comment check. Talks for a long time. All yapping check. The React algo is rough. Oh, that's really sweet, Omega Star. You're having an awesome time? That's so cool. Yes, comment check. I guess so, right? But it's my fault. That's the thing. Is I got no one else to blame. Like, as many things as Keffals is to blame for, I can't blame Keffals for this. It's not Keffals' fault that I spent way too much time, like going through this Mutahar video. I don't know what I thought. Like, anyway, it's like excellent Mother's Day stream. Well, that's good. I'm the mother of all content. Who knew? Do you read my Oh, I thought you said don't read my comment. Lil Bob, I was going to skip over it because I thought that was a request to like not read your comment. And I was like, I can do that for you. Lady Yaps a lot. Yeah, I'm going to have to become Lady Yaps a lot or something. Omni comment check. Yeah, the Omni commenter. Maybe I'll get a job in Destiny's. It's Mutahar's fault. There we go. We'll blame Muta. What do we blame somebody random though? Do you think we could get away with blaming Bo Blacks? I don't know. That didn't work very well for Keffals, right? We could try to blame Bo Blacks, of all people. Don't tell Bo Blacks I said that though. We gotta keep that quiet. That's our secret plan, chat. To blame it all on Bo Blacks. We can always switch to New Vegas. Hey, I was thinking about covering some New Vegas, or covering? What am I saying covering? Like, I would need to get some food. I would need to end stream temporarily. You're DMing Bo. You're DMing Bobby right now. She's gonna blame you. No, that's like, I love that would be like Bo Black's first introduction to me. Yeah, she was like making some weird, that's her plotting voice. That's what she does. She sits around and she plots. She plots about the downfall of every other streamer. And then he finds out I've got folders, chat. We've got folders, okay? Wait, let me get the folders. Show you that I've got folders on every other streamer out there. I've got dirt. I've got plenty of dirt to go around, right? This is like my folders. It's full of compromat, honestly, right? This is some vile stuff here. And this is how I am the queen of streaming by essentially having dirt on anyone and everyone. Who knew? Who knew? Xander Hall was right. It's the Trapper Keeper of Doom. Well, I mean, I feel like since Keffals blamed Boblax for... Wait, what did she blame Boblax for? What did Boblax get blamed for? Getting heavy on South Park references? Wait, did I do that? Wait, is there a South Park folders reference? Is like the folder slander about me just a South Park meme that I didn't recognize? We're gonna blame Boblax for my stream lasting like way too long, for the fact that my psychomotor activities would not allow me to complete a 1 hour and 30-minute video within the space of 6 hours. That should be easy. Chat, I'm trying to get better, but I get worse, right? I think I need to watch other React streamers and just see what they do and see how they are able to stop yapping, because I'm always yapping. And when I yap so much, then the stream, then 1 hour and 30 minutes of like React content turns into 6 hours and 30 minutes of yapping, of ceaseless, endless, pointless yapping, right? And that's definitely Boblax's fault, right? Because of the Throbbing Horsecock account. It was the Throbbing Horsecock. Who knew? NCC blames Bronze Age Pervert for this. Yeah, let's bring Bronze Age Pervert in here too. We'll have a debate between Bap and Bobby. I feel like that might be good. From one Yapatron to another, I prefer yapping over reacting. I mean, it is nice. Yeah, I need to yap now. I mean, our yap at chat at least. That's what we're doing. We're in yap mode. We're in chat mode. Wait, so Vimios, you actually took 2 days covering this, right? So I'm not the only one who found this content challenging. I feel like there needs to be some accommodations for my psychomotor issues in being able to like cover this amount of content in a reasonable time, right? I'm like one of those like I got extra time for my tests in school, right? That was my accommodation. It took me forever. Okay, so I'm not the only one here. I feel like it took forever to do it right. Yeah, maybe that's the problem. Maybe the correct stream or the correct video by Muta would have been a 4-hour video, but Muta knew that he couldn't drop a 4-hour video. He didn't have time to make a 4-hour video. So instead he makes this 1 hour and 30 minutes video, which is imperfect, which is wrong in some places, which is ahistorical, achronological, but nonetheless contains a nugget of truth and adds to our overall knowledge of the Keffals lore. It took you over 10 hours? Okay, I don't feel as bad. I don't feel as bad anymore. So I'm not a failure? Chat, one in chat if I'm a failure. I need your feedback, chat. Am I a huge effing failure? Am I posting major L's today by not? And I was supposed to do Vimios. I was supposed to do a members only stream for them too, right? Chat is so awesome and they support me so hard that I try to do a monthly premium streamium for the premium clientele, those with memberships, those with subs, those with Patreons that support me in some way. Like I want to do a special stream for only them, but then I feel bad about locking the other people out. So, you know, like I stream it to the Discord for free. I don't know. What is the point? 2. Everybody's saying 2. I'm not a failure. To be fair, 2.5. Oh, you ended up researching some of the DIY HRT stuff. Yeah, I feel like, and that's the other thing too, is like so many people that were covering this, like didn't really know what was going on. Like when we're talking about like gender affirming care for people under 18, they don't realize that in most cases we're talking about like puberty blockers, right? They start going off on all this stuff that has nothing to do with that, and not a failure. You're a W, keep it up. I will. I'll try to. W comment check. Okay, so it's pretty universal praise here. Muda's video is structured horribly. Yeah, towards the end. So you know what that makes me think of? That maybe makes me think that Mutahar was having trouble like wrapping it up. That there was more that Muda wanted to say, but either it just wasn't something that he could confirm, or it wasn't something that he could structurally fit together. And so he ends up rambling on a literal nothing burger. Which parts did you think were the nothing burger? Because here's the thing, what bugs me is that, like, because of the thumbnail, and maybe to some degree the content, there are now people defending Keffals on Twitter. Right? Look, you know, I will admit that Keffals ends up being a magnet for transphobia online, but she doesn't deserve to, like, you know... She doesn't deserve a straight up defense. She also doesn't deserve to be like harassed in a transphobic way, but there were people that just like based on the thumbnail. And I know it's just a worm. That's how just a worm draws everybody. But so many nothing burgers call it White Castle. Wait, is White Castle the one that has the little onions on the buns? What's the one with the little onions? We're talking about sliders, right? I'm hungry now, chat. Oh, thank you, Omega Star. That's really sweet of you. I haven't seen any substance to the Catboy Ranch stuff. Yeah, I didn't get that. I didn't understand because I thought that maybe Mutahar was going to explain, right? Because before I hadn't seen a connection. Okay, so the connection between Keffals and Catboy Ranch is this. Keffals had an account called Catboy Ranch that was a Twitter account, right? It's a shit posting account. It's a horny posting account. But it's not doing anything. Like, I don't think that account was wait, I'm trying to remember. Well, there were some memes, like the meme, the Terminator meme was kind of fucked up. But I don't remember if that was Catboy Ranch, the account. But it's so hard to keep straight, right? Because you got okay, so there's 3 Catboy Ranches, right? The first Catboy Ranch is the Catboy Ranch that exists today. That is Keffals members only Discord, right? And she calls it Catboy Ranch to like sort of make fun of the idea of Catboy Ranch, which was put forward by that friend of Lauren Southern's in order to suggest that like anyway she's trying to like use it as like as a meme, right? And this is what a lot of vaush people do, is when they get, charges against them that don't stick, they turn it into a meme. Because if you can laugh about it, like the horsecock thing, right? Vaush's community loves to talk about horsecock because that's like the least maybe offensive thing that he's been involved with. And it sounds like a meme and it sounds like a joke and it's funny, right? So she's doing the same thing with the Catboy Ranch thing, trying to make that a joke, right? That's the current Discord server that exists. Now, prior to that, there was a Catboy Ranch Twitter account and there was a Catboy Ranch Discord. As I understand it, Keffals ran the Twitter account, but did not run the Discord. Keffals was in the Discord, but like the allegations were what? That she was making people get collars that said like property of Keffals or something. You were literally planning on commissioning Just a Worm to draw me next to own Keffals. I'm trying to get a Ralph Steadman of myself. I'm trying to see if I can get a famous like psychedelic artist Ralph Steadman. I think could draw a really ugly version of me, right? A hideous, demonic version of myself. Like you're not like a real content creator until you've been drawn by Steadman. Keffals mentioning teens is sus. Yeah, like there was the Terminator meme. Like that was the one that I was just like, wait, what? Because like it's a little girl hiding from the Terminator, and like the little girl was labeled. I don't even want to say it. Like that was the thing that I was like, whoa, what the fuck is this? What the fuck even is this? White Castle puts holes in the patties? What? To get more sauce? Yeah, I still haven't seen the substance and I was trying to open my mind to it. Like I don't want to go into content and be like, "Oh, I don't believe that. That's not true." If somebody shows me something that, adds new information, that puts a new light on something, yeah, I'll change my mind. I'll admit that I was wrong. I love admitting that I was wrong, chat. It's like my favorite thing. Like, whenever I admit that I'm wrong, I have to fall off a trampoline backwards and be like, so-and-so was right, and I fall off the trampoline. And it's amazing. It's a great process of humility. Just a Worm, did they really do this? Okay, I saw that it looked like they were deactivating their Twitter. Wait, what? Are you serious? Is Just a Worm getting harassment? Is this real? Oh, to let the steam through. Wait, where does the steam come from? Actually, to cheap out on the meat. Yeah, you're probably right. And then they can recycle the holes as like more burgers. It's real. So is this like what? Like Keffals fans? Because like my understanding was that Keffals did not have that private army of fans anymore. Like she can no longer do a lore request on Mommy Big D or anybody else. Because there just aren't the people left in that community. So wait, so Just a Worm got deactivated their Discord, deactivated their Twitter. But it can't just be Keffals fans that are doing it. It's got to be that this is... Oh my god, chat, do we have to look at Twitter again? I feel like we have to look at Twitter. What am I... Oh, there we go. Keffals smells unlike no other. What the fuck is this? What is the Keffals smell? What the hell? Oh my god. Chat, I'm gonna lose my voice. Keffals smells unlike no other, not her sister, mother, or brother. It really makes me think why it is she came to stink. Was it her upbringing? Least from the tale she's spinning? Perhaps it's since she was born that her stench makes your nose born. Oh my god. It doesn't rhyme at all. Yeah, but like, what is it called? It's called a cousin rhyme. It's like the incest of poetry, right? Yeah, that's what I call it. I call it incest poetry. It doesn't rhyme, but it's kind of, if you tilt your head in the right way, it kind of feels like it rhymes. Look, I need to see this one more time. Okay. What in God's name? That does not rhyme at all. Yeah, I know. That's kind of weird. Okay, what am I trying to say to you? I'm trying to say that there is a lot of quote retweets of Mutahar that are talking about this picture. And I actually feel like his decision to use Just a Worm as his artist, right? Who, yeah, you know, like, you're gonna like, that's lucky, right? Honestly, the way that Just a Worm draws, like, that's going light on somebody. Just a Worm turns you into a zombie, right? You usually look like inhuman. I mean, you can see beads of sweat and just like, but like, using this Just a Worm picture of Keffals, I feel like is a distraction, because there is some really bad stuff that Muta indeed exposed with Keffals, and now it's becoming. Okay, so a lot of people are like, I don't like Keffals, but this thumbnail is not okay. We still gotta check this thread out too at some point. I just like, it's like real shit, so. No! What the fuck? Oh my god, what, Tom Dark? I don't understand this tweet. You just got 5.9. This is such a low effort tweet, Tom. We're gonna blame it all on Turkey Tom. If we don't blame it on Boblax first. Yo, there's another Keffals community note? Okay, so it's not like the Keffals army is out there like stomping people, right? I don't understand how the Just a Worm thing happened. See, I don't even know if this community note is right. I know there's a tweet, there's an old tweet from like, I don't know, a long time ago, where Keffals is like, I go by she, her, and they, them. But the confusion comes from the fact that Keffals refuses to put pronouns in bio, because apparently that would make you soy. That would make you soy if you put your pronouns where she, her in your bio, which she doesn't, because she's not soy. She doesn't want to get criticized by right-wingers, and that's what happens if you're soy. You get criticized by right-wingers, but if you're based and you don't put pronouns in bio, no pib for me, ha ha ha, I'm not a special snowflake, then you never get criticized by any conservative ever. Because they'll know you're one of the good ones. And they'll feel free to misgender you, I guess. Makes me think of Aiko. Aiko does some pretty vicious thumbnails. What makes it somehow worse is that Mutahar's lighting is bad. Oh god, his lighting's always like this. My thumbnail artist had difficulty dealing with Muta's lighting. But yeah, there is there is this tweet. Right, this is real. It's from 2022. I don't think that I think she goes by she, her, right? For like 2022 though. Okay, so it's not last year, it's not a year ago, it's 2 years ago. I will never put my pronouns in bio because I refuse to give conservatives the ability to say pronouns in bio at me. Yo, that's so weak. That's so fucking weak. I mean, like, you gotta watch out though, because like half of Keffals' posts are shit posts. And a lot of people take them all seriously, and that's a mistake. So I'm trying to see if I'm getting jebaited by this post. I don't think so. I don't think I think she's... Yeah, ironically, pronouns in bio would be the thing that gives you the ability to dispute the... She's still trending. She's still fucking trending, along with Jerry Seinfeld and HoloLive. But yeah, she got 2 different community notes on her posts. So that to me, that says that it's like the anti-Keffals gang that's out in force. So I don't understand how Just a Worm got run off the internet. What is this?
So I said this on stream when Tipster was there. I had to have this argument with chat.
Yeah, missionary. Isn't that a position in football? Isn't the missionary the person on the defense that stands in the backfield? Is that the missionary position?
Because, like, I'm not a cuck. So first of all, I'm not a cuck tipster. See, I said that I'm not a cuck. So that should be evidence in and of itself. But second of all...
Okay.
But I have been in a relationship where I watched my partner have sex with another person. But I'm not a cuck. It's like I'm not
You're Sneeko. You're literally Sneeko right now.
I'm not into it because like it's something that I can't have. I just like watching people fuck. Was it in a 3-way? No, my ex was having sex with someone else and I was just like sitting on the couch reading a book.
Somebody DM'd him with his docs? God damn.
I don't think that's being a cuck. Like, you know, I was reading... I forgot which book it was by Lenin, but I remember I was reading Lenin.
She's just hosting the world's laziest 3-way? Oh my god, that sounds like something I would do.
Well, 2 people were fucking...
Oh my god, wait, that's a great idea. Chat, that's a great idea. Oh my god. Like if you don't want to, like if you got a partner but you don't want to have sex, you just bring somebody else in. You just outsource that. Wait, he was a KF user in the past? Seriously? Oh, that's just your guess, Bateau Crafter.
In the living room. And it's fine. That's not being a cuck. So I said this on stream when Tipster was there. I had to have this argument with chat because like I'm not a...
Okay, so the part that I don't believe about this, right? Because we've established that Keffals is a liar. Just a reminder on my final Keffals tweet, unless they go live to combat Muda, that's not going to happen. That she let her partner fuck someone in front of her and read a book on communism. Like a cuck. A scammer, a liar, a snake. And worst of all, a cuck. It's what Keffals will always be remembered as. Since Keffals decided to target my boy Just a Worm, let's see if she likes my artwork of her any better. Justice for Worm. If anyone making videos on Keffals wants to use this for thumbnails... Oh, wait, are you giving me free art assets? Sakura, that's so sweet. Fake tears. Oh, they're fake tears because she's not really crying. Hashtag victim. Oh yeah, so yeah, here's her. So she's also trying to like... Wait, I need to find her... Yo, weasels, though. Weasels. I forgot about the weasels. Oh my god, chat, these weasels warm my heart. Especially these weasels. Like, these weasels are thick. What are they feeding them? Look, they can jump because they're doing they don't skip leg day. These are the weasels that they do squats and they do deadlifts. And they do hip thrusts. And that's why these weasels are thick. Watching your partner... See, the part that I don't believe is Keffals reading a book about communism. That never happened. That never happened. There was never any time that Keffals read a book about communism. Keffals is allergic to communism. And weasels. And weasels. Okay, let's try to get through this let's try to get through this thread. Okay, time to... So this is the one that that Demon Mama retweeted, and she says she's gonna go live. Yeah, oh my god, am I gonna have to cover Demon Mama covering Keffals? No. Okay, misled her donor, spent 100K dishonestly. Her legal case with the Human Rights Tribunal Ontario is dead. Keffals has been lying about his status. This is, I think that, really feel bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you, communist invading radicals. Although Keffals may be allergic to you, I'm not sure. You better not bring any theory in here. This is gonna make it hard for Keffals to relax. Ellen tried to comfort me, reminding me that it was an emergency fund. Ellen's right, but I definitely understand that feeling. Whenever I've had a windfall that I wasn't originally planning on having, I still feel bad when it was depleted. Still felt bad. Okay. Keep trying to think about how it depleted so fast. And it's so many little things, travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out, buying new streaming gear and clothes. If anyone finds out how I spent the GoFundMe money, I am definitely getting canceled. Anyway, sorry for venting. I'm gonna go now. I'm heading to Dingle? One thing that blows my mind is Vaush being a socialist. Yeah, dude spending thousands on clothes. It should be like if you're gonna have an issue with Hassan, you should have the same issue with Vaush, just on clothes. Can always watch someone else's video on Keffals while I sit back and read a book on communism. That sounds based, Howard Wilson. I need to do that. Okay. I've been investigating Keffals' GoFundMe for a long time now. I found a few pieces of evidence or public knowledge. I can share with you what I found. TLDR, the above screenshot is real, and the legal case the GoFundMe was supposed to go towards likely isn't happening. Strap in, this is a doozy. First, what exactly... Okay, so this is what she said she'd spend it on. I need to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights. That's what she said she would. use it on, and then original goal was met. All donations are going directly to my legal fund. Okay, so the idea being recoup my losses, move, and then build a legal fund. She reiterated that the non-legal portion of the fund is going towards moving and recouping her losses. But in my investigation, I found that she said she had no concrete losses to recoup. Oh, so this is what Mutahar was talking about with the fact that she got her stuff back after she had her computer, phones, and her partner's her electronics essentially got confiscated. This says were returned 3 days later. Mutahar seemed to imply they might have been returned as soon as like 1 day later.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
That's nice.
So, yeah, that was really nice. Not nice how they responded to the situation, but I'll take it. I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief.
So like I said, I mean, I guess if she tried, if she might have panicked and like bought replacement stuff before finding out that she was going to get the stuff back. This is corroborated by a property bag shown in the CBC story about Keffals swatting. The label, which clearly shows that Keffals' desktop tower was returned to her on August 8th. When was the day? August 5th. Okay, so 3 days later. Before, oh, and then she launches her GoFundMe. Oh, okay, so that is actually, yeah. That's the CBC video. Additionally, a former editor of Keffals shared with me a copy of Keffals' financials from May 22 to July 2023. In it, we can see the August 2022 Keffals earned over 13K, which was actually higher than the surrounding months. August of 20. So she, like, as far as her stream income, I guess, it's 13K versus 12K versus 11K versus 8K in May, back to 8K in October, 6K in November, 12K again in December. I mean, I'm guessing I think she streamed more in December. Oh my God, chat. You have no idea what I would do with like this kind of, even her bad months, honestly, I would take over what I'm dealing with. Right. But yeah, this is like, chat, you would be getting some videos if I got this kind of money. One day, chat, one day. That kind of money would fuck my life. Honestly, I don't have any vices. Unless you count streaming. Which the only reason that that's a vice is because, like, I should probably make more videos and stream less. It's just like, I can't. It's my income. So I'm stuck in this endless loop of streaming. And then I get started on a stream and I can't quit. I'm literally addicted to streaming. Yeah, it's my only vice. Keffals did not have any losses to recuperate. She wouldn't see a decline in revenue until 3/23 after she went to rehab. Where's 3/23? It's March. I mean, that is, yeah, kind of a major decline. But she's still getting kind of like I don't know if this is like residual God, she's like making money on Twitch? Wait, how does this work? How is she making money on Twitch in rehab? The Patreon makes sense. The AdSense makes sense, right? Because you could have videos up, you make AdSense money. You have a Patreon that people donate to, you make, you know, Patreon money. See, this is not how I want to set up a Patreon though, because if you look at it, in September 2022, she had like almost $5,000 in Patreon money. It gets cut in half in October. This to me says that Keffals has either promised more than she's delivering, which is something I wanted to avoid with my Patreon, right? I'm trying to only promise you what I can deliver, or that she's just not delivering that much and they were, you know, It was like a temporary thing, right? I want to give people real value. Her editor put out content. Oh, thank you. Luna Rose, that made it make sense for me. Don't Twitch subs count? Oh, you're right. Yeah. So this is Twitch subs. So she had some residual Twitch subs. That makes sense now. What do you think, YouTube Shorts? Does that make sense? Keffals probably doesn't read about communism, but who the hell does? Like, I had the Communist Manifesto when I was 14. Well, the Communist Manifesto is short. How can you get bored with the Communist Manifesto? Like, there's not a lot of action in it because it's not... It's a brochure. It's the communist brochure. And it's super short. Okay, let's get back to this thread, but good questions. Keffals also very likely didn't use the 20K to relocate to Ireland, instead paid at least a significant portion of it out of pocket. By 9/4/22, Keffals was established enough in Ireland for publications to write about it. The next day, she would have an infamous convo with Winter. Okay, so this is the person that she accused of doxing her. Muta said it wasn't actually Winter, but you know, the way that Winter's answering, it's like obviously he knows a lot about Keffals. So probably a Kiwi farmer, maybe not the right person though. Maybe not the person responsible for the doxing. I don't know. We don't really have a confirmation or a denial, but supposedly she got his name through the PI. So if this was the wrong person and the PI gave it to her, oh my God, that's fucked up. When asked if she had used GoFundMe for the PI, strongly implied she hadn't spent any of it yet. In this exchange, you can see how she could afford this. She was on track to make 6 figures in 2022, which is corroborated by her financials from earlier. This also adds context that up to the point she never mentioned she's fucking rich, or at least was at the time. This adds gravity to the situation, given that trans people are forced to beg for scraps online. So an already wealthy woman using GoFundMe money. This is what I was talking about. And I think Mutahar even alluded to this, right? There is a lot of need in the trans community. There are a lot of people that are stuck in Florida, stuck in Texas, stuck in Tennessee, stuck in some fucking hell state that's actively putting up laws like outlawing their existence, and they need to get the fuck out of there. There's, you know, trans people that are discriminated against in employment, trans people that have, like, you know, health issues and that they're trying to deal with that doesn't allow them to get, you know, employment or have steady employment. There's so much need in the trans community that just, like, you know, kind of an extraneous GoFundMe is... And even in her own community, there's, like, need. Like, oh my God, chat. It almost seems like to me there's probably people donating to her GoFundMe that probably should have held on to that money and used it for themselves. Instead of using it to double her income isn't just evil, it's an insult to every trans person struggling to survive. Just before I get away from myself, here's a link to the original exchange with Winter, which shows that occurred September 5th. I hate Twitter character count limits. That's why you have to pay the $8. No, don't pay the $8. Never pay the $8. Anyway, while it seems that Keffals didn't need GoFundMe to go to Ireland, she wouldn't settle down until October. This brings us to the screenshot taken by former Keffals editor on 11/30/2022. This looks like it's Arif is the former editor. This is not Cherry. At least as far as I can see. Keffals in just 4 months, potentially 2 months, if it really hadn't been touched by September, blew through $100,000 on traveling, not moving furniture, friends, new stream gear that she did not need since she got her devices back after 3 days. and clothes. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. As like I said before, there's a chance that she went out of pocket for the new stream gear because she assumed she wouldn't get it back. But when I really think about it, like, right, most places that you'd get stream gear from, you can send it back. After 3 days, you can definitely send it back. So if it really was a situation where everything got returned to her, then there's no... The rest was for a year of rent and therapy, neither of which was outlined by the GoFundMe. I can even tell you how much she spent on rent. She would later tweet on her private that her rent during the time was $240 a month. Sorry, $2,400 a month, which is 28.8K that she had allocated. Yeah, that's some Wait, what? What is this? I love living in Ireland so much I can barely understand what people are saying, but it's so pretty. Can barely understand Irish accents. That's what she's saying. So pretty, and my rent has gone from $2,400 a month to $400. So I'm building up some savings. Wait, I'm trying to understand, where was if the $2,400 a month was not in Ireland, where was it? Catboy ranch should be like a dressing? Yeah, it should be a sauce. Steam from the steamed hams. 15 days would be the absolute minimum. Yeah, so she could have definitely got her money back. Did she live in London? Okay, so Canada. So wait, there's a year of rent in Canada? Was that before or that's like before then, right? The 400 a month for Ireland. For clarity, she said that her rent in Ireland is $400 a month, but she would not move to Ireland until June 2023, when her visa was approved. Before that, she was living in Canada, which is when she allocated. So a year in Canada, like at a different place, that's when she's spending 2.4K a month. My visa got approved. I'm moving to Ireland this month. I thought you were coming to Belfast. I said Northern Ireland last time, and Republicans got mad at me because I used the Republic flag this time, so Loyalists got mad at me. I'm just keeping things on equal footing. Yeah, definitely both sides that issue, Keffals. Remember, she said and reiterated that most of the GoFundMe would go towards a legal case, that a civil case, which still has not happened, would cost a minimum of $60K for 3 days. And yet by the end of 2022, the money she said was for legal funds was gone or allocated elsewhere. This means none of the 100K went to what she said it did, which brings up my second point, her legal case with HRTO that isn't going anywhere. Against the cops, right? Buckle up, fuckers, because we're only halfway done. What the fuck? What are you doing to me, Starvoxia? What are you doing to me? I'm gonna blame you instead of Boblax now. No, I've got no one to blame but myself, chat. No one to blame but myself. 2.4K is enough to live in hotels. As I've followed the progression of Keffals' legal case, her public and private plans constantly shifted, often didn't align. As a result, nailing down a robust timeline of what she was saying publicly and privately regarding her legal case proved convoluted and unhelpful. So I will give her the benefit of the doubt and assume her most recent plans, a complaint filed with a human rights tribunal. Okay, that's what HRTO is. Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario in April 10th, 2023. Remember that date. Are consistent to her initial GoFundMe legal case. Her video wasn't uploaded until May, but various press outlets announced it around April 21st. using the press kit Keffals put together. Almost all of that including a clause like this saying there was no information as to when the claim would be heard. Thankfully, the process for filing a claim is publicly available. Once the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario receives an application, the applicant receives a letter either informing them their app needs work or that it's good and has been sent to the other party. After some back and forth, the parties convene before the HRTO to mediate and try to reach a settlement. Failure to do that will also lead to a hearing. You might think that this is the process, has an open-ended time frame, so it'd be expected. We haven't heard anything, but that's... So it'd be expected we haven't heard anything, but that's wrong. Unfortunately for Keffals, HRTO sets a deadline of 1 year after the initial filing for a hearing should one occur. Keffals' application was filed on April 10th, 2023. The deadline for the hearing was a month ago. There has been no evidence of the hearing. We haven't heard anything about the mediation. We haven't gotten confirmation that her application was accepted. We haven't even heard about the letter she was supposed to receive right away. All these things are long past due. I will now catalog everything we have heard. The next we would hear about the HRTO case was in October 2023, when the London police conclude the investigation into the sexual assault allegations Keffals made in her application. Notably, the London police were made aware of the application through the media, not the Human Rights Tribunal. The investigation itself is irrelevant. Personally, I am always skeptical of internal police investigations anyways. What's relevant is that when reporting on the investigation's end, the London Free Press reached out to Keffals' lawyer for the comment and got this. Lawyer Justin Annisman, who is representing Sorrenti in the human rights case, declined to comment on the internal London police and SIU investigations. We are unable to comment other than to say that we will continue to be seeking justice before the OHRT. Annisman said, say HRTO, I thought it was, but anyway, Annisman said in the statement, when given a perfect opportunity to update the public on the proceedings of the case, her lawyer gave us no indication the case had progressed at all. I want pasta, chat. I want spaghetti. Oh my god, I want spaghetti. Sorry, I just got a craving for spaghetti. I think I might be pregnant. Who do I blame for the pregnancy? Keemstar. Not even so much as confirmation that the application was accepted, despite the fact that it definitely should have been by now. Okay, so the next time she talked about it would be February 5th, 2024. That is like 4 months ago. While this may seem like the case progressed, take a note of two things. One, she claims the process could take a minimum of 2 years. However, we know this isn't true. Two, she's being vague. So this is her answer to Willie Mack, right? And this is apparently not true. She hasn't said the HRTO application accepted her application, for example, merely that papers have been processed. Even more suspiciously, she deleted this tweet within 7 minutes of posting it. Please excuse the chicken scratch math. So yeah. My best guess, someone told her it was a bad idea to publicly lie about this, which brings us Oh, shit. Yeah. Which brings us to the third time she talked about it. Oh, wait, that's the last she ever said of it. At least the last I managed to catch. Remember, the deadline for the hearing was a month ago. There's more. Also, remember, by now she has already long since spent the money allocated for the legal case. Her financials, yeah, so this is more support that the case is not going to happen. Her financials and free, although if it was the Human Rights Tribunal, I don't think that she needs a lawyer for that, so. But for any other case, her financial, but that's not going to happen apparently, right? That it would have happened by now. Her financials and frequent absences from streaming since going to rehab, it is extremely unlikely she could afford to pay for the case out of pocket. That's what I'm kind of wondering, chat, is like, what is Keffals doing? You have bow ties? That sounds delicious. You can make me spaghetti? Nice. I haven't had spaghetti in so long. Altogether, the evidence very strongly indicates that her case with the HRTO died a long time ago, and yet she has continued stringing everyone along, probably in hopes of staving off getting canceled, that she was clearly aware she was at risk at. This is unacceptable. To reiterate, Keffals lied about spending $20K on moving and recouping costs. Keffals lied about putting the remaining $80K into a legal fund, and Keffals is lying about the status of the case to this very day to keep people from asking questions about what she did with the money. So what can we do? First, since Keffals is clearly uninterested in transparency, we must take actions ourselves. Here is the link to Keffals' GoFundMe. Everyone who reads this should submit a report to GFM for fraud at this link. Next, if you are unfortunately are one of the people defrauded by Keffals, you should submit a donor claim here. Lastly, you can retweet this thread to raise awareness, hopefully demand financial transparency from Keffals. To conclude, I would like to address Keffals herself. Clara, people trusted you. For years, you said you were fighting for young trans people, for freedom of your people. And all of it while you were lying to their faces for money that benefited only you. Do the right thing. Chat, I'm like, just get noodles and add boiling water. I know, I didn't get noodles. I got rice instead. I should have gotten noodles. I'm realizing this now. Like, the rice was really cheap, so I got a bunch of rice. And I also don't have spaghetti sauce. Oh my god, chat, I want noodles. You know what I actually want is pizza, but I'm not even gonna think about pizza because we are on another Keffals hate train. I'm still on her defending Woo. Wait, what do you mean? She actually called Woo out recently. I was gonna try to show you that, right? That was, she came back, she called out Woo, she made a post about J.K. Rowling, and then she got like her Discord leaked talking about how she wanted to come back to streaming, making me hungry, crab cravings. I don't think I could eat crab. I don't think I could eat any shellfish. She promised to fight for truth, justice, and the American way, and she did none of the above. Yeah, it was like $20,000 to fight for truth, $30,000 to fight for justice, and $50,000 to fight for the American way, and she did none of that. You had a shrimp Alfredo? See, I can't handle shellfish with pasta. I mean, not hating, okay? If you like shellfish, you know, that's... Marx is really dry and boring writing. I don't blame people for not reading. Well, ContraPoise tried to give it an update, but I think she only got halfway through. You don't need theory to be a communist or a socialist. Reading the original text is a big turnoff for those people. There are YouTube channels that do a good job covering the subject matter, right? If that's what you're into, if that's what you're looking for, the basic principles. But I maintain that at the point we're at right now, there just isn't like a lot of class consciousness, and that's what should be concentrated on right now, developing class consciousness. That's the work, that's the praxis that is most valuable. I think all leftists that get rich from the community become worse people as a result. Money is toxic. I don't hold it against people unless it's particularly glaring. Yeah, I just can't imagine, like, I don't know. Like, when you have very little, then you want very little. But you want it pretty badly, because, like, if you don't have, I don't know. Like, if you're worried about keeping the lights on and keeping the... What veg and protein do you have to go with rice? I've got, let's see, I've got some lentils, and I've got some broccoli. Lentils and broccoli, though. Yeah, no, that could be good. That could be good. I could see lentils and broccoli being good. I mean, this is usually what I have to deal with, right? I want spaghetti, but I'm gonna have lentils and broccoli. If I even have enough energy to cook for myself now, chat. Chickpeas and rice make a complete protein. True, Neutroy. True. She was defending Wu in the group chat. Oh, yeah, that was a while ago, right? Saying that trans women are naturally catty. Oh, yeah, that's right. Now I remember. Yeah, no, you're right. She was. But yeah, I think she part of what happened in her comeback was that she doesn't want to defend Brianna Wu anymore, and I don't blame her. Chat, a lot of Brianna Wu's like friends, like a lot of the toxic people in that Mean Girls chat, right, have actually rolled on her. There are more group chat. There's more group chat stuff that came out, and it's people that agree with her on, you know, her kind of like self-hate, on her trans medicalism. It's people that agree with her on her bad takes on Israel, but they're just sick of her. They're just fucking sick of her and her bullshit. Everyone is sick of Brianna Wu. Marx is only blended in Capital, and even then, Capital is just a little outdated for a good amount of his critiques of cronyism in the modern era. Well, not only that. Oh, wait, you're talking about Brianna Wu. Yeah. Brianna Wu calling Diem's partner the T-slur and misgendering. Yeah, like, she's an asshole, but I think we know who is responsible for the leaks now, and it kind of makes sense, right? It's somebody that's actually very similar to Brianna Wu, that sort of did what Brianna Wu does in terms of, like, peddling influence through, you know, donating to streamers. Prior to Brianna doing that, and like I gotta think there might be some jealousy involved in it either way. But yeah, either way, we got the leaks. We get to see Brianna Wu being ridiculous, but we're gonna have to wait until we see that. I don't know, chat, when I can come back. I'm supposed to work on some real important stuff tomorrow, so I don't anticipate being able to stream. It's so late tonight. This is normally when I would start my Fallout New Vegas stream, but instead I kind of need to eat. In fact, I think it's kind of important that I eat. I need to eat something. Otherwise, I'm going to start to get like low energy. Like, at least like, wait, I have a banana. Oh no, but it's not ripe. Damn it. I hate unripe bananas. Anybody else? Cops destroyed my way of making money. Please donate. Also, the cops gave me my stuff back yesterday. I don't know. I feel scammed. Do what I need to do. Yeah. I'll figure something out. I will figure something out. Chat refreshed and you can't get the Discord. Chat, I need to let you know when I'm doing the I need to let you know when I'm doing the premium streamium, because we need to do that. I was supposed to do that on Saturday. It didn't work out for Saturday. Then I was like, I'm gonna do it today after the what the fuck am I even talking about? We need to do that. That's important. There needs to be a super cheap baseline of nutrition, like kibble for humans. I think Chud Logic eats something like that. What's it called? Is it Huel? Am I thinking of Huel, or is there like something else? Huel is one of them. There's like, I remember hearing Chud Logic talking about this stuff, which kind of makes sense. God damn, Twitch politics is like dead. I mean, not even Twitch politics. I shouldn't say that because that's like a... I feel like it's a pejorative. I feel like nobody wants to be called Twitch politics. The people who were Twitch politics, the people who made the Discord, they gave it such a bad name that now everybody uses it as an insult. Like, you're one of those Twitch politics people, aren't you? Yeah, you and the rest of Twitch politics. Like, chat, I got called Twitch politics the other day. It's so funny. Like, Twitch politics is kind of known for hating my guts. Kind of known for absolutely detesting the fuck out of me. I am not, go eat some not spaghetti. I'm gonna go eat something. I wanted to raid, but now I'm not sure. I just hate that when okay, I'm gonna raid you into somebody, chat, but I gotta tell you, okay? So I'm about to raid you in on Twitch, right? This is USA Hold. They are very cool. They are not the problem. The problem is that they have a stream alert that basically goes and it finds a random clip of mine and it'll play it for you, right? So as soon as I raid in, you're going to see a clip of mine, and it's probably going to be from 100 years ago. And I can't guarantee you, it might be me being like, you know, vaush is pretty cool. Like, I doubt it, but like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the fuck it'll be. So just please, like, understand that whatever you see in this clip is not the reality, right? I don't know. For some reason, it's going to be either me eating, I'm going to be stuffing my face with something, or I don't even know. But we're going to raid into USA Hole. They're pretty cool. And I will see you again. I don't know, maybe on Tuesday, I think. We'll shoot for Tuesday. We'll see what we can do. Anyway, off you go. We got 16 people. Can we get 17 people? There's one more person that needs to flip into the thing. And then we'll end the stream for tonight. God, chat, I streamed way too long. I gotta stop. Like, I seriously, we gotta do shorter streams. I keep on saying that. I never do it. I just always feel like I need to finish stuff. But for now, oh God, we lost people. Yes, get back in there. Get in there, Shinji. Get in the robot. All right, go. We're gonna send you over with love to USA Hole, and hopefully it's not gonna be a ridiculous. There we go. There we go. So yeah, that's what the raid sounds like. Oh no, it's gonna be copyrighted music. I'm gonna get fucked over anyway. But yeah, I will see you all later. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. We gotta concentrate on, like, just, you gotta shut me up. I gotta do something so chat can shut me up. They can be like, you're yapping too much. You need to shut up. You need to shut up, right? You're taking, like, because with 3-hour stream, that's a decent sized stream. 4-hour stream, 3-hour stream, anything's better than a 6-hour stream. What are we doing today? An 8-hour stream? That's too much. All right, I gotta end the stream right now because this is embarrassing. Anyway, thank you for being a part of my failure. Thank you so much for helping me stream entirely too long. Hey, look, like, I appreciate all the support, and seriously, this helps me out a lot. This summer is gonna be rough, it's gonna be brutal, but if we can get through that, I will be a full-time streamer. That is how we're gonna come out the other side. So I guess we gotta grind, but on the other side of it, it's gonna be beautiful. And I'm gonna be making $10,000 a month just like Keffals, and making amazing videos with stellar equipment, first-rate equipment. We'll hope, chat. We'll hope. Cross your fingers. Girl failure. I know, right? This is girl failure. Anyway, I'm gonna go have some girl failure dinner, and some struggle supper.